in that Lowe's parking lot on Valencia Road. Last month, the Pima County grand jury indicted Remington on a manslaughter charge. Now the family of Richards finally
The alarm started as a soft
began emerging into the 6 miles under the Pacific. Something knocked on the hull of a United States Navy station, and it was not being polite. Sonar technician Danny Ford dropped his coffee. Master Chief Frank Doyle did not even blink. "They picked the wrong ocean," he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Somewhere above them, a commander was already reaching for a phone he prayed he would never have to use. If you love a good underdog fight, hit that like button, subscribe so you don't miss what happens next, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from. Now let's dive into this journey, because 6 miles down, the aliens are about to learn why humans never explore the deep sea unarmed. Trident Station sat on the floor of the Mariana Trench like a steel tick clinging to the belly of the planet, humming quietly while the rest of the world slept above it. It was officially listed on Navy paperwork as an experimental deep-sea research and salvage outpost, and unofficially known by everyone stationed there as the Can, because living inside it for 6 months straight felt exactly like being sealed in one. Commander Jack Reynolds ran the place with the calm exhaustion of a man who had long since stopped being surprised by anything the ocean threw at him. He had survived typhoons, equipment failures, and one unforgettable week when the galley ran out of coffee, which nearly caused a mutiny. He liked his crew small, sharp, and a little bit strange, because normal people did not volunteer to live at the bottom of the sea. His sonar technician, Danny Ford, was 26 years old, sharp-eyed and permanently jittery from drinking more coffee than any human body was designed to process. His engineer, Pete Callahan, could fix almost anything with a wrench and a bad attitude. And then there was Master Chief Frank Doyle, a man built like a submarine hatch, who had been diving in hostile waters since before half the crew was born. Doyle did not talk much. When he did, people listened, mostly because he was terrifying and partly because he was usually right. The morning it all changed started like any other. Ford was watching the sonar display, half asleep, sipping his 4th cup of coffee when a shape drifted across the return that should not have existed. It was smooth, symmetrical, and moving against the current, which meant it was not a whale, not a squid, and definitely not a rock formation. "Commander," Ford said, sitting up straight for the first time in an hour, "I've got something out there." "It's not marine life." Reynolds walked over, arms crossed, studying the blip crawling steadily closer. "Debris field, old sub-wreck." "No, sir, it's moving on its own. And it's headed straight for us." Doyle appeared in the doorway without anyone hearing him come in, which he always seemed to manage despite being roughly the size of a small refrigerator. "Something's out there," he said flatly, "and it ain't Navy." Reynolds ordered the outer lights raised, and for a long, tense minute, nothing happened except the slow hiss of recycled air and the pounding of Ford's heart against his ribs. Then the object came into view outside the reinforced viewport, and every person in that room went completely silent. It was a probe, roughly the size of a delivery van, covered in strange plating that shimmered faintly even in the dim water, with 3 glowing sensor clusters that rotated slowly. Scanning the station from top to bottom like a curious tourist inspecting a museum exhibit. It made no attempt to communicate. It simply floated there, studying them. "That is not one of ours," Callahan said, stating the obvious with the particular tone of a man who desperately wished it wasn't true. Doyle stepped closer to the viewport, arms folded, watching the probe with the same expression he used when a rookie diver did something monumentally stupid. "Whatever that is," he said, "it thinks nobody's home down here." Reynolds keyed the comm to Pacific Fleet Command, requesting immediate identification on an unregistered object at their coordinates. The response took 11 minutes, an eternity when a hostile probe is parked outside your window, and when it finally came through, it offered no comfort at all. Nothing matching that description existed in any known inventory, allied or otherwise. That was when the probe extended a thin mechanical arm, pressed it against the station's outer hull, and began very calmly to cut through solid reinforced steel. Alarms tore through Trident Station, red light bathing every corridor, and for the first time in years, Jack Reynolds felt something he had almost forgotten the taste of: real fear. 6 miles beneath the surface, with nowhere to run and no one coming fast enough. Doyle grabbed the heaviest wrench off the tool rack like it was a butter knife. "Well," he said, cracking a small, dangerous grin, "guess it's time to say hello properly." Nobody in that station had any idea that this quiet, curious little probe was only the very first knock on the door, and that somewhere far above the waves. An entire alien fleet was about to learn a lesson the hard way about exactly what lived at the bottom of Earth's oceans. The cutting arm sliced halfway through the outer hull plate before Doyle reached it, and without a second of hesitation, he swung the wrench in a full arc and caved in the probe's sensor cluster like a tin can. Sparks sprayed through the water outside the viewport, and the mechanical arm jerked backward, retracting in what almost looked like surprise. "Report," Reynolds barked, watching pressure gauges climb toward levels nobody wanted to see. "Breach is minor, sir, we can patch it," Callahan shouted, already hauling a sealant kit toward the damaged section. But that thing wasn't just scanning us. It was trying to get inside. The wounded probe drifted backward, its remaining lights flickering erratically, then shot upward into the darkness and vanished. For a moment, everyone allowed themselves to believe the danger had passed. It had not. 20 minutes later, Ford's sonar display lit up with something far larger, far heavier, and moving with a discipline that told everyone in the room this was no accident and no coincidence. "Commander, I've got multiple contacts inbound, big ones in formation." Reynolds felt his stomach drop. "How many?" "I'm counting 6. No, wait, 8. They're spreading out around us." Doyle peered over Ford's shoulder at the display, jaw tightening. "That's not recon anymore. That's a landing party." Within minutes, massive shapes settled onto the sea floor surrounding Trident Station in a loose ring, each one deploying stabilizing legs that dug into the silt like a spider taking up position. Then, one by one, hatches opened, and armored figures began emerging into the crushing black water, moving with the strange, gliding confidence of creatures who clearly believed they had nothing left to fear. The lead figure activated a translation device, and a cold, buzzing voice filled the station's outer hull sensors, easily picked up by the internal comm array. "Unidentified structure, you occupy Ithran-conquered salvage territory. This world's depths were surveyed as unclaimed. Submit your resources for immediate collection." Reynolds keyed the response channel, keeping his voice level despite his racing pulse. "This is United States Navy installation Trident Station. You are trespassing on sovereign territorial waters. Withdraw immediately." There was a pause, then something that almost sounded like amusement crackled through the translation. "Species designation confirmed as primitive surface dwellers. Surface dwellers do not possess deep ocean assets. Compliance is advised." Doyle leaned toward the comm, unable to help himself. "Buddy," he said, "you just parked your whole fleet on top of the U.S. Navy's front porch." The alien voice did not respond to that directly, but the armored figures outside began advancing toward the station's docking collar, weapons igniting with a pale blue glow that lit up the black water like ghostly lanterns. Reynolds ordered general quarters, and the small crew scrambled into positions that had never once been tested against an actual enemy, because nobody at Trident Station had ever expected to need them. Ford grabbed a sidearm with shaking hands. Callahan armed himself with a cutting torch because it was the closest thing resembling a weapon within reach. Doyle simply rolled his shoulders, grabbed a heavy dive spear gun off the wall rack, and walked toward the docking hatch like a man heading out for a stroll. The first alien breached the outer hatch, and Doyle put a spear clean through its shoulder plating before it took a second step. The creature staggered backward, letting out a sound the translator did not even attempt to convert, and collapsed against the bulkhead. They weren't expecting resistance. Callahan shouted over the chaos, torch blazing as he welded a support brace across the buckling inner door. "Look at them, they're barely reacting. They've never fought anybody who lives down here," Doyle said, reloading the spear gun with brutal efficiency. "That's about to change real quick." More armored figures pushed through the breach, and the corridor became a tight, brutal fight in cramped steel hallways where there was nowhere to retreat and no room for hesitation. Ford fired his sidearm with more panic than accuracy, but panic kept him alive, and that was enough for now. Reynolds coordinated from the command deck, sealing sections of the station to slow the advance while broadcasting an emergency distress signal up through the relay buoy to Pacific Fleet Command. The response came back fast this time, and it was the first genuinely good news anyone at Trident Station had heard all day. "Trident Station, this is Pacific Fleet Command. We have your distress call. Reinforcements are already inbound. Hold position. Help is on the way." Reynolds allowed himself one short breath of relief before the docking collar groaned under a heavier impact and through the reinforced viewport. He saw something far larger surfacing from the alien formation outside, a shape built for one purpose only, and it was aiming directly at the heart of the station. The new alien shape was easily 3 times the size of the landing craft already surrounding Trident Station, its hull ridged with weapon ports that pulsed with slow, hungry light. A commanding figure emerged from it, wearing armor plated in gold trim that marked him apart from the rest, moving with the deliberate arrogance of someone who had never once lost a fight in his life. The translation device crackled again, this time carrying a voice sharper and colder than before. "This is Fleet Marshal Threx of the Ithran Conquered. Your resistance has been noted and will be corrected. Surrender the installation, or it will be reduced to debris." Reynolds gripped the comm, jaw tight. "Marshal, you've got a funny way of introducing yourself. This is United States sovereign territory, and we don't hand over Navy property to anybody." There was a pause, then something almost like genuine confusion filtered through the translated voice. "Records indicate this species lacks advanced defensive capability. Explain your continued resistance." Doyle, still covered in scorch marks from the corridor fight, leaned toward the comm with a tired grin. "Records are wrong, pal." "Real wrong?" Threx did not appreciate the response. Weapon ports along his flagship's hull began charging, and Reynolds watched helplessly as pressure readings across the station spiked into dangerous territory. "All hands brace for impact," he shouted, and a second later the first strike hit. The station rocked violently, metal groaning under the strain, lights flickering as an entire support strut buckled near the eastern module. Callahan was thrown sideways into a bulkhead, torch clattering from his hand, while Ford grabbed the edge of his console just to stay upright. "We can't take another hit like that," Callahan shouted, scrambling back to his feet, blood trickling from a cut above his eyebrow. "Structural integrity is failing on deck too." Reynolds keyed the fleet channel again, voice steady despite the chaos around him. "Command, Trident Station is taking direct fire. We need that support now, not later." "Copy, Trident Station, hold on. Kraken is deploying." Ford blinked through the smoke, confused. "Kraken? Sir, what's Kraken?" Reynolds allowed himself the smallest, grimmest smile of the entire day. "You're about to find out, son." Outside in the crushing black water beyond the failing station lights, something massive stirred inside a reinforced launch bay, bolted to the trench floor half a mile away. A bay that had been quietly built years earlier under a program so classified, most of the crew had never even heard its name mentioned. Thick doors split apart, releasing a burst of pressurized air, and from within emerged a heavily armored combat exosuit the size of a small tank. Its outer plating designed specifically to withstand crushed depths that would flatten a submarine. Inside its cockpit, strapped in tight with a headset clamped over his ears, sat Master Chief Frank Doyle's oldest friend and diving partner, a broad-shouldered veteran named Senior Chief Marcus Whitfield, who had spent the last 2 years training exclusively to pilot this exact machine for exactly this kind of nightmare scenario. "Trident Station, this is Kraken 1. Whitfield's voice rang out over the comm, calm as a man ordering breakfast. I hear you've got some uninvited guests. Let's go show them some hospitality. The exosuit surged forward through the black water with startling speed. Twin mechanical arms unfolding weapons that had been designed by Navy engineers, specifically to punch through alien hull plating. And it closed the distance toward Threx's flagship with terrifying purpose. Threx's sensors registered the incoming contact, and for the first time since arriving in Earth's ocean, something in his posture shifted just slightly from arrogance toward uncertainty. New contact detected, a subordinate voice reported through the alien channel. Mass and speed profile inconsistent with prior species assessment. Threx straightened, weapon systems already redirecting. Recalculate. Nothing this species possesses should challenge a conquered flagship. Whitfield brought Kraken 1 in low along the sea floor, using the trench's natural terrain for cover exactly as he had trained for, and when he finally rose up directly beneath one of the smaller landing craft, he drove a mechanical fist straight through its underside hull, with a force that sent alien troopers tumbling out into the crushing water in a chaotic cloud of bubbles and debris. Back inside Trident Station, Ford watched the exterior sensor feed with wide eyes as the enormous machine tore into the alien formation. "Sir," he said slowly, "I think we're winning." Doyle, still bleeding from a shallow cut along his forearm, allowed himself a short, satisfied laugh. "Kid," he said, "we haven't even started winning yet." Above them, Threx's flagship turned its full weapons array toward the approaching exosuit. And everyone watching knew the real fight had only just begun. Kraken 1 absorbed the first blast across its reinforced shoulder plating, staggering backward through a cloud of displaced silt, but it did not go down. Whitfield gritted his teeth against the jolt rattling through the cockpit and pushed the machine forward again, closing the distance before Threx's flagship could line up a second shot. "Trident Station taking fire, but I'm still standing," Whitfield reported, voice tight with effort. "This thing hits like a freight train." "Copy, Kraken 1, Reynolds answered from the command deck, watching the exterior sensor feed with white-knuckled focus. "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it." Threx's voice crackled furiously across the open channel, no longer sounding calm or amused. "Impossible. No surface species deploys combat assets of this scale. Identify this weapon platform immediately." Whitfield keyed the translated channel himself, allowing a tired, confident grin to creep into his voice. "Name's Kraken, Marshal. Figured somebody ought to introduce myself before I ruin your whole day." Threx ordered his remaining troops to converge, and armored Ithran soldiers swarmed toward the exosuit from multiple directions, weapons blazing pale streaks of light through the black water. Whitfield twisted the machine sideways, using its bulk as a shield, and swept one arm through the nearest cluster of troopers, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Inside Trident Station, the fight had not stopped either. A fresh wave of Ithran soldiers pushed through the weakened docking collar, and Doyle met them head-on in the narrow corridor. Spear gun discarded now in favor of a fire axe ripped straight off the emergency rack. "Chief, there's too many," Ford shouted, firing his sidearm until it clicked empty. "There's exactly enough," Doyle growled, swinging the axe with brutal precision, catching an alien trooper across the chest plating hard enough to send him crashing backward into two others behind him. Callahan grabbed a fire extinguisher and blasted a cloud of freezing chemical directly into the advancing soldiers' sensor visors, and for a few precious seconds, half the boarding party stumbled around blind, swinging wildly at nothing. "Not exactly Navy issue tactics," Reynolds called out over the chaos, sealing another bulkhead behind the retreating aliens to buy his crew more time. "But I'll take it." Outside, the battle around Kraken 1 had grown desperate on both sides. Threx's flagship circled for another firing position, but Whitfield anticipated the move, using the exosuit's thrusters to drop low along the trench floor and disappear into a cloud of churned silt before rising directly beneath the flagship's weakest structural point, right where its main weapon array connected to the hull. "Kraken 1, what's your status?" Reynolds asked, watching the sensor feed lose the exosuit's signal entirely in the murky cloud. Static answered him for 3 agonizing seconds. Then Whitfield's voice returned, strained but alive. "Status is, I'm about to make Marshal Threx very unhappy." With both mechanical arms braced against the flagship's undercarriage, Whitfield triggered the exosuit's full thruster output. Driving upward with every ounce of force the machine could generate, and the flagship's hull groaned under stress it had never been engineered to withstand from below. Threx's voice exploded across the alien channel, no longer composed at all. Structural failure imminent, evasive maneuvers immediately, but it was already too late. The weapon array tore loose from the hull in a violent spray of sparks and debris, crippling the flagship's primary offense in a single devastating strike, and the enormous vessel lurched sideways, venting atmosphere in thick silver bubbles that streamed upward through the black water like a wounded animal gasping for air. Inside Trident Station, the alarms briefly quieted as the boarding party, cut off from reinforcement and orders alike, hesitated in the corridor for the first time since the fight began. Doyle lowered his axe slightly, breathing hard, sweat and grime streaked across his face. "That's it," he said, watching the confusion ripple through the remaining troopers. "That's the moment. They're done." But 6 miles above, in the cold silence of open ocean, something far larger than Threx's flagship was already descending toward Trident Station. Drawn by the distress, calls now crackling across every frequency the Ithran conquered possessed, and the true final battle for the deep sea had not even begun yet. The remaining boarding party inside Trident Station finally broke, retreating back through the shattered docking collar in a disorganized scramble. Several of them abandoning weapons entirely in their haste to escape the axe-wielding Master Chief who had, by this point, earned a reputation among the survivors that would follow the conquered for generations. "They're falling back," Callahan shouted, coughing through a haze of extinguisher chemical and smoke. "Seal that collar the second the last one's through," Reynolds ordered, already moving toward the command deck to check on Whitfield's status. "Ford, get me eyes outside now." Ford's hands were still shaking, but he pulled up the exterior sensor feed anyway, and what appeared on it made his stomach drop all over again. Threx's crippled flagship was retreating upward, venting atmosphere and trailing debris, but behind it, descending slowly from the darkness above, was something enormous. A vessel dwarfing everything the Conquered had brought so far, its hull lined with weapon batteries that made the flagship look like a child's toy by comparison. "Sir," Ford said quietly, "I don't think that's a rescue ship." Reynolds stared at the display, jaw tightening. "Command, this is Trident Station. We have a massive contact inbound, and it looks like the real fight just showed up." Whitfield's voice cut through the tension, tired but steady. "I see it too. That thing's twice the size of anything we've fought so far." A new voice emerged over the alien channel then, deeper and colder than Threx's had ever been, carrying the unmistakable weight of actual command authority. "This is Grand Marshal Vesic of the Ithran Conquered Expeditionary Fleet. Your defiance has cost this operation considerable resources. That ends now." Doyle, limping slightly from a bruised leg but very much still standing, leaned toward the nearest comm panel. "You Conquered folks sure do love giving speeches before you lose." Vesic's flagship opened fire without further warning, unleashing a barrage that lit up the black water in a blinding wall of energy, forcing Whitfield to throw Kraken 1 into a desperate evasive roll along the trench floor. Debris and silt exploding around the exosuit as blast after blast tore into the seabed, where he had been standing seconds earlier. "I can't take a direct hit from that thing," Whitfield reported, voice tight with strain. Sequence while Callahan braced the failing support strut nearby, praying it held one more time. Ford fed coordinates to Whitfield with steady hands now, the earlier panic burned away by pure necessity. "On my mark," Reynolds said, watching Vesic's flagship line up its next devastating shot. 3, 2, 1, blow it. Doyle slammed the release, and Trident Station's ballast tanks vented in a massive, thunderous shockwave that tore through the black water, throwing up an enormous wall of churned silt and debris directly across Vesic's targeting sensors. The flagship's next volley fired blind, missing Kraken 1 entirely and scoring a glancing blow across its own escort vessel instead. Whitfield seized the opening without hesitation, driving Kraken 1 straight through the chaos and slamming both mechanical fists directly into the flagship's primary sensor array with everything the exosuit had left to give. Sparks exploded outward, and the massive vessel's weapon systems flickered and died in a cascading failure that spread across its entire hull. Vesek's voice returned to the channel, no longer commanding, no longer cold, carrying instead the unmistakable tone of a commander realizing he had badly misjudged everything about this world. Sensor and weapon systems critical. Withdraw remaining forces immediately. Threx's damaged flagship and Vesek's crippled command vessel both began a slow, humiliating retreat upward through the black water. Abandoning the scattered wreckage of landing craft and troopers, still drifting near Trident Station's damaged hull. Inside the command deck, Reynolds finally allowed himself to exhale, watching the alien contacts fade from the sonar display one by one. Kraken 1 status report. Whitfield's voice came back, exhausted but unmistakably proud. Banged up, Commander, but Kraken's still standing. And so is your station. Doyle wiped grime from his face and managed a tired, satisfied grin. Guess the Navy's got a new record now, he said. First time anybody's ever thrown an alien fleet off American property using a seismic testing system and a bad attitude. By the time Pacific Fleet Command's rescue vessels finally reached Trident Station, the water around it had gone quiet again, littered only with scattered wreckage and the slow drift of abandoned alien equipment settling into the silt. Commander Jack Reynolds stood at the damaged docking collar, watching the recovery teams pull in the last of the debris, and felt the particular exhaustion of a man who had just survived something no Navy manual had ever prepared him for. Master Chief Frank Doyle sat nearby on an overturned equipment crate, nursing a cup of coffee that tasted burnt and lukewarm and was, in his opinion, the best cup of coffee he had ever had in his life. Senior Chief Marcus Whitfield climbed out of Kraken 1's battered cockpit, helmet tucked under one arm, dropping onto the crate beside Doyle. When they told me I'd be piloting an experimental deep-sea combat suit, I figured worst-case scenario was a training accident. Nobody mentioned actual alien invasion. Doyle handed him the coffee without a word, and Whitfield accepted it gratefully. Danny Ford leaned against the sonar console, still slightly pale but grinning now, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. Chief, is it always like this down here? First time for everything, kid, Doyle said. Ask me again in 6 months, Pete Callahan wandered past, already assessing the hull damage with the tired satisfaction of a man who knew he had weeks of repair work ahead of him and did not particularly mind. Structural integrity's holding, he reported to Reynolds. We'll need a full refit, but she'll live. Reynolds nodded, watching the recovery ships above finish sweeping the debris field. Command's going to want a full report on this. I have a feeling nobody up top is going to believe half of it. 3 weeks later, a formal Navy inquiry was filed, and true to Reynolds's prediction, several senior officers openly questioned whether Trident Station's crew had experienced some kind of shared deep-sea delusion. Right up until recovered alien wreckage was quietly transferred to a research facility for study, at which point the tone of every meeting changed rather quickly. Pacific Fleet Command classified the entire event, publicly listing it only as an unscheduled seismic testing incident with minor equipment damage. Doyle found that description particularly funny and made sure to repeat it every chance he got. The Ithren Concord filed their own report far above the waves, though it took considerably longer to complete. Since Fleet Marshal Threx spent most of that time explaining to his superiors why a supposedly primitive surface species had crippled 2 Concord vessels using what their own sensors eventually identified only as a large armored diving suit and an underwater seismic device. Grand Marshal Vesek's account of the engagement was even shorter, consisting mostly of a single updated advisory quietly added to Concord survey logs, warning all future expeditions that Earth's oceans were, contrary to prior assessment, very much occupied, very well defended, and not worth the trouble. Back at Trident Station, repairs moved quickly, and within 2 months the outpost was fully operational again, its damaged docking collar reinforced, its ballast system upgraded, and a brand new plaque mounted proudly near the command deck reading, in simple stenciled letters, "Home of the Kraken." Whitfield insisted on hanging it himself, and Doyle insisted on being the one to hold the ladder, mostly so he could take credit for it later. Reynolds stood beneath that plaque one quiet evening, looking out through the reinforced viewport at the dark, endless water beyond, and found himself smiling despite everything the last few months had cost him. 6 miles down, in the crushing black silence of the deep sea, a small crew of ordinary sailors had faced down an alien fleet that assumed Earth's oceans were empty, undefended, and easy pickings, and had proven beyond any doubt exactly how wrong that assumption was. Doyle joined him at the viewport a moment later, coffee in hand as always, watching the same dark water with the calm confidence of a man who had already decided nothing down here could surprise him anymore. "Reckon they'll be back?" Ford asked from behind them, still a little nervous even now. Doyle took a slow sip of his coffee and shrugged. "Let them come," he said. "The Kraken's not going anywhere, if you enjoyed watching the US Navy remind an alien fleet exactly why nobody messes with the deep sea. Make sure to like this video, subscribe for the next chapter, and drop a comment telling me what you want Doyle and the crew of Trident Station to face next. Share this with anybody who loves a good underdog story, because the ocean has plenty more secrets left to tell.
Slightly wrong, heavy in a way that made his knees ache by the second day. No one had bothered to adjust anything for him. He was cargo, not a guest, and the crew made sure he understood the difference. There were 6 of them, all threned, all long-limbed and quiet in their movements, speaking to each other in low clicks and murmurs that the ship's translator caught only in fragments. They did not speak to Daniel directly unless they had to. When they did, it was with the exaggerated patience people use with something they do not expect to understand them. He was given a small storage room to sleep in, barely large enough for the cot they had installed, and left alone for most of the journey. He did not mind the silence. He spent most of his time going over the small tablet they had given him, filled with fragments of information about the vault, its estimated age, the list of species that had failed to approach it, the strange fact that no weapon, no probe, and no message had ever produced a response from it before now. He read the same reports twice, then set the tablet aside and looked out the narrow viewport instead, watching the stars shift slowly as the ship carried him further from everything he had ever known. On the 3rd day, one of the crew finally came to speak with him. She was smaller than the others, with pale markings along her jaw that seemed to shift color slightly depending on the light. Her name, translated roughly, meant something like second voice, and she seemed to carry a rank just below the ship's captain. "You do not ask questions," she said, standing in the doorway of his small room. "The others expected you to beg, or cry, or demand to be taken home." Daniel looked up from the tablet. "Would it change anything if I did?" "No," she admitted. "Then there's no point," he said, and went back to reading. She studied him for a long moment, her head tilting slightly in a way that on her species seemed to indicate confusion. "You understand what is waiting for you. Every ship that has approached the vault has failed. Every emissary from every species has failed. You will very likely die there alone, with no one watching except us from a very safe distance." "I know," Daniel said simply. "And that does not frighten you." Daniel set the tablet down and thought about the question honestly, the way he tried to think about most things. "I've spent most of my life being the person nobody notices, fixing things nobody thanks you for. If I go out there and something happens, at least it'll be because I did something that mattered for once. That's not nothing." She left without another word, but Daniel noticed she returned twice more over the following days, always with some small excuse. Always watching him with an expression he could not quite translate. He did not think much of it. He had more pressing things occupying his mind, namely the slow, creeping realization of just how far from home he now was. By the 5th day, the crew's quiet mockery had turned into something closer to a running game. He caught fragments of their conversations through the ship's translator, half garbled but clear enough to understand the shape of it. Bets were being placed. How long would he last once he entered the vault? 10 minutes? 30 seconds? Some said he would not even make it through the outer doors before the ancient defenses erased him entirely. Nobody wagered that he would survive. Daniel said nothing when he overheard this. There was no use arguing with people who had already decided the outcome before it happened. Instead, he spent his final day on the ship checking over the small multi-tool his father had left him, an old, battered thing with a dozen attachments and a worn wooden handle, completely useless against anything the vault might throw at him, and utterly precious to him anyway. It was the only piece of home he had brought. The ship dropped out of its final jump on the 6th day, and the viewport filled with a sight that made even the season-threaded crew fall silent. The vault hung against the black of space like a wound in the fabric of the galaxy itself, vast and dark, its surface marked with lines of dormant light that pulsed faintly, like something breathing in its sleep. It orbited a dead star that gave off no warmth, no light of its own, as if the vault had chosen that dying place deliberately to be left alone forever. There was no formal goodbye, no handshake, no well wishes. The crew simply guided the ship to a safe distance, far enough that their scanners would not trigger whatever defenses waited inside, and opened the small shuttle bay that would carry Daniel the rest of the way alone. Second Voice found him one last time as he stepped toward the shuttle, his single bag slung over his shoulder. She said nothing at first, simply studying his face the way she had throughout the journey, as if trying to solve something she could not name. "Whatever you are," she finally said, "I do not think you are what the Council believes you to be." Daniel offered her a small, tired smile. "Neither do I guess we're both about to find out." He boarded the shuttle without looking back, and as the small craft detached from the ship and began its slow, silent descent toward the ancient structure waiting below, Daniel Hale watched the vault grow larger in the viewport, feeling, for the first time in his ordinary life, that he was about to become something he did not yet have a name for. The shuttle door hissed open onto a landing platform that had not felt weight in 10,000 years, and dust older than human civilization drifted up around Daniel's boots as he stepped out. The silence here was different from the silence of the ship. It was heavier, older, the kind of quiet that seemed to remember things. He stood still for a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the strange gray light that came from nowhere in particular, and looked up at the entrance towering above him. The doors were vast, twice the height of anything he had ever seen built by human or alien hands, carved from a black material that swallowed light rather than reflecting it. There were no markings on them, no symbols, nothing that looked like the technology he had read about in the tablet's reports. They looked less like a door and more like a wound sealed shut, waiting to be reopened. Behind him, far above in orbit, the Threnid ship watched from a careful distance, its scanners recording everything, its crew no doubt still placing final bets on how quickly this would end. Daniel did not look back at them. He adjusted the strap of his bag, felt the small weight of his father's multi-tool in his pocket, and walked forward. The doors opened before he reached them. There was no grinding of ancient machinery, no dramatic burst of light or sound. They simply parted, silently, smoothly, as if they had been waiting for exactly this moment and needed no announcement to mark it. Daniel stopped mid-stride, his heart suddenly loud in his own ears. Every report he had read said the vault had never opened for anyone. Not for the Threnid, not for the Ordun, not for any of the great old species that had tried in the 10,000 years since it first appeared. It had opened for him before he had even touched it. He stepped inside, and the doors closed behind him with the same silent ease, sealing him into darkness that lasted only a heartbeat before the walls themselves began to glow, faint lines of light tracing upward along the corridor like veins waking beneath skin. The light was cold and pale, but it was enough to see by, and it grew brighter with every step he took, as though the structure itself was slowly opening its eyes. The corridor stretched on longer than seemed possible from the outside, lined with alcoves holding shapes he could not identify, tall, silent forms wrapped in dust and shadow that might have been statues or machines or something else entirely. He walked past them slowly, careful not to touch anything, acutely aware of how small he was inside this place, how utterly alone. Then the humming began. It started faint, almost imagined, a low vibration beneath his feet that grew steadily into something he could feel in his chest. Panels along the walls flickered to life one after another, spreading down the corridor ahead of him like a wave of light chasing away the dark. Somewhere deep within the structure, something vast was waking up, and Daniel had the distinct, uncomfortable feeling that it was waking up specifically because of him. He kept walking because there was nothing else to do. Turning back was not an option even if he had wanted to. The doors behind him had already sealed shut, and something told him they would not open again until whatever was happening here had finished happening. The corridor opened into a massive chamber, so large the light did not reach its distant ceiling. In the center stood a single raised platform, and above it hovered something that was not quite a hologram and not quite solid light, a shifting core of pale blue energy pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm, like a heartbeat. Daniel stopped at the edge of the chamber, his breath caught in his throat. The voice, when it came, filled the entire chamber without seeming to come from any single direction. It was neither loud nor soft, neither warm nor cold, but something in between, carrying a weight of age that Daniel could feel pressing against his skin. "After so long," the voice said, in perfect, unaccented human speech that should not have been possible for a structure sealed away for 10,000 years, "I did not expect the door to open for someone like you." Daniel forced his voice steady, though his hands were not. "Someone like me." The core of light pulsed brighter, and the platform beneath it shifted, revealing lines of ancient symbols across its surface, glowing faintly to match the rhythm of the voice. "I have been waiting a very long time," it continued. "I have watched 1,000 ships approach this place and turn back, or be turned back, because none of them carried what I was built to recognize. I began to believe I would wait until this star finally died and took me with it." "Recognize?" Daniel asked, taking a small step closer despite every instinct telling him to stay still. "Recognize what?" The light dimmed slightly, and when it spoke again, the voice carried something Daniel had not expected to hear from an ancient machine buried at the edge of the galaxy. It sounded almost like relief. "You," it said simply, "I recognize you." Daniel felt the floor of the chamber hum beneath his boots as more lights along the walls flared to life, spreading outward through the structure in a wave that seemed to be reaching far beyond just this one chamber, as if the entire vault, and perhaps something far larger than the vault, was beginning to stir awake after a sleep that had lasted since before humanity had learned to build fire. "I do not understand," Daniel said quietly, and it was the most honest sentence he had spoken since leaving home. "You will," the voice answered, "but first you should know my name. I was called many things in the old tongue and the languages that have since turned to dust, but you may call me Oracle, and you, Daniel, hail of a species your council believes to be nothing. You are the reason I still exist." The chamber pulsed once more with light, brighter than before, and somewhere far above in orbit, the Threnid ship's instruments began screaming warnings that none of its crew understood, as power readings older than their civilization began climbing across a structure that, until moments ago, they had believed to be nothing more than a dead relic waiting to swallow one more fool. Daniel sat down on the cold floor of the chamber because his legs had stopped fully trusting him to stand. The pulsing light above the platform seemed to understand, dimming slightly, softening, as if trying not to overwhelm him further than it already had. "You said I'm the reason you still exist," Daniel said. "I don't even know what you are. I've never seen anything like this place in my life." "That is not surprising," Oracle said. "Your people were not meant to remember any of this. That was the point." "Remember what?" The light above the platform shifted, and the walls of the chamber changed with it, the cold stone surfaces dissolving into something closer to a projection, images forming in the air around Daniel like ghosts pulled from an impossibly deep memory. He saw stars, more stars than he could count, and among them, worlds glowing with cities of light, structures far more advanced than anything the current galaxy had built. An entire civilization spread across 1,000 systems like a web of quiet fire. Long before the Threnid built their first ship, Oracle said, before the Orden crawled from their oceans, before any species now sitting on that council learned to look up at their own sky and wonder, there was a civilization that spanned much of this galaxy. They were not gods. They were not perfect, but they were old, and they were wise enough to know that nothing lasts forever. The images shifted again, and Daniel watched entire star systems dim, one after another, some kind of slow catastrophe spreading through the projection like ink in water, worlds going dark, cities falling silent. A collapse came, Oracle continued, its voice carrying something that, for a machine, sounded remarkably close to grief. Not war, not invasion, something structural, something in the very fabric of how they had built their civilization, a flaw grown too deep to fix in time. They saw it coming decades before it arrived, and they made a choice. Rather than let their knowledge and their bloodline vanish entirely, they scattered. Scattered where? Daniel asked, though some quiet part of him was already beginning to guess. Across countless worlds, Oracle said. Seated quietly, deliberately, stripped of memory, stripped of technology, left to grow again from nothing, so that whatever came after them would not carry the same flaw that destroyed the first civilization. Vaults like this one were built to wait, to watch, to recognize when the time was right, whether any of those scattered seeds had grown into something worth reconnecting to what was lost. Daniel felt something cold settle in his stomach. You're saying humans came from them, from this old civilization. I am saying your species is not new, Oracle said. You believe yourselves young because your written history is short, because your cities are recent, because you only recently learned to leave your own solar system. But your bodies, your minds, carry markers far older than your histories admit. Markers that were placed deliberately so that vaults like myself would know you when the time came. That's insane, Daniel whispered. But even as he said it, fragments of half-remembered facts rose in his mind. Oddities in human biology that scientists had never fully explained. Strange genetic sequences that did nothing, served no purpose anyone could identify, dismissed for centuries as evolutionary leftovers. He had read about them once idly, in some documentary he barely remembered. The council sent you here as an insult, Oracle said. A joke, meant to humiliate your species and end your persistent request for recognition. They believed correctly that no ordinary being could survive what waits within these walls. What they did not know, because they never bothered to look closely at the species they mock, is that they had, entirely by accident, selected the one being on your entire world capable of standing exactly where you are standing now. Daniel's mind raced, trying and failing to fit this new reality into anything familiar. Why me, though? Out of everyone on that station, why did it have to be me? The council's selection system searched for someone disposable, Oracle said. Someone unmarried, without dependence, without importance. What it could not measure, because no one has ever measured it, was the marker buried within you. The genetic thread connecting you to the ones who built this place. It is rare, Daniel Hale. Rarer than your council will ever understand. Their carelessness, their arrogance, led them directly to the one thread among billions that this vault was built to find. The images around them shifted one final time, showing the vault itself as it had once looked, whole and bright. Surrounded by a fleet of ships bearing symbols, Daniel did not recognize, but somehow, strangely, felt he should. What happens now? Daniel asked quietly. Now, Oracle said, and the platform beneath the pulsing light began to hum with rising power. I do what I was built to do. I open what was sealed. I share what was hidden. And I make certain that this time, when you and your people rise, you rise remembering exactly what you are, instead of being told what you are by those who never understood you in the first place. Far above, in orbit, the Threnid crew watched their instruments in growing alarm as the vault's power signature climbed past anything their sensors had ever recorded from a single structure. spreading outward in a slow pulse that their systems could not explain and could not stop. A wave of energy expanding silently through the dark toward the edges of known space, toward old, buried systems long thought dead, waking them, one by one. Like a heartbeat finally returning to a body that had been asleep for 10,000 years, alarms filled the bridge of the Threnid ship, a sound none of the crew had heard outside of training simulations. Second Voice gripped the edge of her console as the readings in front of her climbed, past every safe threshold the ship's systems recognized, numbers rising so quickly that the display struggled to keep pace. "That is not possible," the ship's captain said, staring at the same numbers with something close to fear crossing his usually calm face. "That structure has been dead for 10,000 years. Nothing should be drawing that much power." "It is not dead now," Second Voice said quietly. Across known space, other vessels were beginning to notice it too. Sensor arrays on a dozen worlds picked up the same strange pulse spreading outward from the edge of the galaxy, faint at first, then unmistakable, a wave of energy moving through old subspace channels that had not carried a signal in longer than any current civilization had existed. On distant, forgotten worlds, structures long buried beneath sand and ice, and centuries of neglect stirred faintly in response, small lights flickering on in places no living being had visited in millennia. The council chamber, still buzzing with the satisfied afterglow of their earlier joke, fell into stunned silence when the first reports arrived. Counselor Braxis stood at the center of the ring, staring at a live feed of the vault's power readings, his earlier amusement draining slowly from his long gray features. "This is a malfunction," he said, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. "A final defense mechanism, nothing more. The human will be dead within the hour, and this will settle back into silence as it always has." "And if it does not?" asked the Ordon delegate, his earlier laughter entirely gone now, replaced by something wary and calculating. Braxis did not answer immediately. He did not have one. Director Voss watched the same feed from the human observation deck, her hands trembling slightly as she reviewed the numbers scrolling across her screen. She had spent years trying to convince this council that humanity deserved to be taken seriously, arguing, negotiating, absorbing insult after insult with practiced patience. She had never expected the proof to come like this, wrapped in a joke that had clearly, catastrophically backfired. She reached for the priority comm line back to Earth, her voice tight with urgency. "This is Director Voss. I need you to get a message to the Council of Nations immediately. Something has happened at the vault, something big. I don't fully understand it yet, but I think it involves us, all of us. Prepare for anything." Back within the chamber, Daniel felt the floor beneath him vibrate steadily as more of the vault systems came fully online. A low thrum spreading through the structure like a great, slow heartbeat, finally finding its rhythm again after 10,000 years of silence. Oracle's light had grown brighter, steadier, no longer flickering with the uncertainty it had shown when Daniel first arrived. "They will not simply let this happen," Oracle said, seeming to sense the shift in the mood of the fleet watching from orbit. "The Council fears what it cannot control, and what has just awakened here is far beyond their control." "What do you mean?" Daniel asked, standing again, his legs steadier now, though his mind was still reeling from everything he had learned. "I mean," Oracle said, "that within the hour that ship above us will receive orders. Some among the Council will argue for retreat. Others, driven by fear or greed, will argue that this vault and everything connected to it should be seized or destroyed before your species can claim what is rightfully yours. History rarely rewards patience when power is involved." Daniel felt a cold weight settle over him, different from the fear he had carried walking into the vault. This was not fear for himself anymore. It was fear for what came after, for the small colony station he had left behind, for Director Voss and every other human caught unaware in the middle of a decision made by people who had never once asked what humanity actually wanted. "Can they hurt us?" he asked. "The people back home, I mean. If this council decides we're a threat now instead of a joke." "They can try," Oracle said, and for the first time, something in its voice shifted toward something closer to resolve. "But you should understand, Daniel Hale, what you stand within right now is not merely a vault of memories. It is a seed of something far greater, something built by a civilization whose reach once spanned this entire galaxy. I was not simply built to recognize you. I was built to protect what you represent, should the day ever come that protection was needed." Above, the debate in the council chamber had turned sharp and fractured, voices rising over one another as delegates argued over what to do about a threat none of them fully understood. Braxis, sensing the room slipping from his control, made a decision born more from wounded pride than careful strategy. "Send the order," he said finally, his voice cutting through the noise. "Tell the fleet to move in. If the vault will not surrender its secrets willingly, we will take them by force, before the humans can claim something they do not even understand yet." Aboard the ship in orbit, Second Voice received the order with a tightness in her chest she had not expected to feel. She looked toward the viewport, toward the vault glowing steadily brighter against the black of space, and thought of the quiet, unremarkable human she had spoken to during the long journey here, the one who had said, without a trace of fear, that he simply wanted to matter for once. She had a growing feeling, watching those lights pulse steadily below, that he was about to matter more than any of them had ever imagined possible. "Fleet is moving into position," the captain announced grimly, and across the bridge, every crew member braced themselves for what would come next, uncertain whether they were about to witness the destruction of an ancient relic, or the beginning of something the galaxy would never be able to undo. The fleet moved in formation across the dark, a dozen ships breaking away from their gathering point to close the distance toward the vault, weapons systems warming with a low, steady glow along their hulls. Second Voice stood at her post, watching the numbers tick down on the display, feeling the tension of the bridge pressing against her chest like a physical weight. Inside the vault, Daniel felt the shift in the air before Oracle spoke a word, a subtle change in the hum beneath his feet, as if the entire structure had drawn in a breath. "They are coming," Oracle said calmly. "Can you stop them?" Daniel asked, his voice steadier than he expected it to be, given everything that had happened in the last hour. "I was built for far more than defense," Oracle said, "but I would rather show you than tell you. Come." The platform beneath the pulsing light extended outward, forming a walkway that led toward a section of the chamber Daniel had not noticed before, a section of wall that now split open silently, revealing a smaller room beyond, lined with symbols that glowed faintly gold rather than the pale blue of everything else in the vault. At its center stood a single, simple chair, facing outward toward what looked like a vast window, though Daniel suspected it was something closer to a screen. "What is this?" he asked, stepping inside. "A place for the one who was recognized," Oracle said. "Sit, Daniel Hale, and watch." He sat, uncertain, and the moment he did, the window before him filled with a view of open space, the approaching fleet rendered in sharp, impossible clarity, close enough that he could see individual ships breaking formation to circle the vault from multiple angles. Above, aboard the lead ship, Braxis watched the same fleet close in with grim satisfaction, already composing in his mind the announcement he would make to the council once this was finished, once the vault's secrets belonged to the Threnid alone. That satisfaction lasted exactly as long as it took for the first ship's weapons to fire. The shot never reached its target. A pale, shifting field of light bloomed silently around the vault, catching the burst of energy and simply absorbing it, the light rippling outward like water disturbed by a stone, and fading without so much as a scorch mark on the structure's ancient surface. "Fire again," Braxis snapped, and the fleet obeyed, a dozen weapons discharging at once in a coordinated barrage meant to overwhelm any single shield. The result was the same. The light bloomed, absorbed, faded, and the vault continued to sit exactly where it had always been, entirely unbothered. Inside, Daniel watched the entire exchange from his seat, his hands gripping the armrests despite Oracle's evident calm. "They're not stopping." "They will," Oracle said simply, and the light around the vault shifted, no longer merely defensive. Threads of pale energy extended outward from the structure's surface, reaching toward the fleet's engines and weapon systems with slow, deliberate precision, not to destroy, but to still. One by one, the ships in the fleet found their systems locking, weapons going dark, engines idling against their crew's protests, held in place by something none of their scanners could even properly detect. On the bridge of the lead ship, Braxis stared in mounting horror as his own console refused every command he gave it. The ship rendered utterly harmless without a single hull breach, without a single life lost. It was not an attack. It was a correction, calm and absolute, delivered by something that no longer feared the fleet sent against it. Then Oracle's voice reached every ship in the fleet at once, carried through channels their own systems could not explain, filling their bridges with words spoken in every language present among them, calm, clear, and utterly without anger. "You came to seize what you do not understand," Oracle said. "I will not destroy you for that mistake, but I will remind you of something your council seems to have forgotten in its haste to mock those it considers beneath it. This vault, and everything connected to it, was never yours to claim. It was built for those who came from the ones who built it. You may return to your council and tell them exactly what you have seen here today." The image shifted then, and Daniel realized with a jolt that Oracle was allowing him to be seen. His own face now displayed across every bridge in the fleet, calm and steady despite everything he had endured in the last few hours. "My name is Daniel Hale," he said, finding his voice with a steadiness that surprised even himself. "Your council sent me here as a joke. They wanted to prove my species didn't matter. Instead, they proved something they never expected. We were never as small as you thought. We just never knew it about ourselves either." Braxis said nothing, staring at the screen with an expression Daniel could not read from this distance, somewhere between disbelief and dawning, uncomfortable understanding. The fleet withdrew within the hour, their systems finally released, their pride considerably smaller than when they had arrived. Within days, the story spread across every world connected to the Council, twisted and reshaped by rumor into a dozen different versions, but the core of it remained the same. The vault no one could open had opened for a single, ordinary human, and the ancient intelligence within it had called him something no one had expected to hear. Daniel returned to human space 3 weeks later, aboard a ship that treated him with a very different kind of respect than the one that had carried him away. Director Voss met him personally at the docking bay, her expression somewhere between relief and awe as she studied the calm, quiet man who had somehow reshaped humanity's place among the stars without ever raising a weapon. "You've caused quite a stir," she said. Daniel offered a tired, small smile, the same one he had carried onto the vault weeks earlier. "I just went where they sent me. The rest wasn't really up to me." Behind him, though he did not yet know it, the ancient network Oracle had begun waking across the galaxy, continued its slow, patient work, reaching toward other long, dormant vaults scattered among the stars, each one carrying its own fragment of a civilization that had scattered itself across the galaxy to survive, each one waiting for its own moment of recognition. Humanity had been sent to the edge of the galaxy as a joke. It returned as something the rest of the galaxy would never underestimate again.
Welcome to Starbound. If you're tired of AI-generated slop and want real human storytelling, please subscribe to support this channel. My name's Aaron. I'll be your narrator. Let's get into the story. Fleet Arbiter Nihilus stood on the Bothial Pact flagship's primary observation deck. He monitored the scheduled flight engagement unfolding outside the viewport, tracking ship movements like a clerk tallying a ledger. He stacked his shoulders, a descendant of deepwater hunters who long ago tamed their homeworld's crushing pressures. He reviewed the tactical holograms, absorbing the glare with deliberate focus. The bridge hummed with rehearsed discipline. Every packed officer sat at their station, spines pressed hard against their seats and chins elevated. The climate systems droned, blowing chilled, scrubbed oxygen across the immaculate command consoles. Nihilus checked the brass and coral timepiece strapped to his wrist. The antique marked the seconds with a sluggish grind of gears, mirroring the 100-year conflict's pace. On the main holographic display, the Scorian Ascendancy fleet maintained a mirrored alignment. The enemy vessels fired their plasma batteries in a staggered rhythmic sequence. Yellow lances of superheated gas crossed the vacuum, splashing against the packed energy barriers. The barriers brightened, dispersed the heat, and normalized. Packed gunners answered in exact synchronization. At the edge of the tactical display, a red-banded debris ring of shattered satellites and broken rock marked a forbidden hazard zone. The Covenant barred both fleets from entering it, and every firing solution curved carefully around its border.
"Time to the engagement boundary, Lieutenant?"
Nihilus asked, weighing each syllable.
3 standard intervals, Arbiter,"
the navigation officer replied, her focus locked on her console.
"The Scorian Vanguard crosses the line at the hour's peak." "Excellent. Prepare the formal ceasefire transmission. Route it through the Covenant arbitration nodes for official logging." "Preparing transmission, Arbiter."
Nihilus exhaled, the sound fading into the flagship's engine drone. The ghosts of a lengthy military career pressed his shoulders down. The Covenant of Conducted War governed every aspect of combat between the Pact and the Ascendancy. The Generation Treaty dictated safe zones, scheduled engagements, immune industrial targets, and negotiated avenues of retreat. To the Pact and the Ascendancy, the rules represented the pinnacle of civilization. Both empires managed their conflict to prevent planetary bombardments and ensure mutual survival. As Nihilus watched the scheduled plasma exchanges, a weight settled in his chest. The Covenant's honor anchored his worldview, serving as the sole force holding the galaxy back from slaughter. Yet the endless choreograph gnawed at him.
"Arbiter,"
the sensor officer called out.
"we detect a localized gravity shear, an unprecedented energy spike."
Nihilus stepped closer to the display.
"Are the Scorians deviating from the firing sequence?" "The firing sequence remains unbroken,"
the officer said.
"The distortion originates from the designated neutral observer coordinates. The humans have arrived."
Nihilus adjusted his ceremonial tunic. The United Nations Expeditionary Command had arrived in the Sector 25 standard days prior. The humans were a newly contacted species, a pragmatic, blunt race that had clawed out of a hostile biosphere using sheer mechanical stubbornness. The Pact and Ascendancy had invited them to witness the Covenant's grandeur.
"They arrive late,"
Nihilus noted.
"Ensure their vessels receive the telemetry feeds. They must witness the Saurian retreat past the boundary."
"Arbiter!" the sensor officer shouted.
"They're dropping into the active firing lanes." "The Covenant prohibits neutral vessels from entering the engagement zone,"
Nihilus stated.
"Signal them to abort and clear the engagement zone." "They are already here!"
The vacuum outside the massive plasteel viewports ripped open. A jagged tear of Chernikov radiation sliced across the starfield. The United Nations Expeditionary Command Fleet dropped out of faster-than-light transit. The ships decelerated with bone-rattling force, discarding all ceremonial approach vectors. The human flagship, a blocky slab of thickly armored gray metal named the UNEC Monolith, slammed into real space right between the packed dreadnoughts and the Scorian Vanguard. The massive human ship's physical arrival displaced the local gravitational field. The current of mandate shuddered. Nihilus grabbed the command console to steady his footing as the structural integrity alarms screamed. The UNEC flagship wedged itself into the battle lines, blocking the Scorian firing trajectories with its dense ablative hull. The Scorian plasma lances struck the monolith, splashing against thick armor plating built to absorb kinetic and thermal impacts. The vessel's architects had prioritized survival over aesthetics.
"Cease fire,"
Nihilus ordered, his command echoing across the deck.
Stop the batteries. Across the engagement line, the Skorian fleet cut their bombardment. The choreographed skirmish shattered. Silence overtook the battlefield. Nihilus stared at the gray behemoth sitting right in the battlefield's center. The humans had unbalanced the lines and ruined the schedule.
Open a channel to the human commander,
Nihilus ordered, his jaw tightening with frustration.
I require a word with him.
Commander Daniel Barrett stood on the UNEC Monolith's bridge. He was a broad-shouldered human with graying temples and a rumpled uniform. He held a mug of black coffee in his right hand.
Nav, have we anchored?
Barrett asked, taking a slow sip.
We hold position, Commander,
the helmsman replied, hands hovering over a haptic console. Right in the middle of their firing lane, multiple plasma strikes scorched the port side of Blade of Armor's outer paint layer.
Good. Comms. Do we have the alien commanders on the line?
The Pact flagship is hailing us, sir. The audio feed registers high vocal stress.
Barrett set his coffee mug down on the console. Over the past 25 days, he had reviewed the sector's intelligence data, calculating the millions of sentient lives spent on performative violence. A drive to fix broken systems motivated him.
Tell the Pact Arbiter I'm coming over for a chat,
Barrett said.
Have the flight deck prep my shuttle.
Sir, diplomatic protocols dictate we invite them here first,
the communications officer noted.
We skip their protocols. We go to them. I want to see how they run their ship.
Shortly after, Barrett stepped out of his shuttle and into the Current of Mandate's brilliant docking bay. He walked with heavy strides, his magnetic boots clanking against the polished deck plates. A pair of UN Marines flanked him, their expressions blank. Arbiter Nihilus waited for him, surrounded by an honor guard holding ceremonial energy pikes.
Commander Barrett,
Nihilus said, projecting his voice across the bay.
Your actions today violate the covenant of conducted war. You have endangered your own vessel and interrupted a sanctioned engagement. I expect a formal apology and an immediate withdrawal to the observer coordinates.
Barrett stopped before the tall alien. He examined the honor guards, scanned the spotless deck, and met Nihilus's gaze.
You polish the floors here, Barrett noted. Takes a lot of man-hours.
Nihilus blinked.
I beg pardon?
The floor, it shines. It takes personnel away from combat duties.
Barrett reached out his hand.
You mentioned a covenant. I want to see the rule book.
Nihilus stared at the human's hand. The lack of diplomatic reverence clashed with everything the Arbiter knew. Hesitating, Nihilus reached into his tunic and produced an enamel-plated reader. He handed it to Barrett.
Our legal and moral foundation,
Nihilus explained, tapping the device.
The sacred treaties governing our conflict.
Barrett accepted the reader. He scrolled through the text, his cortical translator processing the alien script in real time. He bypassed the preamble and the religious justifications, stopping at the operational parameters. He pinched the bridge of his nose.
Rule 52, Section A, Barrett read aloud. Combatants shall refrain from targeting supply lines, logistics hubs, or shipyards located beyond the primary engagement zone.
He swiped further.
Rule 89, Section C grants damaged vessels safe harbor and neutral repair stations. Paragraph F mandates ammunition and fuel purchases exclusively from certified neutral megacorporations to ensure equitable supply chains.
Barrett stopped scrolling. He looked up at Nihilus. He leveled a hard stare at the alien commander.
You protect their fuel?
Barrett asked.
Of course,
Nihilus replied.
Striking an unarmed logistics hub represents a barbaric act. It paralyzes the enemy's ability to fight and ends the war.
Barrett tilted his head.
Ending the war is the point of a war.
Ending the war means annihilation,
Nihilus countered, his posture rigid.
The Covenant ensures we fight with honor. We test our strength on the battlefield while protecting the foundation of our societies.
Arbiter,
Barrett murmured.
You run a highly lethal sports league.
Barrett turned around and walked back toward his shuttle.
Where are you going?
Nihilus demanded.
We have outstanding treaty violations.
I return to my ship, Barrett called over his shoulder. "I need to talk to my accountant." The UNEC Intelligence Center occupied a cramped room buried deep in the monolith's armored core. Overheated server racks warmed the tight space. Chief Analyst Adler sat cross-legged in a modified command chair. She was a focused human woman with dark hair tied back in a knot. Holographic screens surrounded her, displaying streaming rivers of data, cytoarchitectonic network maps, and intercepted communications. She treated data networks like jigsaw puzzles, unraveling them with relentless focus. Barrett walked into the room and tossed the packed reader directly into her lap. "Map the money," Barrett said. Adler picked up the reader. She plugged a bypass cable into its primary port and connected it to her console.
Map the money for what? Our initial orders told us to watch the aliens shoot each other.
"I just read their rule book," Barrett explained, leaning against the bulkhead. "Specific binding clauses force both sides to buy their supplies and repairs from neutral megacorporations. They legally protect logistics. I want to know who profits from this." Adler pulled her keyboard closer. The thrill of unraveling complex knots motivated her.
"Give me 10 minutes. I will map their arbitration network."
She typed a rapid sequence, bypassing elegant hacking protocols to use high-cycle decryption cascades on the Covenant's public access nodes. She mapped the arbitration network on the main display, generating a glowing web of intersecting lines.
"Their entire system relies on automated routing protocols,"
Adler said, dropping technical jargon.
"When an alien ship takes damage, the sensors automatically log the structural deficit into the Covenant grid."
"And then what happens?" Barrett asked.
"The system instantly generates a massive rebuilding contract,"
Adler explained, tracing a red line on the map.
"It routes the contract to an arbitration guild, which farms the job out to these supposedly non-aligned megacorporations."
"Look deeper into the shareholders of those corporations," Barrett instructed. Adler initiated a deep dive trace into the non-aligned sector's public banking APIs.
"Running the shell registries. This setup is transparent. The creators layered it behind just a handful of proxy guilds."
She pulled up a series of financial ledgers.
"Commander," Adler murmured, "the contracting megacorporation's major shareholders are the Pact High Command and the Ascendancy ruling elites."
Barrett let out a slow breath. "They pay themselves to fight."
"It operates as a perpetual economic engine," Adler confirmed. "The governments tax their citizens to fund the war. The military buys ships and fuel from the corporations. The crews blow up the vessels in scheduled skirmishes. The grid generates a new repair contract, allowing the corporations to collect a massive fee and funnel the profits right back into the admirals' and politicians' private accounts."
Barrett stared at the data. The century of bloodshed functioned as a manufactured farce. Millions of lower-class soldiers had died on the front lines to maintain a tuned financial loop. The elites had designed the war to be profitable. "Can you trace the specific hidden ledgers?" Barrett asked.
"I am trying," Adler said. "The central arbitration node's defensive algorithms lock the actual hidden ledgers. I can see the proxy guilds, but I need a privileged two-way connection to the central node to secure the routing numbers and unmask them."
"How do we establish a connection?"
"We need them to open one. A top commander filing a high-priority grievance forces the primary node to drop its external firewalls to receive the data packet. I could piggyback on that open connection and slip right in."
Barrett nodded. He reached for the comm station on the wall and pressed the button for the armory. "McCoy," Barrett said.
"Speaking?"
Captain McCoy replied over the receiver. "Prep the strike team, load the boarding shuttles, and check the coordinates I just sent."
"What is the target, Commander?"
McCoy asked. "A treaty-protected Scorian fuel refinery located behind the ceremonial front lines. Disable their ability to pump fuel. Leave the technicians alive. We refuse to play their game."
"Understood, Commander,"
McCoy replied.
"We will pack the soft tools."
Captain McCoy stood in the stealth boarding shuttle's troop bay. He viewed combat as a failure of planning, preferring improvised solutions and discarding military doctrine whenever it restricted common sense. He checked the seal on his armored helmet and looked at his strike team.
"Listen up,"
McCoy said, holding onto a grab strap as the shuttle maneuvered between the capital ships.
We bypassed the active war zone. The Skorian fleet is currently staring at the commander's ship. We slip past them and hit Tantalum Outpost.
Sir, the alien rulebook forbids that, Marine Cho noted.
The alien rulebook holds no authority over us,
McCoy replied.
We board the fuel depot. Intelligence says it runs on a skeleton crew and has enjoyed a century of peace. Automated point defense turrets remain offline.
Rules of engagement, Captain?
Non-lethal,
McCoy instructed.
These technicians act as glorified gas station attendants. We use restraint and target the plumbing. We bypass the personnel.
The stealth shuttle clamped onto the Skorian fuel depot's exterior hull with a metallic thud. The magnetic locks engaged. The boarding tube extended and breached the secondary airlock. McCoy stepped through the breach, his rifle lowered. He led his team down the depot's sprawling corridors. The gravity pulled harder, engineered for the high-mass Skorian physiology. The human power armor compensated. With the path clear, they advanced through the empty corridors and walked into the primary control room. A trio of Skorian technicians sat at massive consoles, drinking a dark liquid from metal cups. They looked up as the thickly armored humans entered. The technicians froze. A boarding action on a fuel depot fell outside their worldview.
Good afternoon,
McCoy said over his external speakers. His translator implant broadcasted his words in the resonant Skorian language.
Please remain seated. We are conducting some unscheduled maintenance.
McCoy gestured to his heavy weapons specialist, Vaslov.
Cut the manifold.
Vaslov walked over to the primary distribution manifold. The massive pipe fed the refined plasma into the loading docks. She unholstered a heavy thermal cutter and ignited the tool. A beam of white-hot energy erupted from the nozzle.
Wait!
A Skorian technician yelled, standing up.
That is a severe covenant violation. You will ruin the pressure seals.
That is the point, my friend,
McCoy said, stepping between the technician and Vaslov.
Please step back. The slag from the cutter presents a hazard.
Vaslov pressed the tool into the manifold's thick steel. Sparks showered across the deck. She severed the primary pressure couplings with a pair of lateral slices. The heavy metal clamps groaned, snapped, and fell to the floor. The distribution system hissed as the atmosphere equalized. The glowing plasma flow stopped. She had safely disabled the facility's ability to pump fuel.
I severed the lines,
Vaslov reported, powering down the cutter.
Excellent,
McCoy said. He looked at the technicians.
Thank you for your cooperation. Have a wonderful day.
The human strike team turned around and walked back to their shuttle. They executed Barrett's tactical request with steady reliability, leaving the Skorian technicians standing by the ruined plumbing of their sanctuary. War Master Charn stood on the Skorian Dreadnought's bridge, the crucible of ancestors. He possessed dense plating along his arms and broad shoulders, built by decades of martial training. A strict adherent to military tradition, he believed warfare proved a species' worth. He glared at the human flagship, his anger mounting.
They hide behind their thick armor,
Charn growled, crossing his arms.
They evade direct fleet engagements.
War Master,
his communications officer interrupted.
We just received an automated alert from Tantalum Outpost behind our lines.
Charn turned his head.
A malfunction?
A boarding action, War Master. A human strike team breached the facility. They used a thermal tool to sever the primary pressure couplings. The sabotage paralyzed the depot. Our Vanguard requires immediate alternate refueling.
Charn glared at the officer. The words failed to align with his conditioned mind. To strike a logistics hub insulted the core concept of warfare. Insulted by the sabotage, Charn marched to his command console and slapped his hands onto the tactile interface.
I view this insult as a grave offense,
Charn declared to his bridge crew.
The humans break the sacred treaty. I am transmitting a furious arbitration grievance through the Covenant network. I demand the legal right from the Guild to annihilate the human fleet for their rule violation. We will crush them.
Charn logged into the bureaucratic arbitration system. He typed out his grievance, citing specific clauses and demanding lethal retaliation. He hit the transmit button. The data packet fired across the network, seeking the Central Covenant node to log the complaint. Back on the UNEC monolith, Adler sat in her dimly lit room, tracking the alien network's holographic web. The data packet registered on her screen the exact moment it left Charn's ship.
We have a live connection,
Adler muttered to herself, leaning closer to the screens.
War Master Charn just filed a grievance. He is pinging the Central Arbitration node.
She typed a string of commands, racing against the system's automated retaliation protocols. A validated claim from the Central node would authorize the neutral sector's automated defense systems to fire on the UNEC fleet.
You want to exploit the treaty, War Master?
Adler whispered, tapping the final sequence.
Let's exploit it.
She intercepted the arbitration ping. First, she quarantined Charn's grievance in the node's pending queue and spoofed a verification delay, buying herself a narrow window before any defense authorization could propagate. She used the active connection to trace the signal backward, diving deep into the primary node's secure memory cores. She bypassed the standard firewalls by disguising her intrusion as a routine maintenance update. She found the master ledger.
I have the hidden ledgers,
Adler announced over the comms to Barrett.
I have the private banking data of every single supply guild funding the war. I secured the routing numbers for the diverted funds.
Execute the plan, Adler,
Barrett replied from the bridge. Adler initiated the breach sequence. She took the ledger of secret accounts and unmasked them. She stripped away the proxy guilds and deleted the encrypted routing protocols. She took the hidden financial network and directly connected it to the Galaxy's Central Financial Exchange's public banking API. Then she forced every shadow escrow, pending payout, and proxy transfer to reconcile through the public clearinghouse in a single burst. Within seconds, the public exchange's automated systems detected the massive, illicit flow of capital. Trillions of credits moving through unregistered channels triggered immediate flags for unverified routing. This action triggered the banking clan's automated fraud protocols. The fiscal AI prioritized market integrity, ignoring the ongoing war. With unthinking speed, the system slammed shut every single compromised account. It froze the financial assets of every supply guild funding the war. It locked the escrows and canceled the credit lines. The economic guillotine dropped. Arbiter Nihilus sat in his ready room aboard the Current of Mandate, pressing his fingers to his temples. The humans had derailed the engagement. He faced the miserable task of writing a groveling report to the High Command explaining the delay. The door to his ready room chimed.
Enter,
Nihilus ordered. The ship's quartermaster stepped into the chamber, shaking as he gripped a dispatch paper.
Arbiter,
The quartermaster gasped.
we face a logistical failure.
report the issue.
Nihilus commanded.
Did the Scorians damage a critical system?
A failure in the supply chain, Arbiter. The packed ammunition freighters waiting at the sector's edge have cut their engines. They hold their positions outside the deployment zone.
Nihilus stood up.
Have they mutinied? What is their grievance?
It is a strike, sir. The corporate captains require payment before delivering a single plasma battery, but their escrows failed to clear after the banking guild froze their accounts.
Order them to deliver the supplies under martial law. This is a war zone.
I tried, Arbiter. The corporate captains cited the Covenant's Rule 112, Paragraph F. Seizing supplies from a neutral megacorporation guarantees a treaty violation. Empty accounts ensure they hold their ground.
Nihilus felt a cold dread pool in his stomach. He walked out of his ready room and onto the bridge. He looked at the logistical holomap. The pack's entire supply chain went dark. The fuel ships stopped. The repair drones powered down. The ration freighters locked their cargo holds, bringing the engineered logistics system to a complete halt. The war ground to an administrative halt. Frustrated and disoriented, Nihilus boarded a shuttle and traveled between the idle fleets, returning to the human flagship. He bypassed the diplomatic greetings and marched onto the UNEC Monolith's bridge. Barrett stood by the central holo table, sipping from his coffee mug.
Commander Barrett,
Nihilus shouted.
what have you done? Our supply lines failed. The banking guilds locked our accounts. You introduce a chaos into the system that threatens our civilization.
Barrett placed his mug down on the console. He manipulated the controls on the holotable, pulling up Adler's financial data. The air filled with bright, glowing numbers. I skipped the chaos, Arbiter, Barrett said. I introduced an audit. Nihilus stopped shouting. He looked at the numbers.
What is this?
These are the exact ledgers, Barrett explained, pointing to a specific column. These trace the payments made by your government to the neutral supply corporations. These lines here trace the profits of those corporations flowing directly into the Pact High Command's private offshore accounts. Nihilus stared at the data. You look at the scars of a scam, Arbiter, Barrett continued. Your politicians own the companies selling you the bombs, just like the Scorian elites own the companies fixing their ships. Every time you fight a scheduled battle, the elites get richer. You fight a manufactured farce, letting millions of your people die to keep this profit engine running. Nihilus recoiled.
It contradicts the treaty,
he whispered, touching the hologram to verify the account names and routing tags of his own superiors. The realization fractured his worldview, his lifelong traditions, the Covenant's honor, the sacred duty he had upheld. It functioned as a hollow corporate machine. Before Nihilus could process his grief, blaring klaxons erupted across the human bridge. Red emergency lights flared. Commander, the sensor officer yelled, a Scorian dreadnought moves. It is overriding its safety protocols. Barrett snapped his attention to the holographic battlespace grid. War Master Charn's flagship, the Crucible of Ancestors, broke alignment. Stripped of his fuel lines and rearmament options, Charn realized his trapped state. The system was failing. Charn chose to end his legacy in battle, Barrett calculated. He initiates an unapproved forward charge.
He will ram us,
Nihilus realized.
His massive ship will crush your flagship and trigger its plasma core.
I have a plan for that, Barrett said. Nav, cut the main drive. Drop the shields. Power down the weapons. Sir? The helmsman asked, turning his chair. You heard me. Strip power from everything else. Divert all juice to the industrial tow tethers and the lateral thrusters. We catch him. War Master Charn stood on his bridge, gripping the command rail as his dreadnought accelerated. His frame braced against the heavy G-force. He ignored the frozen accounts in the broken fuel depot, caring only for martial honor. The humans breaking the rules inspired him to break them too. He desired a fireball, taking the human flagship with him.
Maximum thrust!
Charn roared.
Prepare for impact!
On the human bridge, Barrett watched the alien ship barrel toward them. The Crucible of Ancestors filled the viewport, a wall of dark metal and glowing engines. Wait for it, Barrett ordered. Wait for it. The dreadnought crossed the engagement zone, seconds away from a collision. Deploy tethers, Barrett shouted. From the UNEC monolith's underbelly and its escort frigates, thick spools of industrial-grade carbon nanotube cabling fired through the vacuum. Tipped with magnetic clamps designed for towing dead asteroids, the cables slammed into the charging Scorian dreadnought's hull. The magnetic clamps locked onto the thick armor plating with a heavy crunch. The cables pulled taut. Thrusters to maximum lateral burn, Barrett ordered. Drag him. The human frigates pushed their plasma drives to absolute maximum, thrusters flaring with intensity. The human ship's hulls groaned under the dreadnought's immense mass. The structural integrity alarms wailed. Barrett fought to hold the tether, executing a high-G maneuver. The monolith threw itself sideways, acting as a massive anchor. The charging dreadnought's kinetic energy fought against the UNEC fleet's lateral pull. Charn's ship jerked off course. Barrett dragged the enemy flagship sideways toward the red-banded debris ring at the edge of the battle space, the same Covenant hazard zone both fleets had spent the day avoiding. The Crucible of Ancestors plowed into the debris ring. Chunks of rock
slammed into its forward deflectors and peppered the engine housings along its flanks. The gigantic Scorian engine sputtered, spat a torrent of black plasma, and stalled as shattered metal and stone fouled their plasma feeds. With its thrust dead, the human fleet's braking thrusters finally bled away its momentum, bringing the dreadnought to adrift amidst the wreckage.
Engines are dead,
Barrett reported, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead.
He drifted to a halt.
He views capture as a disgrace for his kind,
Nihilus warned, standing on the human bridge.
He will trigger his ship's self-destruct sequence to preserve his honor.
I know,
Barrett said. He tapped his comms earpiece.
McCoy, you are on the clock.
McCoy and his strike team were already in transit, returning from their raid on the fuel refinery. Their stealth shuttle altered course, burning toward the stalled Scorian dreadnought in the debris field.
We see him, Commander,
McCoy replied.
Moving to intercept.
McCoy's pilot matched the massive alien ship's drift. The shuttle clamped onto the hull, directly adjacent to the dreadnought's primary bridge.
Breaching charges,
McCoy ordered. Vaslov slapped a ring of shaped explosives onto the thick hull plating. They detonated with a muted thud, blowing a clean hole through the armor. The strike team dropped into the dimly lit, heavy-gravity corridor right outside the Scorian bridge. A squad of thickly armored Scorian guards turned the corner, raising their plasma rifles. They expected a firefight. They intended to die defending their commander. McCoy denied them a firefight.
Deploy the foam,
McCoy instructed. The human Marines unclipped spherical canisters from their belts and rolled them down the corridor. The canisters popped open, deploying rapid-expanding concussive foam. The chemical compound expanded upon contact with the air, filling the corridor with a dense, hardening polymer. The polymer slammed into the Scorian guards, pitting them hard against the bulkheads. The material hardened in seconds, locking their weapons, their arms, and their legs in place. They struggled against the restraints. The resin remained solid. McCoy walked past them, tapping a trapped guard on the shoulder.
Sorry about the mess,
McCoy said.
It dissolves in a short while.
They secured the corridor without shedding blood. McCoy stepped up to the reinforced bridge doors. He pulled out a specialized kinetic ram, clamped it to the center seam, and fired. The doors blew open. McCoy breached the bridge. Smoke poured from the stalled engine's burnt consoles. War Master Charn stood in the room's center. His crew scrambled, trying to reboot the dead consoles. Seeing the human enter, he roared, drawing a ceremonial kinetic blade from his back. The heavy weapon served a final duel. Charn charged, raising the blade high to cleave the human in two. McCoy kept his weapons holstered. He stepped forward. As Charn brought the sword down, McCoy sidestepped the heavy downward swing. He deflected Charn's guard by slapping the swords flat with his armored gauntlet. Using the alien commander's own momentum against him, McCoy hooked his boot behind Charn's ankle. He executed a brutal leg sweep. The ship's crushing gravity assisted the throw, knocking the breath from Charn as he slammed flat against the deck plates. His weapon clattered away. Before Charn could recover, McCoy knelt beside him. He reached down and plucked the physical self-destruct key, an engraved cylinder, directly from Charn's ceremonial belt.
I will take that,
McCoy said, slipping the key into his pouch. McCoy reached into his other pouch and pulled out a standard-issue reader. He tossed it onto Charn's broad chest.
Before you try to kill me again, War Master,
McCoy instructed,
you should look at the true beneficiaries of your war. Your politicians are robbing you blind.
Charn lay on the floor of his own bridge. His chest heaved. He stared at the ceiling, processing his swift, bloodless defeat. He picked up the reader resting on his torso. He sat up. He looked at the screen. The human had preloaded the decryption ledgers Adler had uncovered. Charn scrolled through the embezzlement ledgers. The supply invoices populated the screen, followed by the automated arbitration nodes generating rebuilding contracts. The Ascendancy Ruling Assembly's exact names appeared as the repair shipyard's primary shareholders. His elites treated his casualties as a rigged betting market. With every Scorian ship lost and soldier killed, the elites celebrated a dividend payout and bought a new estate. The revelation shattered his martial philosophy. The honor of his war functioned as an engineered lie. He had spent his entire life worshipping a financial transaction. Charn stared at the reader for a long minute. His crew gripped their workstations, waiting for the commander to fight back. Charn dropped the reader. He threw his head back. He let out an echoing laugh. It was a booming sound that filled the bridge, a laugh born of absolute absurdity. He laughed until tears pricked the corners of his eyes.
They sold us,
Charn boomed, looking at McCoy.
They sold our blood for credits.
Yes, they did,
McCoy nodded.
Do you want to keep fighting for them?
Charn stopped laughing. He stood up. He walked over to an emergency communications console. He keyed the universal broadcast frequency.
War Master Chard, speaking for the Scoria Ascendancy,
he stated, projecting a new clarity.
I am transmitting the frontline fleets. Total surrender. Power down your weapons. The war is over.
Aboard the monolith, Nihilus heard the broadcast. He stood beside Commander Barrett. Nihilus stepped forward to the human's console.
Arbiter Nihilus, Bathial Pact,
Nihilus broadcasted, matching the cessation of hostilities.
all Pact vessels, stand down. Disengage all targeting protocols immediately.
In the UN command room, Adler watched the holographic fleet tracker. The hundreds of hostile red icons representing the alien fleets flickered. Within moments, they shifted to a peaceful blue. The room fell still. The human pragmatism had dismantled a sprawling interstellar tragedy in a matter of hours. Barrett stared at the conclusion of a 100-year war. He leaned against the console. He exhaled a long breath.
Comms,
Barrett murmured.
order medical and engineering teams to deploy. Send them to the Scorian fleet first. They took some damage in the debris field. Let's help them clean up.
The botanical observation deck on the UNEC monolith was a sanctuary of green life amidst the gray armor. Damp earth and blooming ferns thrived beneath engineered sunlight. Arbiter Nihilus had retreated here hours after the surrender. Devastated by the Ledger revelation, he sat on a wooden bench, staring out the viewport at the idle fleets drifting in the void. He processed the betrayal of his government. He traced the scar tissue on his jawline. He had earned those scars in a battle he considered righteous a half-century prior. Now, the truth stung. His leaders orchestrated that battle purely to inflate the quarterly earnings of a supply guild. The door hissed open. Barrett entered. He left his command jacket behind, wearing a gray undershirt. He carried a pair of ceramic mugs. Barrett walked over and sat beside Nihilus. He handed the alien commander a cup of hot tea. Nihilus took it. The ceramic's warmth seeped into his hands.
Thank you,
Nihilus whispered.
for the beverage, and for stopping the cycle.
You are welcome, Arbiter,
Barrett said, looking out at the stars.
I feel hollow.
Nihilus admitted, his voice rough.
My worldview was a constructed falsehood. I sent thousands to their deaths. How do I live with that? And how does my species rebuild?
You focus on what comes next,
Barrett advised. He allowed the alien commander a space to grieve. He offered pragmatic comfort. He omitted grand speeches.
You operated without the full ledger, but you possess it now. You have the power to tear it down and build something real in its place. That remains the only path forward. Fix the damage.
They sat together, drinking tea, watching the engineering shuttles fly between the once warring fleets, repairing the damage, healing the void. 2 days later, furious politicians from both alien governments arrived at the improvised peace summit aboard the UNEC monolith. They wore elaborate, jewel-encrusted robes. They demanded tribunals. They shouted about the Covenant's sanctity, demanding the arbitration network's reinstatement and secure supply lines. Barrett sat at the negotiation table's head. He listened to them yell for a short duration. Once they paused, Barrett reached into his pocket. He pulled out a data drive containing the decrypted embezzlement ledgers, the routing numbers, and the shadow accounts Adler had compiled. He tossed the drive onto the metal table's center. It landed with a clack. The politicians stopped shouting.
"That storage device contains everything,"
Barrett stated. He leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table.
"Every stolen credit, rigged contract, and drop of blood you monetized. I advise you to drop your demands for tribunals. I advise you to focus on rebuilding your societies and compensating the veterans."
The lead-packed politician scoffed.
You possess insufficient authority and power to dictate terms to us.
"I offer you a choice,"
Barrett replied.
"Sign the permanent peace treaty right now. My other option involves having my intelligence officer upload those files to the civilian grids. Let's see if the civilians respect the Covenant upon realizing you robbed them to pay for those vacation homes."
The politicians stared at the drive. The color drained from their faces. The game was over. They sat down, reached for the digital styluses, and signed the peace treaty. Barrett ended the argument using only a digital ledger. Deep in the bowels of one of the monolith's lower cargo bays, far away from the politicians and the treaties, Nihilus and Charn met face to face for the first time in their lives. Both commanders had discarded their ceremonial uniforms, stripping away armor and medals to don standard tunics provided by the humans. The Scorian War Master and the Pact Arbiter stood near a stack of shipping crates. Captain McCoy walked into the bay. He carried a toolbox.
"Gentlemen,"
McCoy greeted. He reached into the box and pulled out a pair of weighted pneumatic torque spanners. He tossed one to Charn, who caught it in his hand, and pitched the second to Nihilus, who grabbed it with a firm grip.
What is this?
Charn asked, inspecting the tool.
"It is a torque spanner,"
McCoy explained.
"The atmospheric scrubber in the corner took a power surge during the tether deployment. The surge blew a circuit. I need to reset the physical relays. It requires multiple people to hold the bypass controls while I splice the wiring."
McCoy offered the tool.
"I invite you two to help me fix it."
Nihilus and Charn looked at each other. As supreme commanders of massive armadas, they had directed fleets of dreadnoughts, yet possessed only martial training, leaving them baffled by mechanics tools.
"I will assist,"
Nihilus offered, masking his uncertainty.
"Show me what to hold, human,"
Charn grunted. The three of them knelt together over the atmospheric scrubber's open access panel. The machine was a tangled mess of copper wiring, blown fuses, and complex circuitry.
"All right, Charn,"
McCoy instructed, pointing with a flashlight.
"Use the spanner to clamp down on that blue valve. Keep it steady. Nihilus, seat your spanner on that red bypass collar. When I say go, give it a quarter turn clockwise and hold it there to open the flow."
"Understood,"
Charn said, his arm tensing as he clamped the spanner onto the heavy valve.
"I am ready,"
Nihilus affirmed, locking his spanner onto the red bypass collar.
"Go,"
McCoy said. Nihilus hauled the bypass collar through a quarter turn and held it there. Charn braced the blue valve against the sudden rush of pressure. McCoy spliced the burnt wiring, twisting the copper together and sealing it with a rapid weld tool.
"Hold it, hold it,"
McCoy muttered.
"Done. Release."
Charn released his grip. Nihilus eased the bypass collar back and unhooked his spanner. Deep inside the machine, a motor coughed. A second later, it caught. The atmospheric scrubber hummed to life with a steady vibration. A vent above their heads hissed, blowing a crisp draft across their faces. McCoy packed up his tools.
"Nice work, gentlemen. Your assistance was vital."
He nodded and walked out the cargo bay doors, leaving the alien commanders alone. Nihilus and Charn remained kneeling by the human machine. The clean air washed over them. Charn looked down at his hands. Evolution had designed them for war, molding them to crush and destroy. Yet today, they had held the pieces of something broken and fixed it. Nihilus looked at Charn. The Pact Arbiter took a deep breath of clean air. The former enemies shared a smile. The weight of a century of performative bloodshed washed away. The joy of creation settled between them. They had used their hands to heal a system for the first time in their lives.
The interrogation chamber smelled like burnt copper and recycled fear. Captain Maya Cross sat strapped to a chair that hummed with suppression fields, her wrists bound by energy cuffs that pulsed every 3 seconds. Across from her, the Valkorian Inquisitor leaned forward, his 4 eyes blinking in sequence like a malfunctioning traffic light. "You will decode these transmissions," Zethric demanded, his translator chip rendering his clicks into flat, emotionless English. "Your species intercepted our fleet movements. Impossible without breaking our encryption." Maya laughed, the sound sharp and genuine. "You think we cracked your codes? That's adorable."Zethric's mandibles twitched, a gesture she'd learned meant irritation. The Valkorians had conquered 47 star systems in the past century, their military precision legendary across 3 spiral arms. They didn't appreciate being mocked by a species that had barely achieved faster-than-light travel 2 generations ago. "Your arrogance is noted," Zethric said, sliding a datapad across the metal table. "Explain this." The screen showed a series of transmission logs, each one stamped with Valkorian encryption protocols. Beneath them, decoded messages in perfect English detailed troop movements, supply routes, and tactical vulnerabilities. Maya studied them with practiced indifference, though her pulse quickened. Someone had been busy. "Looks like you've got a leak," she said, shoving the pad back. "Check your own house before blaming the neighbors." Zethric's claws scraped against the table's surface, leaving shallow grooves. "We executed 17 officers suspected of espionage. All proved loyal under neural examination. The breach came from external sources." He leaned closer, his breath smelling of sulfur and ammonia. "From Earth." "Then arrest Earth," Maya replied. "I'm just a freight hauler who got unlucky." That was technically true. Her ship, the Nightingale, transported medical supplies along neutral trade routes. Unfortunately, she'd been in the wrong sector when Valkorian patrol cruisers had decided humans needed questioning. 3 weeks in their custody had taught her that their idea of justice involved guilt until proven innocent, with extreme prejudice. Zethric activated a holographic display. Symbols materialized in the air between them, glowing amber against the dim lighting. They looked vaguely familiar, geometric patterns that reminded Maya of something she couldn't quite place. These markings appeared in the data corruption that preceded each security breach, Zethric explained. "Our linguists cannot identify the language. Our cryptographers cannot decode the pattern. You will tell us what they mean." Maya squinted at the symbols, her brain cataloging shapes and angles. Then recognition hit her like a plasma bolt to the chest. She fought to keep her expression neutral, but something must have flickered in her eyes because Zethric's mandibles spread wide in what passed for a smile among his kind. "You recognize them," he stated. "Maybe," Maya said carefully. "Hard to say. Could be ancient Sumerian. Could be parking instructions from a shopping mall. Do not mock me, human." Zethric's voice dropped an octave, and the suppression field around her chair intensified until her teeth ached. 26 distinct symbols, repeating patterns, clear systematic structure. "This is a language and you know it." Maya did know it. The symbols were English letters rendered in a blocky, angular font she'd seen in old Earth archives, but they were backwards. Every single character had been flipped horizontally, creating mirror images that would confuse anyone unfamiliar with human writing systems. It was clever, devastatingly so. Whoever had sabotaged Valkorian communications hadn't used complex encryption or alien technology. They'd simply reversed the alphabet, banking on the assumption that an empire spanning dozens of worlds wouldn't recognize a trick so simple it belonged in a children's puzzle book. "I need water," Maya said, buying time to think. "Your atmosphere is killing my throat." Zethric gestured, and a guard brought a container filled with liquid that vaguely resembled water but tasted like aluminum and regret. Maya drank slowly, her mind racing. If the Valkorians learned how easily humans had infiltrated their networks, Retaliation would be swift and brutal. Earth's colonies barely established would burn. But if she played this right, she might walk out of here. Might even turn this disaster into an advantage. The symbols, Zethric prompted. They're human, Maya admitted, watching his reaction carefully. But not current human. This is an ancient writing system, dead for thousands of years. Archaeological stuff. Zethric's eyes narrowed in unison, a disturbing sight. You lie, check the databases, Maya countered. Earth has hundreds of extinct languages. Your intel teams should know this. We're a messy species with a messy history. It wasn't entirely false. Earth did have numerous dead languages, though none of them looked quite like backwards English. But Velkorians prided themselves on thorough research. If she could plant doubt, make them second-guess their own conclusions, she might create enough confusion to escape. Zethric consulted his datapad, his claws tapping rapidly. Minutes passed in silence, broken only by the hum of environmental systems. Finally, he looked up, suspicion warring with uncertainty in his alien features. Our records show Earth contains extensive linguistic diversity, he conceded. However, these symbols match no known human alphabet in our files. Because it's dead, Maya pressed, extinct. Lost to time except for a few scholars who study ruins and old monuments. Whoever used these symbols wanted to hide their messages in plain sight, make it look alien when it's actually human. Why would humans sabotage Velkorian operations? Zethric demanded. Your government signed non-aggression treaties. Your military is insignificant compared to our fleet strength. Maya shrugged as much as the restraints allowed. Governments sign papers. People hold grudges. You've occupied border systems that used to be neutral. Maybe someone got mad. Zethric stood abruptly, his full height towering over the table. You will decode the transmissions, all of them, or you will watch as we glass every human colony from here to the Sol system. The threat hung in the recycled air like a blade. Maya met his gaze without flinching, though fear coiled cold in her stomach. I told you it's an ancient language. I'm a pilot, not a historian. Get me access to archaeological databases. Maybe I can piece it together. You have 6 hours, Zethric said, motioning to the guards. If you fail to provide usable intelligence, your species will learn the cost of deception. They left her alone in the chamber, still bound but with a datapad propped on the table. The Velkorians hadn't bothered with additional security measures, confident their suppression fields and locked doors were sufficient. Arrogant, but understandable. No human had ever escaped their custody alive. Maya stared at the backwards letters glowing on the screen, her mind working through possibilities. Someone on Earth had gotten creative, using the simplest trick in the book to infiltrate an empire's communications. The reversed alphabet would be child's play to decode once you realized what you were looking at, but to alien eyes, it would appear completely foreign. She had to admire the audacity. It was the kind of thinking that had kept humanity alive through countless conflicts, the ability to improvise and adapt when outgunned and outnumbered. The question was, who had done it, and why? Earth's official military forces wouldn't risk open conflict with the Velkorians. The balance of power was too skewed, but Black Ops programs, intelligence agencies, maybe even rogue elements within the colonial defense networks, any of them could have launched an unauthorized operation. Maya started working through the decoded messages, reading them properly now that she understood the cipher. Supply depot locations, patrol schedules, command structure hierarchies. Whoever had gathered this intel had access to deep Velkorian networks, the kind of penetration that took months or years to achieve. One message caught her attention, its content chilling even in reversed English. Primary target confirmed. Human colonies designated for subjugation. Military occupation planned within 6 months. Recommend preemptive action. So that was it. The Velkorians had been planning to invade, and someone on Earth had discovered the truth. The sabotage wasn't random vandalism, it was a warning shot, a way to disrupt their preparations and buy time for humanity to prepare defenses. Maya felt a surge of pride mixed with terror. Whoever had done this was either brilliantly brave or catastrophically reckless. Probably both. The door hissed open, and Zethric returned with 2 additional guards. His mandibles were spread wide, and his eyes gleamed with what might have been triumph or fury. Hard to tell with the Velkorians. You decoded the messages, he stated, not asked. Some of them, Maya replied carefully. The language is complex, Dead languages always are. Zethric studied her for a long moment, his alien mind calculating probabilities behind those unreadable eyes. Then he did something unexpected. He laughed, a chittering sound that made the guards twitch nervously. "You are remarkably skilled at deception, Captain Cross," he said, "but not skilled enough. We analyzed your biometric responses during our conversation. Your heart rate spiked when you first saw the symbols. Recognition, not confusion. You knew immediately what they were." Maya's blood turned to ice water. Of course they'd been monitoring her vitals. Stupid mistake, letting her surprise show even for a microsecond. Moreover, Zethric continued, clearly enjoying himself now, "We had your ship searched more thoroughly. Hidden in your cargo bay, beneath legitimate medical supplies, we found communications equipment, military grade, encrypted with Earth Defense Force protocols. The suppression field intensified until Maya couldn't breathe properly, her lungs struggling against invisible pressure." Zethric leaned down until his mandibles nearly touched her face. "You are not a freight hauler," he whispered, his translator rendering the words with cold precision. "You are an intelligence operative, and you will tell us everything about Earth's espionage networks, or you will die slowly while we extract the information from your corpse's neural pathways." Maya fought the urge to spit in his face, knowing it would only accelerate her death. Her cover was blown, her ship compromised, and Earth's secrets about to be tortured out of her dying brain. The mission had failed spectacularly, but thenZethric's communicator chimed, a harsh sound that made him step back from the table. He listened to the incoming transmission, his mandibles contracting into what Maya had learned meant shock or confusion. "Impossible," he muttered, then switched to his native language, clicking and hissing at whoever was on the other end. The conversation lasted 30 seconds. When it ended, Zethric turned back to Maya with an expression she'd never seen on a Valkorian face before, genuine fear. "Your fleet has arrived," he said quietly. 70 warships. They appeared simultaneously across our occupation zones, dropping out of faster than light with perfect coordination. They are demanding your immediate release and the withdrawal of all Valkorian forces from neutral space. Maya's heart hammered against her ribs. 70 ships. Earth barely had 20 warships total, and most of those were patrol cruisers barely capable of deep space combat. There was no way humanity could field a fleet that size, let alone coordinate an attack against a military power like the Valkorians. Unless someone had been preparing for war much longer than anyone realized. Zethric's communicator chimed again, more urgently this time. He listened, he spoke. His voice had lost all its earlier confidence. "They are broadcasting a message," he said, looking at Maya with something approaching respect mixed with terror. "In our language, perfectly translated. They say if you are not released within 1 hour, they will demonstrate why humans call their homeworld a death world. They say they will show us what evolution in hell creates." Maya felt a smile spreading across her face despite the pain from the suppression field. "You should probably let me go," she suggested. "My people get cranky when someone kidnaps their operatives." Zethric stared at her for a long moment, calculations running behind his alien eyes. Then he gestured sharply, and the energy cuffs released. The suppression field powered down with a whine that sounded almost disappointed. "Go," he said flatly. "Tell your fleet we will comply with their demands. But know this, human, you have started something that will not end peacefully. The Valkorian Empire does not forget insults." Maya stood on shaky legs, rubbing circulation back into her wrists. "Neither do we," she replied. "That's kind of our thing." As guards escorted her toward the docking bay, Maya's mind raced through implications. Someone had built a secret fleet. Someone had been planning for this confrontation for years, maybe decades. And someone had used the simplest possible code, backwards English, to hide their preparations in plain sight while simultaneously crippling Valkorian communications. The question that would haunt her during the flight back to the Nightingale, and for months afterward, was simple and terrifying. If Earth's government hadn't authorized this operation, then who the hell had? The debriefing room on the EDF carrier Valkyrie smelled like fresh paint and recycled coffee. Maya sat across from Admiral Chen, a woman whose gray hair and lined face suggested she'd seen enough wars to know when another one was starting. "You look like hell," Chen observed, sliding a sexual ceramic mug across the table. "Real coffee, not the synthetic garbage most military vessels served." "I feel worse," Maya admitted, wrapping her hands around the mug's warmth. 3 weeks in Velkorian custody teaches you new definitions of uncomfortable. Chen's expression softened slightly. You did good work, Captain. The intel you gathered gave us exactly what we needed to justify the rescue operation. Admiral, with respect, I didn't gather much intel. I got captured, interrogated, and nearly executed. And since when does Earth have 70 warships? Maya leaned forward, exhaustion giving way to confusion and anger. I've been running supply routes for 5 years. I know our fleet strength. We can't field that kind of force. No, Chen agreed quietly. We can't. Not officially. The weight of those 2 words settled like lead in Maya's stomach. Explain. Chen stood and activated a holographic display. Star maps materialized, showing human colonies scattered across dozens of systems. Red markers indicated Velkorian occupation zones, slowly expanding toward Earth's territory like a malignant growth. 6 years ago, intelligence confirmed what we'd suspected for a decade. Chen began. The Velkorians were planning systematic subjugation of all human settlements. Not immediately, but eventually. They view us as primitives occupying space. They consider rightfully theirs. Old news, Maya said. Every species with a bigger fleet thinks that way. True, but most species don't have the resources or the ruthlessness to actually follow through. The Velkorians do. Chen manipulated the display, zooming in on a cluster of remote systems along the galactic rim. So a group of us decided that waiting for diplomatic solutions was suicide. We started building. Building what? Everything. Ships, weapons, training facilities. We called it Project Deathworld after what the Velkorians named Earth in their reports. Chen smiled without humor. Turns out spending 3 billion years evolving on a planet with higher gravity, more aggressive predators, and environmental extremes that would kill most sentient species makes you pretty good at war. Maya felt her worldview shifting, pieces clicking into place. The backwards alphabet. That was you, not me personally. But yes, Project Deathworld developed the cipher. Simple, elegant, and completely invisible to species that don't have mirrors or understand human linguistic evolution. Chen's smile widened. Zethric's team spent weeks trying to decode what amounted to a children's game. Why not tell Earth's government? Maya demanded. Why operate in secret? Because governments talk. And talk means leaks. And leaks mean the Velkorians would have destroyed us before we finished building. Chen's expression hardened. We needed 10 years. We got 6. Your capture and the subsequent interrogation forced us to accelerate our timeline. Maya processed this, her exhaustion making thought difficult. So everything I did, every supply run, every transmission I carried, was part of the operation. Yes? You've been working for Project Deathworld since you joined the freight service. Most operatives don't know they're operatives. Compartmentalization keeps everyone safe. Betrayal tasted bitter mixed with coffee. You used me. We used everyone, Chen corrected, because the alternative was watching our species get enslaved or exterminated. I won't apologize for that. Maya wanted to argue, to rage against being manipulated, but another part of her understood the cold logic. Survival required sacrifice. It always had throughout human history. What happens now? She asked, finally. Now we negotiate from a position of strength. The Velkorians think we have 70 warships. Actually, we have 43, but theater and timing create illusions. Chen closed the holographic display. They're agreeing to peace talk, neutral territory, equal delegations. The whole diplomatic circus. They'll want verification of our fleet's strength eventually. Let them look. By the time they finish counting and analyzing, we'll have actually built 70 ships. Maybe more. Chen's eyes glinted with something approaching satisfaction. Humans are excellent at improvisation under pressure. It's our evolutionary advantage. A knock interrupted them, and a young lieutenant entered. Her uniform crisp despite the late hour. Admiral, sorry to intrude. Captain Cross has a visitor requesting immediate audience. Tell them to schedule through proper channels, Chen said dismissively. Ma'am, they say it's urgent. Personal matter regarding the captain's family. Maya's blood chilled. Her family consisted of her younger brother, stationed on a colony world near Velkorian space. Send them in. The person who entered wasn't military, wore civilian clothes that looked expensive even by Earth standards, and carried himself with the confidence of someone accustomed to being obeyed. He was perhaps 60, with dark skin, sharp eyes, and a smile that didn't reach beyond his teeth. "Captain Cross, Admiral Chen, thank you for seeing me." His voice was smooth, educated, dangerous. "My name is Director Malik. I run a small organization dedicated to ensuring humanity's future, Project Deathworld," Maya guessed, among other initiatives. Malik sat without being invited, his posture relaxed but his gaze constantly assessing. "I wanted to thank you personally, Captain. Your capture provided exactly the catalyst we needed to reveal our capabilities to the Velcorians." Maya's hands tightened around the coffee mug. "My capture was planned, not precisely, but when it occurred, we adapted quickly." Malik's smile never wavered. "Your brother sends his regards, by the way. He's safe at the colony, continuing his work as a terraforming engineer. Brilliant young man. His innovations in atmospheric processing have been remarkable." The implied threat hung in the air like poison gas. Maya felt Chen stiffen beside her. Recognizing the message beneath the pleasantries, Malik was making it clear he knew everything about everyone, and that knowledge conferred power. "What do you want?" Maya asked bluntly. "Continued cooperation. The Velcorians will honor the peace talks, but other species are watching. The Krillian Collective, the Tharian hegemony, even the mysterious archivists in the deep core. They're all wondering if humans are actually as dangerous as we've implied, or if this was elaborate theater." "It was elaborate theater," Chen interjected coldly. 43 ships, not 70. Malik's smile finally reached his eyes, transforming his face into something almost predatory. "Yes. But the Velcorians don't know that, and more importantly, they don't know about the other projects. The ones that make warships look primitive." Maya exchanged glances with Chen, seeing her own confusion reflected back. "What other projects? Do you know why we called it Project Deathworld?" Malik leaned forward, his enthusiasm genuine now. "Not because Earth is dangerous, though it is, but because humans evolved specifically to survive danger. Our brains developed pattern recognition, so sophisticated we see threats that don't exist yet. Our social structures create cooperation under impossible stress. Our technology adapts and evolves faster than any other known species." He activated his own holographic display showing complex schematics that made Maya's head hurt. "We didn't just build ships, we built AI systems that learn from combat faster than biological minds can process. We built nanomachine swarms that can disassemble enemy vessels at the molecular level. We built quantum communication networks that make light speed seem slow." "That's insane," Chen breathed. "Even with 6 years we couldn't, if we'd started from scratch. But humanity has been preparing for extinction events since we climbed out of the primordial soup. Every disaster, every war, every plague taught us new survival skills. We just finally applied those lessons to galactic-scale threats." Malik closed the display. "The Velcorians think they rescued you to avoid conflict. Actually, they rescued you because our demonstration fleet was preparing to show them what real humans are capable of when properly motivated." Maya felt sick. "You would have started a war over one captured operative." "No, we would have ended a war before it formally began." Malik stood, smoothing his jacket. "The Velcorians planned to subjugate or exterminate humanity. We simply showed them why that would be inadvisable. They attacked our operative. We responded proportionally." "Proportionally?" Maya's voice cracked. "You nearly triggered an interstellar war." "I triggered peace," Malik corrected gently. "Sometimes the only way to avoid conflict is to demonstrate overwhelming capability. The Velcorians respect strength. Now they respect humanity." Chen cleared her throat. "Director, with all due respect, the Earth government will have questions about unauthorized military operations conducted without oversight." "The Earth government will be briefed at the appropriate security level," Malik replied, "which is to say they'll learn what they need to know when they need to know it. Democracy is wonderful for peacetime. Survival requires different approaches." He moved toward the door, then paused. "Captain Cross, you'll be reassigned to diplomatic escort duty during the peace talks. Your experience with Velcorian interrogation techniques makes you uniquely qualified to understand their negotiating tactics. Plus, Zethrex specifically requested your presence. Apparently he respects competence, even in adversaries." After Malik left, silence filled the debriefing room like water flooding a damaged hull. Maya stared at her coffee, watching steam rise in hypnotic spirals. I don't know if I should thank him or shoot him, she said finally. Both reactions are reasonable, Chen admitted. For what it's worth, I didn't know about the other projects either. I thought we were just building a defensive fleet. Nothing about this is defensive. It's all preemptive offense disguised as preparation. Maya drained her coffee despite it burning her throat. But it worked. Humanity isn't extinct or enslaved. So maybe monsters like Malik are what we need. Dangerous thinking, Captain. Dangerous times, Admiral. The peace talks occurred on Neutral Station 17, a massive orbital facility maintained by the few species with no territorial ambitions. Maya attended in full-dress uniform, standing slightly behind Earth's official delegation while Volcorian representatives sat across a polished negotiating table that probably cost more than her ship. Zethric was among them, his mandibles carefully neutral. When their eyes met, he inclined his head slightly, acknowledgement between warriors who understood each other's positions. The negotiations were boring, filled with diplomatic language and carefully worded concessions. Boundaries were established, trade agreements drafted, mutual defense pacts discussed. Standard procedure for species trying to coexist without murdering each other. But during a recess, Zethric approached Maya in the observation lounge overlooking the station's central hub. Thousands of ships from hundreds of species flowed through the docking bays like mechanical fish. I underestimated your kind, he said without preamble. A failing I will not repeat. We underestimate each other, Maya replied. Seems to be going around the backwards alphabet. Zethric's mandibles twitched in what might have been amusement. Elegant simplicity. We analyzed it for weeks, consulted linguistic experts, ran computational models. Never occurred to us it was simply reversed. Sometimes the obvious solution is invisible because it's too obvious. Indeed, Zethric watched the ships moving below. Your fleet, 70 vessels appearing simultaneously across multiple systems. That level of coordination requires quantum communication networks at minimum. Technology we did not believe humans possessed. Maya said nothing, letting silence confirm what he already suspected. We investigated further, Zethric continued. Your industrial capacity, your research programs, your technological advancement curve, it does not match your official reports. Someone has been conducting massive operations outside governmental oversight. Maybe we're just better at keeping secrets than you thought. Perhaps. Or perhaps humans are more dangerous than their primitive status suggests. Zethric turned to face her directly. In Volcorian culture we have a saying, beware the species that survives its own homeworld. Earth killed 99% of life multiple times before your kind evolved. That you emerged from such catastrophic selection pressure makes you uniquely formidable. Is this a threat assessment or a compliment? Both. A warning to my superiors that humans should be approached as equals, not subordinates, and a personal acknowledgement that you, specifically, are worthy of respect. His mandibles spread slightly. I hope we meet again under better circumstances, Captain Cross. After Zethric left, Maya remained in the observation lounge watching ships come and go. Her communicator chimed a message from her brother confirming he was safe and asking when she'd visit. Relief flooded through her, followed by lingering unease. Malik's organization had saved humanity by operating outside every law and oversight mechanism humanity had established. They built weapons, started wars, manipulated events, all without permission or accountability. And it had worked. Earth was safe, at least for now. But who watched the Watchers? Who stopped Project Deathworld if they decided humanity's survival required more extreme measures? Director Malik appeared beside her, his reflection ghostly in the observation window. A philosophical thoughts, Captain. Wondering if we've traded one threat for another, Maya said honestly. Fair question. For what it's worth, Project Deathworld exists solely to ensure human survival. Nothing more, nothing less. Malik's reflection smiled. Of course, defining survival gets complicated. Does it mean mere existence? Cultural preservation? Dominance over potential threats? You're not reassuring me. Good. Complacency kills species faster than any weapon. Malik turned to leave, then paused. The backwards alphabet was my idea, by the way. Spent 30 years as a cryptographer before running Project Deathworld. Always believed the best codes were the ones that looked like nothing important. Why tell me? Because you're smart enough to be dangerous, loyal enough to be trusted, and cynical enough to keep watching us. Malik's smile widened. We need people like you, Captain Cross. People who question authority while understanding why authority sometimes has to make terrible decisions. He left her alone with her thoughts and the endless flow of ships outside. Somewhere among them, 43 human warships prepared to return to hidden facilities. Their existence now confirmed, but their full capabilities still mysterious. And somewhere deeper, in laboratories and research stations scattered across dozens of systems, humans were building things that would make those warships obsolete. Maya pulled up her communicator, scrolling through messages until she found the one she wanted. It was from an anonymous sender received 3 weeks ago while she'd been in Valkorian custody. She'd ignored it then, assuming it was spam. Now she read it carefully. Captain Cross, if you're reading this, the mission succeeded. Your capture provided necessary justification for revealing Phase 1 capabilities. Thank you for your sacrifice. Humanity survives because of people like you. The backwards alphabet was just the beginning. Wait until they see what we're really hiding. Maya deleted the message, her hands shaking slightly. Then she composed a response to her brother, promising to visit soon. Some things mattered more than cosmic chess games between species and shadow organization. But as she walked back toward the negotiating chambers, she couldn't help wondering what Phase 2 looked like, and whether humanity would recognize itself when Project Deathworld finished reshaping their species into something strong enough to survive among the stars. The backwards alphabet had bought them time and respect. What other tricks were hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to reveal humanity's true nature? Maya suspected she'd find out eventually, and suspected she wouldn't like the answer. But survival rarely cared about preference. It only cared about results, and humanity, forged in Earth's unforgiving crucible, specialized in survival above all else.
The small human vessel drifted through the darkness of space like a leaf caught in a slow current. Its hull was old, marked with scratches and dents from decades of service. Inside the cramped cockpit, Admiral Marcus Webb sat alone, his weathered hands resting on the controls. His gray hair was cut short in military fashion and deep lines creased his face. He was 73 years old and he knew exactly what was about to happen. The sensors beeped. 3 massive ships appeared on the screen, dropping out of faster-than-light travel in perfect formation. They were Galactic Council vessels, each one 10 times larger than his small craft. Their hulls gleamed with advanced armor that could withstand weapons humans had not yet invented. Their engines burned with a blue light that seemed to mock the orange glow of his own outdated propulsion system. Webb did not try to run. He simply sat and waited. The communication panel crackled to life. A harsh, clicking voice filled the cabin. "Human vessel, you have violated Council territory. Cut your engines and prepare to be boarded. Any resistance will result in your immediate destruction." Webb reached forward and shut down his engines. The ship went silent except for the soft hum of life support. He stood slowly, his joints protesting after hours in the pilot's seat, and walked to the small cargo bay. He did not bother to arm himself. That was not why he was here. The boarding was efficient and brutal. The airlock exploded inward with a burst of cutting plasma. 6 Kryn warriors stormed through the smoke, their forearms carrying weapons that hummed with deadly energy. They were tall, reptilian creatures with scales that shifted colors to match their surroundings. Their eyes were cold and calculating. They found Webb standing in the center of the cargo bay, hands raised, completely calm. "I am Admiral Marcus Webb of the Terran Defense Forces," he said clearly. "I am your prisoner." The Kryn leader cocked its head, confused by the lack of resistance. In their experience, primitives either fought or begged. This old human did neither. They bound his hands with energy restraints that glowed blue against his wrists and led him to their flagship. The journey to the Council chamber took 2 days. Webb was kept in a small cell with a window that showed the vastness of space. He spent the time in meditation, remembering faces he would never see again. His wife, dead for 5 years. His daughter on the Mars colony. His grandchildren, who called him on video calls and showed him their drawings. He thought about them and felt the cold certainty of what was coming settle deeper into his bones. When they finally brought him to the Grand Assembly, Webb had to pause at the entrance. The chamber was enormous, a sphere carved from a single asteroid and reinforced with transparent metals. Hundreds of beings from across the galaxy filled the tiered seats. Some were humanoid. Others were so alien that Webb's mind struggled to process their shapes. There were beings made of gas contained in force fields, creatures that floated on gravitic waves, and massive insectoid forms that clicked and chittered to each other. At the center of the sphere floated the Overseer, the leader of the Galactic Council. It was an insectoid being the size of a small vehicle, with a crystalline exoskeleton that refracted light into rainbow patterns. Its multiple eyes focused on Webb with an intelligence that was ancient and cold. "Bring the human forward," the Overseer commanded. Its voice came through a translation device but still carried harmonics that made Webb's teeth ache. The Kryn guards pushed Webb toward the center platform. He stumbled slightly, playing up his age, and heard laughter ripple through the assembly. "Good," he thought. "Let them laugh." "You are Admiral Marcus Webb," the Overseer stated. It was not a question. "I am." "You command the human military forces?" "I am one of several fleet admirals, yes." More laughter. A serpentine creature in the upper tiers hissed loudly. "They have several admirals for their pathetic fleet? How many ships do humans possess, Overseer?" 300. 400. The Overseer's eyes never left Webb. "Our intelligence suggests the humans have approximately 470 combat-capable vessels. Most are outdated by our standards. Some still use chemical propulsion for maneuvering." The chamber erupted in jeering sounds that Webb's translator could barely process. A blob-like creature that communicated through color changes flashed what Webb's device interpreted as amusing primitives. "And yet," the Overseer continued, "you violated our borders. Your colony ships have been detected in systems we claimed 3,000 years before your species discovered fire." "This is unacceptable." Webb said nothing. He simply stood and waited. This was the important part. They needed to talk, to posture, to demonstrate their superiority. Every minute they spent mocking him was a minute humanity used to prepare. A new voice spoke from the left tier. It belonged to a Vryn, a species that resembled upright wolves with 6 legs and crystalline growths along their spines. "Perhaps the humans do not understand mathematics. Allow me to educate you, old creature. The Vryn alone possess 10,000 warships. The Zilthari have 8,000. The Kron have 6,000. Together, the Council commands over 50,000 vessels, each more advanced than anything your primitive world has produced. Do you understand these numbers?" "I understand them," Webb said quietly. "Then you understand the futility of resistance," the Overseer said. "We are not without mercy. We recognize that humans are a young species, ignorant of galactic law. Therefore, we offer you terms. Evacuate your illegal colonies within 1 planetary rotation. Return to your home system. Remain there for the next century while we determine if your species is capable of civilized behavior. Refuse and we will remove your colonies by force." Webb looked up at the Overseer. His old eyes met those alien orbs without fear. "And if we refuse your terms?" The chamber fell silent. Then the laughter began again, louder than before. The idea that humans might refuse seemed to be the funniest thing these ancient species had heard in centuries. A Zilthari representative, a being of pure energy contained in a mechanical body, spoke with a voice like grinding metal. "If you refuse, old human, we will demonstrate why the Council has maintained peace in this galaxy for 10,000 years. We have weapons that crack planets like eggs. We have ships that can sterilize a world from orbit in hours. We have fought and defeated species far more advanced than yours. You are insects to us, annoying but easily crushed." Webb nodded slowly as if considering this information. "I see. You've given this a lot of thought. We have considered every possibility," the Overseer said. "Why do you think we are telling you this?" "It is not a threat. It is simple reality. Your species cannot win a war against the Council. No species can. This is why there is peace." "I understand," Webb said. He took a breath, feeling the weight of what came next. "Then I have a question, if I may." The Overseer gestured with a bladed limb. "Speak. Why did humanity send an old man like me for such an important negotiation?" The question caused a stir in the assembly. Several beings made sounds that Webb's translator marked as confusion or curiosity. "We have wondered this ourselves," the Overseer admitted. "It seems strange that your species would send someone so diminished. Is this an insult? Or simply incompetence?" Webb smiled then, and something in that smile made several of the nearer Council members lean back. "I volunteered," he said softly, "and my government accepted because I'm one of the few humans old enough to remember the last time my species truly went to war. The real kind of war, the kind where survival is the only goal." "You speak of your primitive conflicts," a Kron representative said dismissively. The silicon-based being's voice sounded like rocks grinding together. "We have studied your history. You fight amongst yourselves over resources and territory. Children squabbling over toys." "Yes," Webb agreed. "We do fight amongst ourselves. We've been doing it for our entire history. Thousands of years of continuous warfare. We've developed quite a talent for it." The Overseer's mandibles clicked in what might have been amusement. "And you believe this gives you an advantage against species who have conquered star systems?" Webb's smile faded. His expression became something colder, harder. "No, Overseer. I believe it means we understand something you've forgotten. But you'll remember soon enough." The chamber erupted in angry sounds. The Overseer raised a limb for silence. "You have one rotation, Admiral Webb. Evacuate your colonies or we will do it for you." This audience is concluded. As the guards moved to take him away, Webb turned back. "You want war, Overseer?" The ancient being regarded him with something that might have been pity. "Do not be foolish, human. You cannot want war with us." Webb's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. "You want war? We'll give you war." The laughter followed him all the way back to his cell. They kept Webb in a cell with walls made of some kind of energy field that hummed constantly. The sound reminded him of old power lines back on Earth. He sat on the simple bench they had provided and waited. He knew they would bring him back. Species like these always wanted to gloat, he was right. 6 hours later, the guards came for him again. This time they brought him to a smaller chamber. Only a dozen council members were present, including the Overseer. They wanted a more intimate setting for what came next. They wanted him to see their confidence up close. "Admiral Webb," the Overseer began, settling its massive form onto a floating platform. "We have reviewed your species' military capabilities in greater detail. Perhaps a more thorough understanding will help you see reason." Webb said nothing. He simply stood and listened. A Vryn commander stepped forward. Its crystalline spines glowed with inner light as it spoke. "The Vryn fleet consists of 10,347 warships. Our smallest vessels are twice the size of your largest. Our weapons can punch through your hull armor like it does not exist. We have shields that would absorb your entire arsenal without failing. In simulations, a single Vryn battle group could destroy your entire fleet in less than 1 standard hour." The commander paused, clearly expecting a reaction. Webb gave none. A Zelthari representative drifted forward. Its mechanical body gleamed under the chamber's lights. The Zelthari possessed dreadnoughts capable of cracking continental plates. "We have used them 3 times in our history to end species that threatened galactic peace. The process takes approximately 6 hours per planet. Your Earth would be rendered uninhabitable in less than a day." Still, Webb remained silent. His old face showed nothing. A Kron delegate, its silicon body reflecting light like a living diamond, spoke in grinding tones. "The Kron have developed molecular destabilization weapons. They cause matter itself to lose cohesion. We used them to end the Haleth expansion 2,000 years ago. An entire civilization of 12 billion beings spread across 40 worlds ceased to exist in a span of 3 weeks. We still have these weapons. We maintain them precisely for situations like this." The testimonies continued. Each species detailed their military might, their victories, their technologies that seemed like magic compared to human capabilities. They spoke of wars lasting centuries, of weapons that could sterilize solar systems, of defense systems that could detect threats across light years. Through it all, Webb stood quietly, his hands clasped behind his back in an old military posture. His face remained calm, almost meditative. This seemed to frustrate them. "Do you understand what we are telling you?" the Overseer finally asked. "Do you comprehend the scale of power you face?" "I understand," Webb said softly. "Then why do you not show fear? Why do you not beg for your world?" A Serpentine council member asked, its hood flaring in agitation. Webb looked up at the assembled beings. "May I tell you about human history?" The Overseer gestured permission. "If you believe it relevant." "We've been fighting wars for at least 10,000 years, Webb began. His voice was quiet but clear. "Probably longer, but that's as far back as our records go with certainty. We've never stopped. Not for a single generation. Somewhere on Earth, someone was always fighting someone else." "We know this," the Vryn commander interrupted. "Primitive tribal conflicts. Disputes over resources and territory." "Yes," Webb agreed. "But let me tell you about the scale. In our first truly global war, we killed 17 million people in 4 years. We poisoned entire regions with chemical weapons that made the soil deadly for decades. We learned to kill efficiently. The council members shifted uncomfortably but said nothing. Then we did it again. Webb continued. A second global war. This time we killed between 70 and 85 million people in 6 years. We developed weapons that could destroy entire cities in seconds. We called them atomic bombs. We used them. Twice on cities full of civilians. Barbaric, someone muttered. Yes, Webb said simply. It was, but that's not the important part. The important part is what came after. We developed bigger bombs, hydrogen bombs, bombs that made the first ones look like toys. We built thousands of them. We pointed them at each other and said, if you attack us, we will destroy your entire civilization. And the other side said the same thing back. Mutually assured destruction, the overseer said. We are familiar with the concept. It is a deterrent. Webb shook his head slowly. You think of it as a deterrent. We thought of it as a promise. For 50 years, my grandparents' generation lived knowing that any day, everything could end. Cities could become shadows on glass. Millions could die in minutes. And you know what? They were willing to do it. Both sides were willing to push the button if it came to it. But they did not, the Zeltari said. Reason prevailed. Luck prevailed, Webb corrected. There were at least 6 times when we came within minutes of total nuclear war. Each time it was stopped by a single person making a choice. But the willingness was there. The weapons were there. We were ready to end our world rather than surrender to the other side. The chamber was quiet now. The mocking laughter had stopped. Webb continued, his voice growing harder. And those weapons? They still exist. We haven't used them in over 2 centuries, but we haven't forgotten how to make them. We've gotten better at it, actually. Our modern weapons are far more efficient, but that's not all we learned. He began pacing slowly, his old body moving with the careful precision of a career soldier. We learned to weaponize disease. We created viruses and bacteria designed to kill. We learned to poison water, to salt earth so nothing would grow, to burn entire forests to deny them to our enemies. We developed gas that would eat through any protection and dissolve human lungs. We built machines that could kill millions and operated them like factories with schedules and quotas. Enough, the overseer said, its voice sharp. We do not need a recitation of human atrocities. Webb stopped and looked directly at the ancient being. You asked why I don't show fear. This is why. Every species here has told me about their weapons, their victories, their power. But I haven't heard anything humans haven't already done to each other. You threaten to destroy our colonies? We've destroyed our own cities. You threaten to make our worlds uninhabitable? We've poisoned our own planet and had to spend centuries cleaning it up. You talk about ending our civilization? We almost did that ourselves, multiple times. You claim this makes you strong? The Kron delegate asked. It sounds like madness. Maybe it is, Webb admitted. But it's also experience. Every species here has fought wars for territory, for resources, for political power. You have rules, honor codes, lines you won't cross because war is a tool for you, a means to an end. He paused, letting the silence stretch. For humans, war isn't a tool. When we truly go to war, when our survival is at stake, there are no rules. There are no lines we won't cross. There's only survival or extinction, and we will do anything, burn anything, sacrifice anything to survive. Brave words from a prisoner, the Vryn commander said, but its voice lacked the earlier confidence. Webb smiled again, that cold smile that didn't reach his eyes. You think I'm afraid of dying? I'm 73 years old. I've lived a full life. I've seen my children grow up. I've held my grandchildren. If I die here, I die satisfied. But my grandchildren are on Mars. My great-nieces and nephews are on New Hebrides colony. You threaten them. You threaten all of humanity's children. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, that a human won't do to protect their children. We have a saying, mess with Mama Bear's cubs and see what happens. You've just poked Mama Bear. All 7 billion of her. The overseer's mandibles clicked rapidly, a sign of agitation. You continue to make threats you cannot back up. Your fleet is insignificant. Your technology is centuries behind ours.
What can you possibly do?
Webb straightened. I told you, we'll give you war. The kind of war humans know how to fight. The kind where the only goal is to hurt you so badly that you lose the will to continue. Not to beat you. Not to conquer you. Just to make victory cost more than you're willing to pay. You're insane, the Serpentine Council member hissed. Maybe, Webb said, but we're also very, very good at it. We've had 10,000 years of practice, and unlike you, we're not fighting for territory or resources. We're fighting for survival. That's a different kind of war entirely. The Overseer rose from its platform. This conversation is pointless. You have one rotation, Admiral Webb. Evacuate or be removed. This is not negotiable. As the guards moved to take him away, Webb called out one more time. Overseer, I have one question. The ancient being paused. What? Do you know why my government really sent me? Why an old man instead of a young, strong soldier? Enlighten us. Webb's expression became something ancient and terrible. Because I volunteered to die. Because I'm old enough to remember real war and young soldiers still have hope. Hope that peace is possible. Hope that reason will win. I have no such hope. I know what's coming, and I wanted to look you in the eye when I delivered the warning you won't hear, because I understand pride, Overseer. I'm counting on it. The chamber doors closed behind him and the council sat in uncomfortable silence. The rotation passed slowly. Webb spent it in his cell sitting in meditation or staring out at the stars. He didn't sleep much anymore. Old soldiers rarely did. The guards brought him food that his translator assured him was safe for human consumption. It tasted like paste, but he ate it without complaint. He needed his strength for what came next. When they finally came for him, Webb knew the time had arrived. The deadline had passed. The council would want him present for their demonstration of power. They would want him to see humanity's colonies evacuated or destroyed, to witness their might firsthand. It was the way of empires. Show your dominance. Make it clear. Break the spirit before you break the body. The Grand Assembly was full this time. Every seat was occupied. Thousands of beings from hundreds of species had gathered to watch the council's judgment. Webb was brought to the center platform again, but this time he was placed in a transparent containment field. They wanted everyone to see him clearly. The Overseer floated above, its crystalline form catching and reflecting the chamber's lights. Admiral Marcus Webb of the Terran species. The rotation has ended. Your colonies have not evacuated. Do you have anything to say before we proceed with enforcement? Webb stood straight despite his age. His voice was clear and strong. I have a question first, if you'll permit it. The Overseer gestured with a bladed limb. Ask, did you detect any human ships evacuating the colonies? We did not, the Overseer confirmed. Your colonies remain fully populated. This is why we must act, Webb nodded slowly. Then I suppose there's only one thing left to say. He paused, letting the silence build. The entire assembly waited. You want war? The chamber erupted in laughter again, just as it had before. The sound echoed off the walls, a chorus of species that found human defiance hilarious. We'll give you war, Webb finished quietly. The Overseer's mandibles clicked in what might have been pity. Admiral, you cannot want war with the Galactic Council. Your species would not survive. You're probably right, Webb agreed. But that's not really the point, is it? Then what is the point? The Vryn commander demanded from its seat. Webb turned to face the warrior species directly. The point is what you told me yesterday. You said you could destroy our entire fleet in under an hour. That your simulations proved it. Did you ever wonder why we'd give you the chance? Something in his tone made the laughter die away. The Overseer leaned forward. What do you mean? That ship you captured me in, Webb said conversationally. It wasn't a diplomatic vessel. It was bait. And you took it beautifully. A ripple of unease passed through the assembly. The Overseer's multiple eyes narrowed. Explain. You spent a full rotation mocking me, showing me your strength, explaining why we can't win. Very thorough. Very impressive. You gave me exact fleet numbers, weapon capabilities, strategic deployments. Thank you for that, by the way. Our intelligence services were missing some details. The Kron delegate's crystalline form flashed with anger. You think you gained intelligence from us? We told you nothing you couldn't have discovered on your own. True, Webb admitted. But more importantly, you gave us time. While you were parading me around, demonstrating your superiority, making speeches about your power, humanity was doing something you clearly didn't expect. We were preparing. The Overseer made a sharp gesture. A holographic display appeared in the center of the chamber, showing the sectors of space containing human colonies. Our sensors show no unusual activity. Your colonies remain in place. Your fleet positions have not changed significantly. Webb smiled. Check your subspace communications. The Overseer hesitated, then made another gesture. A technician in one of the lower tiers worked rapidly at a console. The holographic display shifted, filling with data streams. Then the technician made a sound of alarm. Overseer, the subspace bands they're saturated with human transmissions, military encryption, fleet movements, weapons protocols. It's everywhere. The display changed again, showing the communications network that spanned council space. It was lit up like a festival, glowing with thousands of human signals. The technician worked frantically. I'm decrypting what I can. They're not trying very hard to hide it. These are mobilization orders. Every human colony is activating military reserves. Every civilian ship is being retrofitted. Every station is coming online as a weapons platform. The chamber exploded into sound. Species shouting questions, demanding answers, calling for immediate action. The Overseer's voice cut through it all, amplified and commanding. Silence. The noise died to a murmur. The Overseer turned all its attention to Webb. This changes nothing. You are still vastly outnumbered. What are you playing at, human? Webb's expression became colder. You told me about your wars. Centuries-long conflicts over territory. Battles for resources. Wars fought with rules and honor codes. Wars where the goal is conquest or political advantage. That's not the kind of war humans fight when survival is at stake. All wars are about survival. The Zelthari representative said. No. Webb corrected. All wars are about victory. Survival is just assumed. But humans learned a long time ago that sometimes you can't win. Sometimes the enemy is too strong, too numerous, too advanced. So we developed a different strategy. He began pacing in his containment field. We learned to make victory so expensive that it becomes meaningless. We don't fight to win territory. We fight to break your will, to make you question why you're fighting, to make you fear what we'll do next. The Overseer's mandibles clicked rapidly. You're describing terrorism. Guerrilla tactics. These are the weapons of the weak. Yes, Webb agreed readily. They are. And humans are very, very good at them. We've been using them against each other for millennia. Every empire that ever existed on Earth learned to fear the guerrilla fighter. The one who doesn't stand and fight honorably. The one who strikes from nowhere and vanishes. The one who turns your strength into a liability. A Vryn warrior stood, its spines glowing with aggression. We have faced such tactics before. They are annoying but ultimately ineffective against superior force. Webb turned to face the warrior. Have you? Let me ask you something. In all your wars, all your glorious victories, how many times has your enemy destroyed their own territory rather than let you have it? How many times has your enemy turned their own colonies into weapons? How many times has your enemy looked at certain defeat and decided that if they can't survive, neither should you? The silence that followed was profound. You haven't, Webb continued, because species that join your council fight civilized wars. Wars with rules. But Earth is different. We never had a unified government until 200 years ago. For most of our history, we were dozens, then hundreds of separate nations all fighting each other. We developed weapons specifically to hurt our own species. We got very good at it. The holographic display shifted again, showing new data. The technician's voice was shaken. Overseer, I've decrypted more of the transmissions. The humans are discussing something called Scorched Earth Protocol. They're preparing to destroy their own colonies. Impossible, the Kron delegate said. Why would they destroy what they're trying to protect? Webb answered before the Overseer could. Because if we can't keep them, we'll make sure you don't get them either. Every colony has fusion reactors, power cores, ships in orbit. All of it can be weaponized. You want our territory? Fine. Come take radioactive wastelands. Come occupy ruins. Come try to hold ground where every building might be booby-trapped, every system might have hidden viruses, every citizen might be a resistance fighter. The Overseer's voice was cold. You would sacrifice your own people? We've evacuated the non-essential personnel, Webb said. The people still there? They volunteered to stay. They know what's coming. They're willing to fight, willing to die, willing to take as many of you with them as they can. That's what you don't understand about humans. When you threaten our children, our homes, our species, we don't calculate odds. We don't consider surrender, we fight. And we fight dirty, another technician called out. Overseer, we're detecting weapon signatures. The humans are bringing online systems we didn't know they had. Nuclear arsenals, biological weapons, chemical agents. Some of these readings don't match any known technology. Webb's smile was grim. During our peaceful decades, while we were making friends and learning about the galaxy, we were also preparing. We studied every species we met. We learned your biologies, your weaknesses, your fears. We designed weapons specifically for each of you. Viruses that target Vrin respiratory systems, nanites that disrupt Kron silicon structures, frequencies that cause Zelthari energy matrices to destabilize. We have them all. We haven't deployed them because we hoped we'd never need to, but we have them. The chamber erupted in outrage. Beings shouting about war crimes, about violations of galactic law, about the unthinkable nature of such weapons. Webb waited for the noise to die down. You're right. These weapons are terrible, unthinkable, evil even, but they exist. And if you push us to extinction, we'll use them. All of them. Because humans have a saying, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. We mean it. The Overseer's voice was quiet now. Dangerous. You're threatening mutual destruction. Not threatening, Webb corrected. Promising. You want war? We'll give you war. The kind where nobody wins. The kind where victory and defeat the Council war room was organized chaos. Dozens of technicians worked at holographic displays that showed the entire theater of operations. The Overseer hovered at the center, coordinating responses while Webb watched from his containment field. They had moved him here deliberately. They wanted him to see humanity's defeat. They wanted to break him by showing him the futility of resistance. But as the reports flooded in, Webb saw something different. He saw confusion, hesitation, the first cracks in the Council's confidence. Fleet Commander Vrin Taral reporting. A voice crackled over the communication system. We have arrived at New Hebrides colony with Battle Group 7. 2,000 ships as ordered, Overseer. The holographic display showed the system. New Hebrides was a modest colony on a planet with 3 moons. The human defense fleet was visible on sensors. Barely 100 ships clustered around the main settlement. Destroy the defense fleet, the Overseer commanded. Then begin orbital bombardment of military targets. Keep civilian casualties to a minimum. We are not monsters. Webb said nothing, but he smiled slightly. The battle began exactly as the Council expected. The Vrin ships were faster, stronger, better armed. They moved in perfect formation, their shields absorbing the human weapons' fire with ease. The human ships fought back desperately, using every trick they knew. They paired up, covering each other's weak points. They concentrated fire on single targets, trying to overwhelm shields through sheer persistence. They even attempted ramming attacks when their weapons ran dry. It was brave. It was futile. Within 30 minutes, the human defense fleet was reduced to debris. Pitiful, the Kron delegate muttered, watching from the war room. They fought with courage, but courage means nothing against superior force. Webb still said nothing. He simply watched. The Vrin fleet moved into low orbit, preparing for bombardment. Their weapons could precisely target military installations, while leaving civilian areas mostly intact. It was surgical, civilized, the proper way to conduct warfare. That's when the colony exploded. The blast registered on every sensor in the system. The entire planet's surface erupted with the fury of 1,000 fusion reactors detonating simultaneously. The shockwave caught the Vrin ships in low orbit before they could react. Shields that could withstand weapons fire meant nothing against the raw physics of a planet-scale explosion. 300 ships vanished in the first second. Another 500 were caught by the expanding plasma wave, their hulls melting like wax. The remaining ships tried to jump to faster-than-light speeds, but the gravitational distortions from the blast made it impossible. They could only watch as their fleet died. The remaining human ships, small and fast, used the chaos to jump away. They vanished into faster-than-light travel, leaving behind nothing but destruction. The war room fell silent. Every being present stared at the display in shock. Where New Hebrides had been, there was now a glowing cloud of radioactive debris. What happened? The Overseer demanded. Report! A technician worked frantically. The colony's fusion reactors were overloaded, simultaneously. Along with every ship in orbit, every fuel depot, every power core, the colonists evacuated weeks ago, Overseer. The entire planet was a trap. A bomb waiting for us to get close. The Kron delegate turned to Webb. You destroyed your own colony, killed your own planet. Better a dead world than a world you control, Webb said quietly. And better your ships destroyed than allowed to move on to the next target. 300 Vrin warships gone in an instant. How long does it take to build replacements? Years, decades? The Overseer's mandibles clicked rapidly. This changes nothing. We have other fleets, other colonies to target. Then I suggest you check on them. Webb said. More alarms. More reports. The technicians' voices overlapped in their urgency. Explosion detected at Armstrong Station. Antimatter signature. The colony at New Shanghai is gone. Same pattern as New Hebrides. Zelthari fleet engaging human forces at Ross 128. They're reporting unusual tactics. Human ships refusing standard engagement. The holographic display zoomed to Ross 128. A Zelthari fleet of 1,500 ships had cornered a human force of maybe 70 vessels near a gas giant. The human ships should have been destroyed quickly. Instead, they were fighting in a way the Council had never seen. The human ships dove into the gas giant's atmosphere, using the dense clouds to hide. They emerged at random points, fired on the Zelthari ships, then dove back into cover before return fire could hit them. When Zelthari ships followed them into the atmosphere, the humans led them into storms where lightning and pressure crushed hulls. When the Zelthari tried to bombard the planet from orbit, the humans used the moons as cover, their smaller ships able to hide behind celestial bodies, while the massive Zelthari dreadnoughts had nowhere to go. It was infuriating, uncivilized, dishonorable, and it was working. They're not fighting to win, the Vryn commander said, watching in disbelief. They're fighting to survive as long as possible. No, Webb corrected. They're fighting to make you pay. Every ship you lose, every hour you waste, every resource you expend, that's what they're fighting for. To make victory so expensive, you start to question if it's worth it. A new voice came over the communications. This is Dreadnought Zelthari Prime. We have lost 40 ships trying to eliminate a human force 1/10 our size. They refuse honorable combat. They strike and run. They use terrain. They sacrifice damaged ships to destroy ours. This is not war. This is barbarism. This is human war, Webb said. Get used to it. The reports continued through the night. Every human colony became a battlefield, and every battlefield became a lesson in frustration. The humans refused to fight the way the Council expected. They booby-trapped their own installations. They hid weapons in civilian structures. They used suicide tactics, ramming damaged ships into valuable targets. They spread mines that drifted for days before activating. They released clouds of reflective particles that jammed sensors. They hacked Council communications and broadcast demoralizing propaganda. Worst of all, they targeted Council psychology. Human analysts had studied every species, learning what frightened them, what made them hesitate, what broke their morale. Vryn warriors found themselves facing opponents who screamed in their own language over open channels, who knew their names, who described their families on their homeworld. Zelthari energy beings encountered human weapons specifically designed to disrupt their matrices, causing pain their species thought impossible. Kron silicon forms discovered that humans had developed nanites that could corrupt their crystalline structures, causing madness. None of these weapons violated the letter of galactic law because humanity had never signed the treaties. They were not Council members. They had no honor codes to break because they had never agreed to them. The war room's atmosphere changed over the following days. The initial confidence disappeared. Council members argued with each other, blaming different fleets for incompetence, questioning strategies that had worked for millennia. Webb watched it all from his containment field. They had stopped talking to him directly, but he knew they were aware of his presence. They shot him angry glances, as if his existence was somehow responsible for their problems. On the fourth day, a Vryn fleet commander's voice came over the communications, tight with barely controlled rage. This is Commander Talash at the Nova Scotia colony. We have spent 16 hours in combat with a human defensive force. They have turned every building into a fortress, every street into a kill zone. My warriors are trained for honorable combat, not this guerrilla butchery. We have lost 200 soldiers clearing 3 city blocks. At this rate, it will take months to secure this single colony. And for what? When we finally take it, it will be rubble. The humans are destroying everything as they retreat. We will win nothing but ruins. The Overseer's response was cold. Continue the assault, Commander. Overseer, with respect, why? What is the strategic value of a devastated colony? What do we gain from this? We gain obedience, the Overseer said. We gain the knowledge that the Council cannot be defied. But Webb heard the uncertainty in that ancient voice. The first whisper of doubt. More days passed. More fleets engaged human forces. More ships were lost. The casualty reports climbed steadily. 500 Council ships destroyed. 1,000. 1,500. The numbers were small compared to the Council's total strength, but they were growing. And more troubling, they were unpredictable. Traditional military analysis suggested that at this rate, humanity would be defeated in weeks. But traditional analysis assumed a traditional war. It assumed enemy forces that could be located and destroyed. It assumed territory that could be held. It assumed an enemy that fought for victory. Humanity was doing none of these things. Their fleets scattered and regrouped unpredictably. Their colonies were either destroyed or turned into meat grinders. Their soldiers fought until they died, taking as many council troops with them as possible. They were not trying to win. They were trying to bleed the council dry. A Zelthari commander's transmission was particularly telling. We have successfully taken the Mars orbital stations. The humans abandoned them without... 3 months into the war, Admiral Marcus Webb had become thinner. His captors still fed him, but the stress of watching the conflict unfold had taken its toll. His hair had gone completely white. New lines had appeared on his face, but his eyes remained sharp, watching everything, missing nothing. The war room had become his permanent prison. The council wanted him there, needed him there perhaps. He was their reminder of what they were fighting against. Or maybe they just wanted him to see humanity's inevitable defeat. But defeat was taking longer than anyone expected. The holographic displays told the story in numbers that kept growing. The council had lost 30% of its fleet. Not 30% destroyed exactly. Some ships were damaged beyond repair. Others were trapped in systems where human tactics made exit dangerous. Still others were tied up in occupations that consumed resources like hungry mouths. But the effect was the same. The Council's effective fighting force had been reduced by nearly a third. The losses weren't evenly distributed, which made things worse. The Vryn had taken the heaviest casualties, their warrior culture making them the most aggressive and therefore the most vulnerable to human ambush tactics. The Zelthari had lost fewer ships but were suffering from psychological trauma their species was not equipped to handle. The Kron, most resistant to physical damage, had instead fallen victim to human cyber warfare that corrupted their silicon-based thinking processes. Worst of all, the Council was fracturing. Webb listened to the arguments that filled the war room daily now. Species blaming each other for failures, questions about strategy that would have been unthinkable 3 months ago, whispers about the cost versus the gain. "This is madness," a Vryn commander declared on the 7th day of the 3rd month. "We have lost 4,000 ships. 4,000. To accomplish what? We have taken 3 human colonies and found them worthless. Radioactive wastelands or ruins so thoroughly destroyed they cannot be salvaged. Every other colony we attack becomes another bleeding ulcer, consuming troops and resources while giving us nothing in return. We are establishing dominance," the overseer replied, but its voice lacked the earlier certainty. "We are teaching the humans the price of defiance, are we?" The Zelthari representative's mechanical body flickered with agitation. "Or are they teaching us? My analysts have been studying human propaganda broadcasts. They are being transmitted to every corner of the galaxy. Every species can see them. They show our ships burning, our soldiers fleeing, our fleets confused and outmaneuvered. They are not broadcasting defeat. They are broadcasting resistance, and others are watching." Webb had seen the broadcasts. Humanity's media warfare was almost as effective as their physical warfare. They had turned every battle, even losses, into propaganda victories. A single human ship ramming a Council dreadnought became a symbol of determination. Colonists fighting to the last became martyrs. Destroyed colonies became proof that humans would rather die free than live under Council rule. The message was spreading. Webb had heard reports of unrest in Council territory. Species that had been conquered centuries ago were suddenly restless. Pirates and raiders who had been suppressed were becoming bold again. The iron grip of Council authority was loosening. "The Talvek system has requested military aid," a technician reported. "Rebel forces are attacking Council installations." "Tell them we have no ships to spare," the overseer snapped. "All our forces are committed to the human war." "That's their 3rd request this week, overseer. If we don't respond, we risk losing the entire sector." Webb spoke quietly. "Your empire is starting to crumble. We told you this would happen." The overseer whirled on him. "Silence, human. This is your fault. Your species' barbarism is infecting the galaxy with chaos." "No," Webb replied calmly. "We just showed everyone else that the Council could be challenged. They're making their own choices about what to do with that information." A new alarm interrupted the argument. A technician called out urgently. Overseer, we're detecting unusual energy signatures in human space. Multiple locations. The signatures are consistent with weapons of mass destruction being brought online. The Overseer moved to the display. Show me. The hologram zoomed to show Earth's solar system. Around the planets, on moons, and asteroid bases, weapons were activating. The display marked them with red icons. Nuclear arsenals, biological weapon facilities, chemical weapon stores, and others weapons the Council's sensors couldn't fully identify. Those are the weapons we told you about, Webb said. The ones we designed specifically for each of your species. We've been holding them in reserve, hoping we wouldn't need them. But if you push us to extinction, we'll use them all. You're bluffing, the Kron delegate said, but its crystalline form flickered with uncertainty. To deploy such weapons would be suicide. The Council would retaliate with total annihilation. Yes, Webb agreed. It would be suicide. Mutually assured destruction. The same doctrine that kept humanity from destroying itself for 50 years. You think it doesn't work? Ask my grandparents' generation. They lived under that threat every day. They were ready to push the button if necessary. So are we. The Overseer studied the display. This is madness. Total war serves no one. That's what we've been trying to tell you, Webb said. But you wouldn't listen. You thought your superiority made you invincible. You thought primitive humans would bow to your threats. You were wrong. A Vryn general stood, its spines glowing with rage. We should strike now. Full force. Commit everything. Crush them before they can deploy these abominations. And lose how many more ships? The Zilthari representative asked. We have already lost 30% of our fleet. A full assault on fortified human positions could cost us another 30%, maybe more. And for what? To rule over radioactive ruins while our empire collapses behind us? We cannot show weakness, the Overseer insisted. If we back down now, every species in the galaxy will challenge us. They're already challenging us, Webb pointed out. You've received, 10 requests for military aid in the past week? How many more rebellions will start if you commit your remaining forces to defeating humanity? How many of your subject species will see this as their chance for freedom? The chamber fell into an uneasy silence. Webb could see the calculations happening behind alien eyes. The math was simple and brutal. They could probably defeat humanity, but the cost would leave them vulnerable. And in the galaxy's current state, vulnerability meant death. More days passed. The Council continued to fight, but the intensity decreased. They were pulling back, consolidating forces, choosing battles more carefully. The aggressive pushes became defensive positions. The overwhelming assaults became cautious probes. Webb watched it all and knew the war was ending. Not with victory or defeat, but with exhaustion. On the 93rd day, the Overseer came to Webb's containment field alone. The ancient being looked tired, if such a thing was possible for a creature of its type. Why? The Overseer asked simply. Webb understood the question. Why resist? Because you gave us no choice. You demanded we surrender our colonies. You threatened our species with elimination. What did you expect us to do? We expected you to be reasonable, to recognize reality. Reality is subjective, Webb said. Your reality is 10,000 years of unchallenged rule. Our reality is 10,000 years of constant struggle for survival. We see the world differently. Your species is suicidal. Maybe, Webb admitted. Or maybe we just value freedom more than safety. Maybe we'd rather die fighting than live as subjects. It's a human thing. You might not understand it. The Overseer was quiet for a long moment. The Council is prepared to negotiate. Webb felt something loosen in his chest. Relief maybe, or perhaps just recognition that the worst might be avoided. What are your terms? We will withdraw from human space. You will keep your colonies. But there must be guarantees. You cannot be allowed to threaten galactic stability. We never wanted to threaten anyone, Webb said. We just wanted to be left alone to grow at our own pace. That is not possible now. Your resistance has inspired others. The galaxy is less stable because of your actions. Webb shook his head. The galaxy is less stable because your empire was built on threats and intimidation. We just showed everyone that the Emperor has no clothes. That was always going to happen eventually. We just accelerated the timeline. What do you want, human? What will it take to end this war? Webb stood straight despite his exhaustion. Complete withdrawal from all human space. Reparations for the colonies you destroyed in your initial attacks. And a non-aggression pact. You leave us alone, we leave you alone. You don't threaten our species, we don't deploy our weapons of mass destruction. Simple. And if we refuse, then the war continues until one of us is extinct. Maybe both. Your choice. The Overseer made a sound that Webb's translator struggled to interpret. Frustration, maybe, or defeat. The Council will consider your terms. Don't take too long, Webb said. My people are getting tired. When humans get tired, they get dangerous. They start thinking that if they're going to die anyway, they might as well take everyone with them. You've seen our history. You know what we're capable of. The Overseer left without another word. Thank you for watching and comment for next part. Jake Morrison stood in the center of the massive chamber and tried not to let his hands shake. The Galactic Council's meeting hall stretched higher than any building on Earth, its crystal walls glowing with soft blue light that hurt his eyes. 12 giant thrones formed a circle around him, each one holding an alien being that looked down at him like he was some kind of bug they had found on their shoe. Commander Lisa Hayes stood to his right, her military uniform crisp and perfect, despite the long journey from Earth. Dr. Alex Turner was on his left, clutching a datapad that held humanity's greatest achievements and discoveries. All three humans looked very small in this place that was built to make visitors feel tiny and unimportant. Chancellor Zektar of the Vorthak hegemony leaned forward on his throne. His gray skin was covered in sharp ridges, and his forearms moved, like deadly snakes as he gestured. When he spoke, his voice echoed through the chamber like thunder rolling across mountains. So these are the humans who think they belong among the stars, he said, and Jake could hear the mockery in every word. The crystalline Empress Velnara sat perfectly still, her body made of what looked like living diamond that caught and split the chamber's light into rainbow patterns. Her voice sounded like wind chimes when she spoke. We have reviewed your species' application for membership in our council, she said. The results are most interesting. Jake had practiced his speech 1,000 times during the long trip from Earth, but now all those words seemed to stick in his throat. He cleared his throat and stepped forward. Your honors, humanity comes before you not as beggars asking for charity, but as partners ready to contribute to the greater galactic community. A sound that might have been laughter came from Council Member Thisara, whose snake-like body coiled around her floating throne. Her scales shifted from green to dark red as she spoke. Partners, she hissed, your species has existed for barely 10,000 years of what you call civilization. We have watched entire star systems be born and die while your kind was still learning to make fire. Dr. Turner stepped forward and activated his datapad. Holographic images filled the air above them, showing Earth's great cities, the first Mars colonies, humanity's art and music and literature. We may be young, he said, his voice steady despite the fear Jake could see in his eyes. But we have accomplished much in our short time. We have turned a single world into a garden, reached for other planets, and created beauty that moves the heart. The images showed human paintings and sculptures, recordings of symphonies and operas, great buildings that reached toward the sky like prayers made of stone and metal. They showed the cure for cancer, the first fusion reactors, the development of faster-than-light travel that had brought them to this place. Council Member Morthek, whose body looked like it was made of living stone, rumbled deep in his chest. Impressive for children, perhaps, he said. But what can you offer beings who have mastered the secrets of time and space? What wisdom can creatures who live barely a century share with those who have existed for millions of years? Jake felt anger rise in his chest, but he pushed it down. Getting angry would only prove their point about human emotions being a weakness. We offer a fresh perspective, he said. We see problems with new eyes and find solutions that others might miss. We adapt quickly to new situations and we never give up when things get difficult. Adapt? Zektar's forearms spread wide in what might have been amusement. You mean you stumble around trying random things until something works by accident? That is not adaptation, human, that is chaos. Commander Hayes stepped forward, her military training helping her keep her voice calm and professional. With respect, Chancellor, humanity has survived ice ages, plagues, wars, and natural disasters that would have destroyed other species. We have turned every setback into a chance to grow stronger. That is not chaos. That is determination. The Empress Velnara tilted her head. the crystals of her body chiming softly. "Determination is admirable in the young," she said, "but the galaxy is vast and full of dangers you cannot imagine. Ancient powers sleep between the stars, waiting for the wrong move to wake them. Civilizations that thought themselves mighty have vanished without a trace, leaving only empty worlds behind. Which is exactly why you need us," Jake said, and this time he let some of his passion show in his voice. "You've grown comfortable and safe in your ancient wisdom. You've stopped taking risks, stopped exploring, stopped dreaming of what might be possible. Humanity still dreams. We still reach for things that seem impossible." The chamber fell silent for a long moment. Jake could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears and the soft hum of the building systems. Finally, Council Member Thisara spoke again. "Dreams are for the young and foolish," she said. "The galaxy is not a playground where children can run about breaking things." "Your technology is primitive," added Morthek. "Your ships are slow and clumsy compared to ours. Your weapons are crude. Your understanding of physics is still in its infancy." Dr. Turner activated another section of his presentation, showing humanity's latest scientific discoveries and technological achievements. "We may not have your advanced technology yet," he said, "but we're learning fast. Give us a chance to prove ourselves and you'll be amazed at what we can accomplish." Zektar made a gesture with two of his arms that Jake somehow knew was dismissive. "Learning fast is not the same as knowing deeply," the Chancellor said. "You rush toward every new discovery like children chasing after bright toys, never stopping to consider the consequences of what you do." "The Council has existed for over 2 million years," Velnara said, her crystal body flashing brighter. "In that time, we have seen countless young species make the same mistakes, over and over again. They reach too far too fast and destroy themselves or threaten others. We will not allow such chaos to spread to the civilized galaxy." Jake felt his hope starting to crumble, but he made one last desperate attempt. "Then teach us," he said. "Guide us. Help us become the kind of species you want us to be. Isn't that what the Council is for? To help younger species grow and learn?" The silence that followed lasted forever. Finally, Thisara spoke for all of them. "The vote is unanimous," she said. "Humanity is denied membership in the Galactic Council. Furthermore, we cordially request that your species restrict all activities to your home system until such time as you achieve true civilization. We estimate this will require perhaps another 10,000 of your years, assuming you do not destroy yourselves first." Jake felt the words hit him like a physical blow. All of humanity's hopes and dreams, all the work that had gone into reaching this moment, crushed in a single sentence. But even as despair filled his heart, he straightened his shoulders and looked up at the 12 beings who had just dismissed his entire species. "Very well," he said, his voice somehow steady. "We thank the Council for their time and consideration. Humanity will comply with your request." He paused, and something in his eyes made several of the Council members lean forward slightly. "We wish you well in your ancient wisdom and comfortable safety." The humans were given 48 hours to evacuate all human presence from Council space. As they walked out of that vast chamber, Jake Morrison was already thinking about what came next. The message arrived on Earth like a thunderbolt from the sky. President Karen Walsh stood in the emergency meeting room deep beneath the White House, watching the faces of the world's leaders on the wall-mounted screens as Jake Morrison's report played for the third time. The room was silent except for the quiet hum of air conditioning and the occasional cough from one of the dozen people gathered around the long table. General Pete Rodriguez slammed his fist down on the table, hard enough to make the water glasses jump. 48 hours, he said, his voice thick with anger. They give us 48 hours to pack up everything we've built out there and come crawling home like beaten dogs. Admiral Nancy Chen sat across from him, her fingers drumming against the table's surface. "The evacuation is already underway," she said. "I've sent recall orders to every ship, station, and outpost in Council space. Our people are professionals and they'll follow orders, but morale is going to take a beating." Dr. Ben Parker adjusted his thick glasses and leaned forward. "Perhaps we should look at this differently," he said in his quiet voice. The Council has just told us that we're free to develop without their interference or oversight. That could be an opportunity rather than a punishment. Opportunity? General Rodriguez turned to stare at him. They've locked us in a box and thrown away the key. How is that an opportunity? Dr. Rita Coleman, the head of Earth's space science program, cleared her throat. Ben has a point, she said. Think about it from a different angle. For the past 50 years, we've been trying to copy Council technology, following their rules, adapting our methods to match their expectations. What if we stopped trying to be what they want us to be and focused on being what we are? President, Walsh raised her hand for silence. Explain that thought, Rita. Coleman stood up and walked to the large display screen at the front of the room. With a few touches, she brought up a star map showing human space and the much larger area controlled by the Council. The Council controls roughly 30% of the galaxy, she said. They've been around for 2 million years and they've spread out slowly and carefully, avoiding anything that looks dangerous or unknown. Look at their territory. See how it forms a rough sphere around the galactic center, never going too close to the really active star-forming regions or the areas where we've detected unusual energy signatures. The room studied the map. Walsh could see what Coleman meant. Council space was neat and tidy, avoiding the galaxy's wild frontiers. You're saying they've gotten cautious in their old age? I'm saying they've forgotten how to take risks, Coleman replied. But we haven't. We're still young enough to be stupid and brave enough to try things that might fail. The galaxy is huge, people. There's so much space out there that the Council has never even explored. Admiral Chen leaned back in her chair. So instead of trying to join their club, we start our own? Exactly. Coleman's eyes lit up with excitement. We take everything we've learned from our brief contact with Council technology, and we build on it. We don't copy their methods. We develop our own. We go to the places they're afraid to go, and we meet the species they've never bothered to contact. General Rodriguez still looked skeptical. And when they decide we're getting too big for our britches? What happens when they show up with their advanced weapons and tell us to get back in our box? Then we'll deal with that problem when it comes, Walsh said. Right now, I want to hear more about this expansion idea. Rita, what would it look like in practical terms? Coleman touched the display again and the map zoomed out to show the entire galaxy. We have 312 ships currently operating in Council space, she said. Everything from small research vessels to our biggest colony ships. Instead of bringing them all home, we redirect them to unexplored regions. We use them as the foundation for a new expansion program. The map lit up with dots of light spreading out from Earth's solar system. But instead of heading toward Council space, they moved in the opposite direction, toward the galaxy's outer rim and the mysterious areas between the major spiral arms. Captain Sam Foster's voice crackled over the communication system as his ship, the Liberty, reported in from the edge of Council space. Command, this is Foster. We've received the recall orders, but we're currently tracking some very interesting energy readings from a system about 200 light-years outside Council territory. Request permission to investigate before heading home. Walsh looked around the room and saw nods from most of the people present. Permission granted, Captain Foster, but be careful out there. Copy that command, Foster out. Dr. Parker pulled up another display showing Earth's current industrial capacity. If we're going to do this, we need to think big, he said. The Council rejected us partly because our technology seems primitive to them. They're not wrong about that, but they made the mistake of assuming we'd stay primitive. What are you thinking, Ben? Walsh asked. I'm thinking we stop trying to reverse engineer Council technology and start developing our own from scratch. We take the basic principles we've learned and we apply human ingenuity to them. We think outside their box entirely. Coleman nodded, enthusiastically. The Council species all seem to specialize, she said. The Vorthak focus on military technology, the crystallines work with energy systems, the stone people do construction. But humans? We're generalists. We adapt. We take ideas from one field and apply them to another in ways that would never occur to a specialist. Over the next 6 hours, the emergency session turned into something else entirely. Instead of planning humanity's retreat, they found themselves designing humanity's future. The recall orders were modified. Instead of coming home, human ships were directed to rendezvous points beyond Council space where they would receive new orders and new missions. Captain Maria Santos, commanding the research vessel Endeavour, was the first to reach her assigned rendezvous point in a previously unexplored system. Her excited report came in just as the meeting was winding down. "Command, you're not going to believe this. We've found a system with 7 planets and 2 of them are in the habitable zone. But that's not the interesting part. There are ruins here, massive structures orbiting the 4th planet. They're clearly artificial, but they don't match any known Council architecture." The room fell silent. Walsh leaned forward toward the communication panel. "Are you saying we've found evidence of another spacefaring civilization?" "That's exactly what I'm saying, ma'am. And judging by the decay patterns, these ruins are old. Really old. Maybe older than the Council itself." Admiral Chen stood up, her eyes bright with excitement. "Mr. President, I request permission to redirect additional ships to Captain Santos's location. If we've stumbled onto something like this in our first day of exploration, imagine what else we might find." Walsh looked around the room one more time. Every face showed the same expression of determination and hope that she felt growing in her own chest. "Permission granted, Admiral. And I want you to expand the search grid. Let's see what else is out there waiting for us." Dr. Coleman moved to the star map one final time and gestured at the vast, unexplored regions beyond Council space. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said, "the Council just gave us the greatest gift they could have given us. They set us free." As the meeting broke up and people began making preparations for humanity's great leap into the unknown, Walsh remained behind, staring at the star map. Somewhere out there in that vast darkness were wonders and dangers that the Council had never imagined. Species that had never heard of the Great Galactic Council and their ancient rules. Technologies that had developed along completely different paths. Worlds that had never known the touch of any sapient being. The Council had meant to humble humanity by sending them back to their little corner of space. Instead, they had pointed them toward infinity. And if there was one thing Walsh knew about her species, it was that humans had never been able to resist the call of the infinite. The evacuation from Council space continued as ordered, but now, it felt less like a retreat and more like the beginning of the greatest adventure in human history. 48 hours had seemed like so little time when they thought it meant the end of their dreams. Now it felt like barely enough time to begin, preparing for everything that was about to unfold. 50 years had passed since the Council's rejection, and Captain Tony Blake stood on the bridge of his colony ship, the New Horizon, looking out at something that would have made those ancient aliens choke on their own pride. The Kepler sector stretched before him, 800 light-years from the nearest Council world, and it was alive with human activity in ways that defied everything the Council thought they knew about how civilizations should develop. "Captain," called out Lieutenant Jenny Adams from her position at the navigation console, "we're receiving docking requests from 17 different vessels. The orbital traffic control system is asking us to take position 43 in the approach queue." Tony smiled as he looked at the main display showing the controlled chaos of New Terra's orbital space. Massive cargo haulers moved between the planet's 3 orbital shipyards, while smaller vessels darted between them like busy insects. Construction platforms worked on projects that stretched for kilometers, building structures that combined human engineering with design principles, learned from a dozen different alien species the Council had never even met. "Take us in, Lieutenant. I want to see what Governor Martinez has accomplished since our last visit." The New Horizon descended through New Terra's atmosphere, passing through layers of specialized habitats that had been constructed at different altitudes. High above the surface, floating cities rode the jet streams, their transparent domes filled with gardens and residential areas for humans who preferred the freedom of the open sky. Below them, the planet's surface showed the careful hand of terraforming technology that had turned a barren rock into a world where multiple species could live together in comfort. Susan Martinez met Tony at the spaceport, her hair now gray, but her eyes still bright with the enthusiasm that had driven her to become the first civilian governor of a human colony world. She wore clothing that mixed human fabrics with materials developed by their new alien partners. Practical garments that could adapt to different atmospheric conditions and temperatures. "Tony Blake," she said, grabbing his hands in greeting. "You picked a good time to visit. We just finished the Deep Ocean project and the results are beyond anything we hoped for." They took a transport vehicle through the colonial capital, a city that looked like nothing Earth had ever produced. The buildings grew rather than being built, using living materials that the humans had learned to cultivate from the plant-like aliens called the Verdani. Streets curved and flowed like rivers, designed to work with the natural patterns of the planet's weather rather than fighting against them. "Tell me about the Ocean Project," Tony said as they rode through neighborhoods where human children played, alongside young Verdani and the small furry creatures called the Small Folk, who had been the first species to accept humanity's offer of friendship. Susan's face lit up with pride. "You know how the council species always build their habitats above ground or in space? They never really explored what could be accomplished underwater. Well, we partnered with the deep swimmers and created something amazing. The transport brought them to the edge of a vast body of water that stretched to the horizon. Beneath the surface, Tony could see the lights of an underwater city that extended far below, its towers and domes arranged in patterns that followed the ocean's natural currents. Ships that moved like fish swam between the structures, carrying people and cargo through the liquid environment. The deep swimmers taught us how to build with the water instead of in spite of it," Susan explained. "Every structure down there produces its own oxygen and processes waste into useful materials. The city actually improves the ocean's health rather than polluting it." "And the population? We've got over 2 million people living down there now. Humans and aliens working together on projects the Council never dreamed of. They descended in a submarine vessel that moved through the water with organic grace, inside the underwater city." Tony saw gardens where earth plants grew alongside alien species, creating ecosystems that had never existed anywhere else in the galaxy. Research laboratories worked on projects that combined human curiosity with alien knowledge, developing new technologies that solved problems in ways that surprised everyone involved. Dr. Frank Hudson, the city's head of research, met them at the Central Laboratory Complex. His team had just completed work on a communication system that could transmit messages across the galaxy instantly, using principles that combined human understanding of quantum physics with insights learned from the energy-based life forms called the Sparklings. "The Council's quantum link networks are impressive," Frank explained as he showed them the new system. "But they're based on the assumption that information has to travel through normal space-time. The Sparklings exist partially outside normal space, so they experience time and distance differently. When we applied their perspective to our quantum theories, we discovered we could create communication channels that bypass space-time entirely." Tony watched the demonstration with amazement. Messages sent from New Terra reached colony worlds hundreds of light years away in mere seconds, with perfect clarity and no signal degradation. "How long before this technology is available to all our colonies?" "We're already installing the equipment," Frank replied. "Within 6 months, every human settlement will be connected by instant communication. We'll be able to coordinate activities across our entire expansion zone as if we were all in the same solar system." Their tour continued to the planet's northern continent, where Major Kate Wilson was overseeing a terraforming project that was turning a lifeless desert into fertile farmland. But this was not the crude terraforming that human engineers had imagined back on Earth. Working with the crystalline beings called the Shapers, Kate's team had learned to transform entire continents by working with the planet's natural systems, rather than overwhelming them. "We start by introducing the right microorganisms to the soil," Kate explained as they stood on an observation platform, looking out over thousands of square kilometers of green fields, where desert had existed just 5 years before. "The Shapers taught us that every world has its own unique chemistry, and if you understand that chemistry, you can guide its development instead of forcing change upon it." The fields below them grew crops that had been developed specifically for this world's conditions. Plants that combined Earth genetics with adaptations learned from studying how alien species had evolved to thrive in similar environments. The yields were higher than anything achieved on Earth, and the crops required no artificial fertilizers or pesticides because they had been designed to work in harmony with the planet's native ecosystem. As they traveled back to the capital city, Susan showed Tony recordings from other human colonies that demonstrated the incredible diversity of what humanity had accomplished in just 50 years. On the ice world of Glacier Prime, humans had built underground cities that used geothermal energy to create tropical environments in chambers carved from solid ice. The mining world of Rockfall had developed techniques for extracting metals and rare elements without damaging planetary environments, methods that were so effective that even the rock-based species called the Stonekin had asked to learn them. But perhaps most impressive were the collaborative projects with alien species that the Council had either never encountered or had dismissed as too primitive for consideration. The insectoid hive builders had joined with human engineers to create construction techniques that could build massive structures in days rather than years. The gaseous beings called the Cloudwalkers had taught human pilots how to navigate in three-dimensional space using principles that made human spacecraft incredibly agile and efficient. The best part, Susan said as they sat in her office overlooking the bustling colonial capital, is that we're just getting started. Every month brings new discoveries, new partnerships, new possibilities. The Council thought 50 years was barely enough time for a species to learn basic space travel. In 50 years, we've created something they never imagined in 2 million years. Tony looked out at the city below, where humans and aliens worked together on projects that would have been impossible for any single species to accomplish. Children of multiple species played together in parks designed to accommodate different environmental needs. Scientists from dozens of worlds collaborated on research that pushed the boundaries of what anyone thought was possible. "How many colonies do we have now?" he asked. 312 worlds across 57 star systems, Susan replied. "And that's not counting the mobile habitats, the research stations, or the joint settlements we've established with our new allies. We estimate that human space now covers roughly the same volume as the Council's territory, but we've accomplished it in 50 years instead of 2 million. Tony shook his head in wonder. What do you think the Council would say if they could see this? Susan's smile was sharp and satisfied. I think they would realize they made the biggest mistake in galactic history when they told us to go away and grow up. We did exactly what they asked us to do. We just did it faster and better than they thought was possible." As the New Horizon prepared to leave New Terra and continue on to other human colonies, Tony received a priority message from Earth. President Coleman, Junior Analyst Mordoon of the Vorthak hegemony, stared at his detection screens with growing confusion. The readings made no sense according to everything he had been taught about how the galaxy worked. Strange energy signatures were appearing near the Outer Rim territories, patterns that did not match any known technology in the Council databases. He filed his first report as routine sensor glitches, the kind of false readings that sometimes occurred when monitoring equipment operated at the extreme edges of its range. Council member Thisara dismissed his findings without even reading the full analysis. After all, nothing interesting had ever come from those empty sectors beyond Council space. They were wastelands unsuitable for civilized beings. But the reports kept coming. Survey ships detected unusual hyperspace distortions in areas that should have been completely empty. Deep space monitoring stations recorded brief flashes of artificial energy that appeared and vanished too quickly to properly analyze. Most disturbing of all, several border patrols reported sighting unidentified vessels that appeared to be using faster than light technology, but with engine signatures unlike anything in Council records. The first real shock came when the crystalline trading convoy Bright Harmony encountered a strange vessel while conducting routine business near the edge of Council territory. Captain Zelnoth had been expecting to meet with primitive traders from one of the barely civilized worlds that sometimes tried to sell raw materials to Council merchants. Instead, he found himself facing the human merchant ship Prosperity, commanded by Captain Greg Thompson, and nothing about the encounter went according to his expectations. The human vessel was beautiful in ways that made no sense to Zelnoth's understanding of proper starship design. Its hull seemed to flow like liquid metal, constantly adjusting its shape for optimal efficiency. When micrometeorites struck its surface during their conversation, he watched in amazement as the hull material flowed to repair the tiny impacts, instantly leaving no trace of damage. "This is Captain Thompson of the Prosperity," came the transmission, and Zelnoth was surprised to hear the human speaking perfect galactic standard, with no trace of the accent that primitive species usually displayed. "We're on a peaceful trading mission. How can we assist you today?" Zelnoth had dealt with hundreds of lesser species over his long career. They all followed the same pattern when encountering Council vessels. First came fear and awe at meeting, representatives of the great galactic civilization. Then came desperate attempts to prove their worthiness through excessive deference and pathetic offerings of whatever crude goods they had managed to produce. But Captain Thompson showed no fear, no awe, and certainly no deference. He spoke to Zelnoth as an equal, with the casual confidence of someone who had every right to be traveling freely through space conducting his own business. When Zelnoth announced his intention to conduct an inspection of the human vessel, as was standard procedure with unknown ships, Thompson's response left him speechless. "I appreciate the offer, Captain Zelnoth, but we'll have to decline. Our cargo manifest is available if you'd like to review it, and we're happy to provide proof of registration and legitimate trading permits. However, our vessel contains proprietary technology and confidential trade information that we cannot allow foreign inspection of without proper diplomatic authorization." No one had ever refused a council inspection. No one had ever suggested that council representatives needed authorization from anyone to examine whatever they chose to examine. The concept was so foreign to Zelnoth's experience that he initially thought he had misunderstood the human's words. "You are refusing to submit to council authority?" he asked, certain that the human would immediately apologize for the misunderstanding and comply with proper procedures. "We respect council authority within council space," Thompson replied politely, but firmly. "However, according to our navigation records, we are currently in unclaimed territory beyond council borders. As representatives of the Free Traders Alliance, we operate under our own regulations in neutral space." The Free Traders Alliance. Zelnoth had never heard of such an organization, but something about the human's calm confidence suggested this was not some made-up excuse. Thompson spoke like someone backed by real authority, real power, real alternatives to council approval. The encounter ended with the human vessel departing peacefully, leaving Zelnoth to file a very disturbing report. The humans he remembered from 50 years ago had been primitive creatures barely capable of crude space travel. The being he had just spoken with represented a civilization that clearly considered itself equal to the Council in every way that mattered. More reports followed. Council deep space monitoring stations detected massive energy signatures coming from the direction of former human space. The reading suggested construction projects on a scale that rivaled the greatest achievements of Council engineering, but using power sources that produced energy signatures unlike anything in their databases. The breakthrough moment came when long-range sensors detected the activation of what could only be described as an artificial star. Dr. Rachel Stone's team on Luna Station had successfully tested humanity's first controlled stellar engineering project, a fusion reactor the size of a small moon that could power entire sectors of space. The energy output was staggering, visible to Council sensors from hundreds of light years away. More disturbing was the sophistication required for such a project. Creating artificial stars was considered theoretical, even by Council standards, a technology that might be achievable in another million years of careful research and development. Chancellor Zektar convened an emergency session of the full Council when the sensor reports reached his attention. The 12 great beings who ruled galactic civilization gathered in their crystal chamber, but this time they were not looking down at primitive supplicants. This time they were looking up at displays showing energy readings and technological achievements that surpassed their own capabilities. "This cannot be accurate," insisted Council member Thysera, her scales shifting through the colors that indicated deep distress. "The humans were barely above Stone Age technology when we last evaluated them. No species develops this rapidly." Empress Velnara's crystalline body pulsed with worried light patterns. "The readings have been verified by multiple sensor networks," she said, her wind chime voice carrying undertones of concern. Whatever the humans have become, they are no longer the primitive creatures we dismissed 50 years ago. More reports arrived hourly. Council intelligence networks had finally focused their attention on human space, and the results were shocking. Humanity had not simply developed advanced technology. They had apparently convinced dozens of other species to work with them, creating some kind of alliance that was expanding through previously unexplored regions of the galaxy at unprecedented speed. The recordings from Captain Zelnoth's encounter were analyzed by Council experts who reached disturbing conclusions. The human vessel's technology was not simply advanced. It was innovative in ways that suggested fundamentally different approaches to solving engineering problems. Where Council technology had developed along predictable paths over millions of years, human technology seemed to leap from one breakthrough to another without following any logical progression. They appear to be collaborating with species we have never encountered, reported Chief Analyst Thekmore. Our xenobiological databases contain no reference to at least 17 different technological signatures detected in what we now must refer to as human space. They have apparently made contact with civilizations that we were completely unaware. However, the final straw came when border monitoring stations detected a massive fleet of human vessels conducting what appeared to be a joint military exercise with unknown aliens near the edge of Council space. The ships moved with precision and coordination that demonstrated advanced tactical thinking, using formation techniques that no Council military strategist had ever imagined. Chancellor Zektar stood before the great display showing the growing extent of human expansion and felt something he had not experienced in thousands of years: uncertainty. The galaxy that had been stable and predictable for so long was changing in ways that challenged everything the Council thought they knew about how civilizations should develop. Perhaps, suggested Empress Velnara carefully, her voice carrying harmonics of diplomatic necessity, we should extend another invitation to the humans, as equals this time, with full membership rights and voting privileges. The silence that followed lasted for several minutes as the 12 most powerful beings in known space contemplated the unprecedented step of admitting they had made a mistake. Finally, Thesara spoke the words that none of them wanted to say, out loud. "Draft the invitation," she said, her scales now showing the dull gray colors of reluctant acceptance. "And make it clear that we are prepared to offer them everything they originally requested, plus additional concessions if necessary." The message was sent immediately, transmitted to Earth through the Council's most secure diplomatic channels. It was addressed to Ambassador Jake Morrison, if he was still alive, or to whoever now spoke for humanity in galactic affairs. Ambassador Jake Morrison, now 78 years old but still sharp as the day he had stood before the Council half a century ago, received the message aboard the flagship vessel Enterprise while it was docked at Harmony Station, humanity's greatest achievement in collaborative engineering. Admiral Chris Parker stood beside him as they read the Council's invitation on the bridge's main display, both men wearing expressions that mixed amusement with something harder and less forgiving. "They want to make us equals now," Jake said, his voice carrying the weight of decades spent building something better than what the Council had offered. Full membership rights, voting privileges, and what they call additional concessions if necessary. Admiral Parker looked out through the bridge windows at Harmony Station's central hub, where representatives from 47 different species worked together on projects that pushed the boundaries of what anyone had thought possible. "Too little, too late," he said simply. Jake activated the communication system and sent a response that would be received by the Council in minutes, rather than the weeks their own message had taken to travel. The reply was brief, polite, and devastating in its implications. To the Galactic Council, from Ambassador Jake Morrison representing humanity and our allies in the Free Species Federation, thank you for your gracious invitation to join the Council as full members. After careful consideration, humanity must respectfully decline your offer. The message was broadcast simultaneously across both human space and Council territory, ensuring that every inhabited world in both regions would hear humanity's response at the same time. But Jake was far from finished. He had spent 50 years preparing for this moment, and he intended to make it count. However, his message continued. Humanity would like to extend our own invitation to the Galactic Council and all member species. We invite you to join the Free Species Federation, an alliance built on principles of mutual respect, voluntary cooperation, and shared discovery. Unlike traditional hierarchical structures, the FSF operates as a true partnership where every species contributes, according to their strengths and benefits, according to their needs. What followed was a presentation that showcased everything humanity had accomplished with their new allies. The display showed joint colonies where multiple species lived and worked together, creating environments that were more diverse and productive than anything any single species could have achieved alone. Research facilities demonstrated breakthrough technologies that had emerged from collaborative efforts between human curiosity and alien knowledge. The Deep Swimmer cities showed architectural principles that worked with natural forces rather than against them. The Verdani agricultural projects demonstrated farming techniques that improved planetary ecosystems while producing unprecedented yields. The Shaper terraforming operations revealed methods for transforming worlds that enhanced rather than destroyed their natural beauty. Most impressive were the exploration missions that human-led alliances had conducted in regions of space that the Council had never dared to investigate. Captain Diana Ross of the exploration vessel Voyager 3 appeared on screen, reporting from the edge of the galactic core where her mixed-species crew had discovered phenomena that revolutionized understanding of stellar evolution and galactic structure. The Council has spent 2 million years building a civilization based on maintaining the status quo. Diana reported from her ship's bridge, where human and alien crew members worked side by side. The Free Species Federation has spent 50 years proving that diversity and innovation are the true keys to progress. Jake's presentation included detailed comparisons between Council achievements and FSF accomplishments. In terms of territorial expansion, the FSF had covered as much space in 50 years as the Council had claimed in their first million. In technological development, human-led collaborations had produced advances that surpassed Council capabilities in multiple fields. Most important, the FSF had made peaceful contact with over 200 species that the Council had never encountered, creating a network of cooperation that spanned previously unexplored regions of the galaxy. The response from Council space was immediate and dramatic. Within hours of Jake's broadcast, formal diplomatic inquiries began arriving from individual Council member species. The Aquatic Depths Collective, which had always struggled with the Council's atmospheric bias toward air-breathing species, sent a delegation to the nearest FSF territory to discuss membership possibilities. The young flame dancers, who had been considered too primitive for full Council membership despite 50,000 years of civilization, found kindred spirits in humanity's rapid development and sent representatives to explore partnership opportunities. Even some of the older Council species began quietly investigating what the FSF had to offer, compared to the rigid hierarchies they had endured for millions of years. But the most shocking defection came from the Stonekin, the ancient rock-based species that had been among the Council's founding members. Elder Granite Who Remembers appeared in a formal broadcast that was transmitted throughout known space, announcing his people's decision to withdraw from the Council and join the Free Species Federation. For 10 million years, the Stonekin have watched the galaxy turn while the Council remained still, the ancient being said, his voice carrying the weight of geological ages. We have seen enough of stagnation. It is time to learn from these young humans who have shown us that age means nothing without the willingness to grow. Chancellor Zektar stood alone in the Council chamber as half the member species formally announced their departure for the FSF. His forearms trembled with rage, and something that might have been fear as he watched the empire that had ruled the galaxy for 2 million years crumble in a matter of weeks. The remaining Council members gathered for an emergency session that felt more like a funeral than a meeting of galactic leaders. Empress Velnara's crystalline body had lost its usual brilliant glow, dulled by the realization that their ancient authority was collapsing around them. How did this happen? Asked Council member Thisara, her scales cycling through colors that indicated deep confusion and distress. How did a species we dismissed as primitive create something that surpassed everything we built? The answer came from an unexpected source. Dr. Rachel Stone's scientific reports had been analyzed by Council researchers who finally understood what they had missed 50 years ago. Humanity's greatest strength had never been their technology or their adaptability. It had been their ability to see potential in others and inspire them to reach beyond their current limitations. Where the Council had created a hierarchy with themselves at the top, humanity had created a network of partnerships. Where the Council had maintained order through control, humanity had achieved progress through cooperation. Where the Council had feared the unknown, humanity had embraced it as an opportunity for growth. The final scene played out at Harmony Station, where Jake Morrison stood before a gathering that included representatives from over 100 species. Human children played alongside young aliens in observation areas designed to accommodate multiple atmospheric and gravitational requirements. Scientists and engineers from dozens of worlds collaborated on projects that would have been impossible for any single species to accomplish. The Council offered us membership in their exclusive club, Jake said to the assembled delegates. But we discovered something better. We learned that the galaxy becomes infinitely larger when you stop trying to control it and start trying to understand it. Captain Diana Ross appeared on the main display, reporting from her current position near the galactic core, where her exploration fleet had discovered structures that predated even the Council's ancient civilization. We're transmitting coordinates for 17 systems that contain artifacts of unknown origin, she reported. These discoveries are being shared freely with all FSF members for joint investigation. The presentation continued with reports from other exploration teams that had found everything from crystalline beings that existed partially in hyperspace to living planets that had achieved self-awareness. Each discovery was shared immediately with all FSF members, creating a constantly expanding database of knowledge that grew faster than any single species could assimilate. Jake concluded his presentation by looking directly into the camera, knowing that his words would be heard throughout both FSF and Council space. 50 years ago, the Council told humanity that we needed to grow up before we could join galactic civilization. They were right about one thing. We did need to grow. But we didn't grow by copying what already existed. We grew by imagining what could exist if everyone worked together toward something better. The final image showed Earth as seen from space, but it was not the same planet that had sent Jake Morrison to plead for Council membership decades ago. This Earth was surrounded by orbital habitats where multiple species lived and worked together. Ships from dozens of worlds came and went, carrying trade goods and cultural exchanges that enriched everyone involved. But most impressive was what could be seen in the background of the image. The artificial star that Luna Station had created blazed like a second sun.
Something fundamental about humans: we are a peaceful trading species. We just happen to be really, really good at violence when the situation calls for it. But your weapons, your training, your casual attitude toward mortal danger are all perfectly normal for us, Martinez finished. See, humans learned a long time ago that if you want peace, you have to be prepared for war. We're not violent by choice, Commander. We're violent by necessity. And we're very, very good at it. She gestured toward the viewport where the rescue operation was concluding. Those Thrakari cruisers? They attacked that transport because they thought it was defenseless. They calculated that the potential profit outweighed the risk of hegemony retaliation. But they didn't factor in the possibility that a harmless cargo ship might be crewed by former military personnel with enough firepower to level a city. Vextar nodded slowly. So, your apparent harmlessness is actually a form of deterrent. Exactly, Martinez beamed. Most species look at humans and see either primitive warmongers or defenseless merchants. They never consider that we might be both, or neither, or that those categories might not even apply to us in the first place. And the knife throwing? The casual handling of military-grade weapons? Cultural holdovers from our evolutionary development, Martinez explained. Humans survived by being adaptable, creative, and really, really good at killing things that threatened us. Just because we developed spaceflight doesn't mean we forgot those skills. Vextar felt a chill run down his spine. Captain, are you telling me that every human cargo hauler in the galaxy is potentially a military threat? Oh, no, Martinez said reassuringly. Most of them are perfectly ordinary merchants with normal defensive capabilities. Vexitar relaxed slightly. It's just the ones like us you need to worry about. You know, former special forces, ex-military, discharged intelligence operatives, that sort of thing. There's maybe a few thousand ships crewed by people with serious military backgrounds. A few thousand ships crewed by humans who considered destroying heavy cruisers to be routine cargo protection, scattered throughout the galaxy, disguised as harmless merchants. Captain Martinez, Vexitar said slowly, I think I need to file a report recommending that humanity's threat assessment be significantly revised. That's probably a good idea, Martinez agreed, but you might want to phrase it diplomatically. Humans can be a bit sensitive about being misunderstood, and you really don't want to make us feel threatened. As the Lucky Strike prepared to resume its cargo run, Vexitar found himself composing a priority message to Hegemony Command. He stared at the blank communication form for a long time, trying to figure out how to explain that they'd been sharing the galaxy with a species that could probably conquer half of known space without breaking a sweat, and that these potential conquerors were currently running cargo routes and complaining about shipping schedules. Finally, he settled on a simple message. Recommend immediate review of human threat assessment. Current classification of peaceful trading species may be inadequate. Suggest new classification. Friendly neighborhood apocalypse. He paused, then added, also recommend establishing formal diplomatic protocols for knife-throwing demonstrations, for safety reasons. As the Lucky Strike jumped to hyperspace, Vexitar made a mental note to request assignment to a nice quiet sector, somewhere far from human shipping lanes, somewhere safe. Though he was beginning to suspect that in a galaxy where humans casually hauled cargo while armed for planetary conquest, there might not be any truly safe places left. And somehow, that thought was oddly comforting.
Captain Rex Murphy had been in worse situations. Not many, mind you, but definitely some. Like that time on Proxima 7 when he accidentally proposed marriage to a fungal colony, or when he convinced an entire Zephyrian battle fleet that Earth's greatest export was interpretive dance. Good times. Right now, though, sitting tied to a chair with a plasma blade humming inches from his jugular, Rex had to admit this ranked pretty high on his personal well. This sucks scale. The blade belonged to Kira Voss, and Kira Voss belonged to that special category of beings the universe occasionally produced just to make everyone else's lives more interesting. She was Naltharian, which meant she had 4 arms, reflexes that made cobras look sluggish, and a cultural appreciation for violence that bordered on artistic. Her reputation preceded her across 3 sectors, usually followed closely by someone's dismembered limbs. Last words? She asked, her voice carrying that particular blend of professional courtesy and barely contained bloodlust that made her so popular at dinner parties. Rex looked up at her with the kind of smile that had gotten him into more trouble than a drunk diplomat at a peace treaty signing. Yeah, he said, as if she'd just asked him about the weather. You're holding it wrong. Kira's secondary arms twitched. In Naltharian body language, this was roughly equivalent to a human doing a double take while simultaneously having an aneurysm. Excuse me? The blade, Rex continued helpfully, nodding toward the weapon that could currently slice through his neck like a hot knife through butter. You're holding it wrong. Thumb goes on top, not wrapped around the grip. Better leverage that way. For a moment, the only sound in the cramped cargo hold was the steady hum of the ship's life support systems, and What Rex was pretty sure was his own cardiovascular system trying to figure out if it should panic or just give up entirely. Kira stared at him. Rex had seen that look before, usually right before someone started questioning their life choices. It was the universal expression for "Am I having a stroke?" or "Did this person just critique my murder technique?" "You do realize," she said slowly, "that I am about to kill you." "Oh, absolutely," Rex agreed. "But if you're going to do it, might as well do it right. I mean, what if someone's watching? You don't want word getting around that Kira Voss doesn't know proper blade handling etiquette." This was Rex's problem, and had been since roughly the age of 12 when he'd convinced his teacher that homework was actually a violation of several interstellar child labor laws. He had never met a situation he couldn't make exponentially more complicated through the simple application of his mouth. Humans, as it turned out, had developed quite a reputation in the galaxy over the past few decades since making contact. Not for their wisdom, their technology, or their diplomatic skills. No, humans were known throughout civilized space for one thing: their absolutely baffling ability to make every single situation weird. Kira adjusted her grip on the blade, and Rex nodded approvingly. "There you go. See how much more natural that feels? Now you've got proper control," and Rex paused, studying her stance with the focused attention of a university professor examining a particularly interesting thesis. "Actually, your footwork could use some adjustment too." "My footwork," Kira repeated flatly. "Yeah, you're too squared up. Leaves you vulnerable to a counterattack if your target gets loose. Which, granted, probably doesn't happen often in your line of work, but you never know when you might run into someone slippery." Otto, Rex's AI companion, chose that moment to materialize as a shimmering hologram near Rex's shoulder. Otto looked like a cross between a disco ball and an anxiety attack, which was pretty much exactly what he was. "Rex," Otto said in his perpetually worried electronic voice, "I feel I should point out that you are currently being threatened with immediate death." "I noticed, buddy. Thanks for the update. Also, our ship has been impounded, our cargo confiscated, and I am running on backup power because someone forgot to pay the electricity bill." "That someone being me." "That someone being you." "Right. Well, priorities, Otto. Right now I'm helping Ms. Voss improve her combat technique." Kira looked back and forth between Rex and his holographic companion like she was watching the galaxy's most surreal tennis match. "Are you having a conversation with your AI about my assassination skills?" "More of a consultation, really. Otto's got access to about 14,000 combat manuals." "Don't you, buddy?" "I do," Otto confirmed miserably. "I also have access to our current legal status, which can best be described as completely screwed." The whole mess had started 3 days ago, which in Rex's experience was usually how long it took for one of his routine jobs to go spectacularly sideways. He'd been hired to transport what his client claimed was cultural artifacts from the Centauri system to a collector on Vega Prime. Simple milk run, good pay, no questions asked. Rex really should have asked questions. Turned out the cultural artifacts were actually stolen military intelligence. The collector was an undercover federal agent, and his client had been dead for 6 months. The whole thing was a setup designed to catch whoever had been running illegal goods through that particular shipping route. Rex had walked right into it with all the situational awareness of a tourist following a definitely not a mugger into a dark alley. The thing about combat, Rex continued, apparently determined to turn his own execution into an educational experience, is that most people focus too much on the weapon and not enough on the psychology. You've got excellent intimidation presence, by the way. Really top-notch glowering. Thank you, Kira said, though it came out more like a question. But intimidation only works if your target is actually intimidated. Some people, and I'm just throwing this out there, some people might be too stupid to be properly scared. Otto's holographic form flickered with what might have been electronic embarrassment. He means himself, the AI explained helpfully. Rex is too stupid to be properly scared. I prefer optimistically oblivious, Rex corrected. You know what your real problem is? Rex continued, completely ignoring the fact that he was still tied to a chair with a weapon pointed at his throat. You're thinking about this all wrong. This isn't an execution, it's a negotiation. Kira's 4 eyes narrowed in sequence, which was her species' equivalent of slowly counting to 10. I am being paid to extract information from you and then kill you. That is not a negotiation. Everything's a negotiation if you're creative enough about it. The cargo bay door hissed open, and Commander Thax strutted in like he owned the ship, the system, and possibly the entire concept of authority itself. Thax was Rigelian, Mia, which meant he looked like someone had crossed a praying mantis with a middle manager and had then given the result an extensive collection of medals that nobody could quite remember him earning. Ah, the infamous Captain Murphy, Thax announced, his voice carrying the kind of theatrical pomposity that suggested he practiced his entrances in front of a mirror. How delightfully ordinary you appear. Thanks, Rex said. I work hard to maintain my averageness. It's trickier than you'd think. Thax circled Rex's chair with the predatory grace of a creature that had watched too many Villain of the Week performances. Do you know why you're here, Captain? Well, I was hoping it was for my sparkling personality and roguish good looks. But I'm starting to suspect it might be related to that cargo container full of what I'm now guessing wasn't actually antique pottery. Military intelligence, Thax said with the kind of dramatic pause that demanded a thunderclap. Specifically, tactical information about human combat doctrine. Rex blinked. Human combat doctrine? Don't play innocent with me, Captain. The files you were carrying contained detailed analysis of human military strategy, psychological warfare techniques, and Thax consulted a datapad with 4 of his 6 hands, something called the Art of War. Oh, that, Rex said, relief flooding his voice. Yeah, that's not military intelligence. Then what is it? Rex grinned. It's a cookbook. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that usually preceded either enlightenment or explosions. Kira looked at Thax. Thax looked at Kira. Otto looked at everyone and made a sound like a computer trying to sneeze. A cookbook, Thax repeated slowly. Yeah, The Art of War. A culinary journey through human cuisine. Great book. Really gets into the philosophical aspects of food preparation. You know, like how the best strategy for cooking a perfect roast is to know your enemy, which in this case is the meat. Thax's compound eyes bulged. You're telling me that the classified intelligence we intercepted is recipes? Well, yeah, although some of those recipes are pretty classified. My grandmother would probably kill me if she knew I was sharing her secret barbecue sauce formula with aliens. Kira lowered her blade slightly. What kind of barbecue sauce requires military-grade encryption? You'd be surprised. Humans take their food very seriously. We've had wars over less. Wars over food? Thax's voice cracked slightly. Oh, absolutely. The Great Cola Wars of 2157, the Pineapple Pizza Rebellion, the infamous Taco Tuesday Massacre. Rex shook his head sadly. Dark times. Really makes you appreciate the simple things in life, like not being tied to a chair. Otto materialized more solidly, his holographic form stabilizing as ship's power was redirected to his systems. Rex, I should mention that while you've been conducting this impromptu comedy show, I've been analyzing our captor's ship systems. Find anything interesting? Their security protocols are approximately 37 years out of date. Their navigation system hasn't been updated since the Galactic Standard Calendar switched to metric time, and their life support system is held together with what appears to be genuine optimism. Thax sputtered. That's impossible. This is a state-of-the-art bounty hunting vessel. Sir, Otto said with the polite tone AIs used when delivering devastating news, your ship is held together with space duct tape and prayer. I've seen more sophisticated technology in human toasters. Rex had been working on his restraints since the moment he'd sat down, but using a technique he'd learned from a Terran escape artist who'd taught him that the secret to getting out of anything was to make sure people were looking somewhere else while you did it. Right now, everyone was looking at Otto, who had begun displaying holographic schematics of the ship's various failing systems like a mechanic delivering the worst possible diagnosis. Your primary life support has a 63% chance of catastrophic failure within the next 4 hours, Otto continued cheerfully. Your artificial gravity generator is running on what I can only describe as hope and momentum, and your hyperdrive is apparently held in place by a substance that my analysis suggests is either advanced polymer gel or very old chewing gum. That's impossible. Thax shrieked. I'm afraid not, sir. I'm currently accessing your maintenance logs, and I have to say, your definition of routine upkeep is rather creative. Did you know that percussive maintenance is not actually a recognized repair technique in any galactic engineering manual? Kira was staring at her employer with the kind of expression usually reserved for people who had just discovered their life savings had been invested in a company that sold ice to penguins. Thax, please tell me you didn't hire me to work on a ship that's going to explode. It's not going to explode, Thax protested. Probably. Probably? Rex interjected helpfully. That's not really the kind of word you want to hear when discussing explosive decompression in the vacuum of space. The restraints around his wrists finally gave way, thanks to a combination of the knots being tied by someone who clearly skipped that day in Bounty Hunter Academy and Rex's extensive experience with getting out of things he shouldn't have gotten into in the first place. Otto, Rex said casually, how's our ship looking? The Murphy's Law is currently impounded in Docking Bay 7, but I've been remotely accessing her systems. She's in much better condition than our current accommodations. Can you get her ready for a quick departure? Already working on it, Rex. Though I should point out that technically, stealing a ship while imprisoned on another ship could be considered either very clever or very stupid. Why not both? Kira was still processing the revelation that her employer had hired her to work on what was essentially a flying death trap held together by wishful thinking. Thax, how long has this ship been making that grinding noise? What grinding noise? As if summoned by his words, a metallic screech echoed through the cargo bay, followed by a series of thuds that sounded distinctly like important things falling off other important things. That grinding noise, Kira said. Rex stood up, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders like he'd just finished a particularly satisfying yoga session rather than escaping from what had been intended as his final chair. You know, this has been fun, but I think it might be time for me to make a graceful exit. Thax spun around, all 6 arms flailing. When did you? Oh, about 10 minutes ago. I've just been waiting for a good moment. Turns out the best time to escape is when everyone's distracted by catastrophic system failures. The ship shuddered, and somewhere in the distance, an alarm began blaring with the kind of urgent tone that suggested immediate action was required to prevent everyone from becoming very small, very scattered pieces of organic matter floating through the cosmos. Otto, Rex called out, please tell me that alarm doesn't mean what I think it means. I'm afraid it means exactly what you think it means, Rex. Also, several things you probably haven't thought of yet, but will be thinking of very soon. The ship lurched violently to starboard, which would have been merely inconvenient if it hadn't been accompanied by the sound of something large and expensive detaching itself from something else large and presumably important. Otto, Rex called out, grabbing onto the nearest support beam as artificial gravity decided to take a brief vacation. Status report. Well, the good news is that I've successfully accessed the Murphy's Law and she's ready for immediate departure. The bad news is that this ship's structural integrity has just dropped to what I can only describe as optimistically theoretical. Kira had drawn her blade again, but this time she was looking at Thax instead of Rex. You hired me to work on a ship that's actively disintegrating. It's not disintegrating, Thax protested, just as a section of wall panel fell off and clattered to the floor. It's experiencing rapid unplanned deconstruction. That's literally the definition of disintegrating. Rex shouted over the growing cacophony of failing systems and increasingly urgent alarms. The cargo bay door, apparently deciding that it had had enough of being attached to the rest of the ship, began sliding open without anyone asking it to. Through the growing gap, Rex could see the docking bay where the Murphy's Law sat waiting, her engines already warming up thanks to Otto's remote piloting. "Okay, new plan," Rex announced, as a shower of sparks rained down from an overhead conduit that had clearly given up on conducting electricity in any organized fashion. "Everyone who wants to not die in the next few minutes, follow me." He sprinted toward the malfunctioning door, which was now opening and closing with the rhythm of a very large, a very mechanical mouth that couldn't make up its mind about whether it wanted to eat anything. Kira hesitated for exactly 2 seconds before following him, apparently deciding that whatever Rex was planning had to be better than staying on a ship that was falling apart faster than a cheap suit in a rainstorm. Thax, meanwhile, was frantically pushing buttons on a control panel, apparently under the impression that random button pressing was a valid response to catastrophic system failure. "Wait," he called out. "I can fix this. I just need to reroute the primary power coupling through the secondary." "Oh!" The O came right about the time he accidentally activated the escape pod ejection sequence. There was a brief moment where Thax looked surprised, then confused, then mildly alarmed, and then he was gone, shot out into space in a pod that immediately began broadcasting a distress signal in 17 languages, most of which roughly translated to "Help, I've made a terrible mistake." "Did he just?" Kira began. "Yep," Rex confirmed, timing his jump through the spasming cargo door. "And honestly, given his track record, he's probably safer out there." They made it through the door just as it decided to close permanently, sealing itself with a grinding sound that suggested it would not be opening again without the assistance of heavy explosives or divine intervention. The Murphy's Law's cargo ramp was already lowering as they approached, and Rex felt that familiar surge of affection for his ship that he always experienced when she rescued him from his own poor life choices. "Welcome aboard the Murphy's Law," he called out to Kira as they ran up the ramp. "She's not much to look at, but she's got it where it counts." Is that a quote from something? Probably. I quote a lot of things, most of them inappropriately. The ship lifted off just as the bounty hunter vessel behind them experienced what engineers would later describe as a rapid energy redistribution event, and everyone else would describe as a really big explosion. As they cleared the docking bay, Rex dropped into the pilot's seat and looked over at Kira, who was strapping herself into the co-pilot's chair with the practiced efficiency of someone who had clearly been in similar situations before. "So," he said conversationally, "want a job?" 3 weeks later, Rex stood in front of a classroom filled with some of the most dangerous beings in the galaxy, all of whom were taking notes with the focused attention of students who had just discovered that the final exam was worth 90% of their grade. "The thing you have to understand about humans," he was saying, gesturing at a holographic display that showed a tactical scenario involving what appeared to be a three-way conflict between a military convoy, a group of insurgents, and a herd of very confused livestock, is that we don't follow our own rules. In the front row, a Zephyrian battle commander raised one of her 12 tentacles. "But Captain Murphy, if humans don't follow their own tactical doctrines, how do you coordinate military operations?" "That's the beautiful part," Rex replied. "We don't coordinate, we improvise. And improvisation, my friends, is chaos in a uniform." Kira, who was sitting in the back of the classroom with her arms crossed and an expression that suggested she still couldn't quite believe this was her life now, spoke up. "Rex, maybe you should explain why that's actually effective instead of just making it sound like humans are glorified disaster monkeys." "Hey, disaster monkeys with really good reflexes," Rex corrected. "There's a difference." The classroom was part of what Earth's diplomatic corps optimistically called the Interspecies Cultural Exchange Program. and what everyone else called that place where they teach aliens to think like humans, which is either the best idea anyone's ever had or the beginning of the end for galactic civilization. Rex had been recruited for the program after his encounter with Kira had been analyzed by Earth's Military Intelligence Division, who had apparently decided that anyone who could talk their way out of an execution by critiquing their executioner's technique was exactly the kind of person they wanted, representing humanity to the rest of the galaxy. The key principle of human tactics, Rex continued, is that if you can't predict what you're going to do next, your enemy certainly can't either. A Naltharian in the second row raised 2 of her 4 hands. But doesn't that make you equally unpredictable to your allies? Absolutely. That's why human military doctrine includes extensive training in what we call adaptive confusion management. Otto materialized next to the holographic display, looking as worried as ever. Rex, I should point out that adaptive confusion management is not actually a real military term. It is now, buddy. I just made it official. Kira stood up from her chair in the back. What Rex is trying to say, in his typically roundabout way, is that humans have turned unpredictability into a strategic advantage. Instead of trying to eliminate chaos from their tactics, they've learned to use it as a weapon. Exactly. Rex beamed at her like a proud teacher whose student had just grasped a particularly difficult concept. See, this is why I recruited her. Kira gets it. I didn't have much choice, Kira muttered. It was either join your insane cultural exchange program or go back to working for people who think percussive maintenance is a valid engineering technique. The Zephyrian raised her tentacle again. So the secret to understanding human tactics is to not try to understand them? Now you're getting it, Rex confirmed. The moment you think you've figured out what a human is going to do, they'll do something completely different, usually involving explosions or interpretive dance. Sometimes both, Kira added helpfully. Rex checked the chronometer on the wall. All right, class dismissed. Your assignment for next week is to read chapters 12 through 15 of The Art of War. And yes, before anyone asks, that's the cookbook, not the military manual. We're going to discuss the tactical applications of proper seasoning techniques. As the students filed out, chattering among themselves in a dozen different languages about the bizarre species they were supposed to be learning to work with, Kira walked up to Rex's desk. You know, she said, when you offered me this job, I thought you were just trying to avoid getting killed. I was, Rex admitted. But it turns out, the best way to avoid getting killed by dangerous aliens is to convince them that working with you is more interesting than working against you. And teaching them to think like humans accomplishes that. Rex grinned. Kira, have you met any humans who think like humans? She considered this for a moment. Point taken. Otto flickered into visibility between them. Rex, I've been analyzing the graduation statistics for this program, and I have to say, the results are rather concerning. Concerning how? Well, Ngornawa. 97% of our graduates have reported that their tactical effectiveness has improved dramatically since learning to incorporate human-style improvisation into their standard operating procedures. That sounds like a good thing, Otto. Yes, but they've also reported a 300% increase in what they describe as hilariously improbable mission outcomes. Rex and Kira looked at each other. So what you're saying, Kira said slowly, is that we're teaching the galaxy's most dangerous beings to be more like Rex. That appears to be an accurate assessment, Otto confirmed. They stood there for a moment, contemplating the implications of a universe filled with tactically unpredictable aliens who had learned to turn chaos into a strategic advantage. Well, Rex said finally, this should be interesting. And somewhere in the back of his electronic consciousness, Otto began updating his calculations for the probability of galactic civilization surviving the next decade. The results were not encouraging, but they were definitely going to be entertaining.
The job offer came in the middle of a hull patch. Rail Davin was 30 meters up the side of a gutted cargo hauler, one boot wedged into a buckled seam and the other pressed flat against the plating for balance. He had a thermal patch in his left hand and a rivet driver in his right. Somewhere below him, 3 Volkai workers were using a magnetic crane to lift an entire engine block, which would have taken Rail 2 days to do by hand. They finished in 4 minutes. None of them looked up at him. The notification blinked on the inside of his visor. Assignment ready. Report to Director Savan. He finished the patch first, then he climbed down. The GSC administrative platform was not an impressive place. It was a converted relay station that smelled of recycled air, and whatever the Mekari food dispensers were heating that cycle. Rail walked through the main corridor in his work suit, still dusty from the hauler job, and knocked on Savan's door with 2 knuckles. Savan was a senior Volkai administrator, which meant he was tall, had 4 fingers on each hand, and had mastered the particular expression of a man who was always slightly disappointed by whoever walked into his office. He waved Rail toward a chair without looking up from his screen. Rail sat. Savan finally looked at him. He slid a data chip across the desk. Solo assessment, edge of the Ashvin Drift, Rec designation GSC Rec 7. You will evaluate structural integrity, estimate salvageable materials, and begin preliminary deconstruction where possible. Rail picked up the chip. He did not say anything yet. Prior crews found it unresponsive to standard entry methods, Savan added, in the same tone a person might use to mention that the weather outside was a little cold. You will need to improvise. Rail looked at the chip, then he looked at Savan. How many crews? 5 assessment teams. How many came back with usable data? Savan adjusted a stylus on his desk. None. Rail nodded once. He understood. This was what the consortium did with jobs that cost more than they were worth. They gave them to whoever would take them. And if no one volunteered, they gave them to the humans, because humans were at the bottom of the pay scale and the bottom of the complaint chain, and Savan could always write it up as a standard solo assignment. He took the chip anyway, not because he wanted the job, because he needed the contract credit, and because somewhere in the back of his mind was the part of him that always wanted to see something nobody else had seen. On the shuttle out to the drift, he read the full mission file. 5 crews, 2 Volkai teams, 1 Mekari survey group, 1 joint Kesari Volkai scientific team, and 1 automated drone cluster. The first Volkai team had reported electromagnetic interference, so severe it disabled their entry tools. The Mekari team had reached the outer hull, but found the material completely resistant to every cutting instrument they carried. The joint team had managed to open a side port and send in 2 crew members, who were returned to the airlock door 17 minutes later, unconscious but unharmed, with no memory of what they had seen inside. The second Volkai team had simply stopped transmitting. Their ship was found drifting 3 days later, crew aboard, all alive, none able to explain the lost time. The drone cluster had reached the outer hull, made contact, and been sent back, one by one, in the exact order they had entered, placed gently at the edge of the ship's magnetic field as if someone had organized them on a shelf. Nobody had cut a single piece of the ship. Nobody knew what it was made of. Nobody knew how old it was. The file listed it as derelict and marked for scrap, because the consortium's administrative system needed everything filed as something, an ancient, impossible and possibly conscious, was not a category. Rail closed the file and watched the stars. He thought about his sister Sella, who worked at a water processing plant on a mid-rim station, and sent him voice messages every few weeks asking if he was eating enough. He pulled up his comm panel and recorded a short message back. He told her he had a new assignment in the Ashvin Drift. He read her the coordinates. He told her not to worry. He did not mention the 5 failed crews or the returning drone cluster organized like somebody's collection. Those were details that would not help either of them. He sent it and went back to looking at the stars. The Ashvin Drift came into view 6 hours later. It was a wide belt of old debris, broken up rock and ancient hull fragments, and the rusted husks of ships that had not made it through some war or disaster that no living species remembered well enough to name. Salvage teams worked here regularly. It was familiar ground to people like Rael. But at the far edge of the drift, where the debris thinned and the star field opened up dark and wide, something floated that was not like the rest of it. GSC Rex 7 was 4 kilometers long. Rael had seen big ships before: hegemony carriers, deep range colony haulers, the industrial platforms that processed whole asteroid fields. Size was not something that impressed him easily, but this ship did not look like something that had been manufactured. It looked like something that had been considered. The lines of it curved in ways that took a moment to follow, shapes that seemed simple from one angle and completely different from another. The hull had a color that sat between dark blue and dark green, the kind of color that deep water turns when you look at it from above on a world with a red sun. It did not reflect light so much as it absorbed it slowly, the way a material does when it is done being discovered and has been keeping its own counsel for a very long time. No lights, no power signature, no movement. Rael held his shuttle at a safe distance for a while and just looked at it. Then he picked up his tool kit, checked that everything was in its place, sealed his helmet, and began his approach. He told himself it was just another wreck. He almost believed it. The cold came first. Not temperature cold. The suit handled that. It was a different kind, the kind a person feels when they walk into a room where something very large and very old has been waiting, and they are the first thing it has sensed in longer than they can count. Rael felt at the moment his shuttle made contact with the hull, a pressure at the edges of his thoughts, like a sound that was too low to hear but not too low to feel. He shook it off and got to work. The magnetic clamp that prior crews had tried to use for docking had caused polarity reversal on 2 of the 5 ships. He had read that part carefully. He did not use a magnetic clamp. Instead, he ran a mechanical arm out from the shuttle's underside, a simple hinged steel bar with a blunt hook, and used it to catch a ridge in the hull plating. Old equipment. The kind of thing modern salvage teams did not bother with anymore because it was slow and required you to think about angles and leverage. It caught on the first try. He locked it and killed the shuttle's engines. He climbed out through the hatch in his suit and stood on the hull. The scale of it hit him again. Standing on the ship was different from looking at it. The curve of the hull went in every direction at once, smooth and vast, and the debris field of the Ashvin Drift circled far below like slow weather. He put his magnetic boots on and walked to the section the mission file had flagged as the primary access point. A panel about 12 meters from the hull ridge, roughly door-shaped, with no visible handle, hinge, or seam. He pressed on it, nothing. He pulled out his plasma torch and cut a small test mark near the edge. The torch burned blue-white and the hull took it and gave nothing back. No cut, no scorch, no heat signature on his scanner. The material simply did not respond to it. He stood there a moment. Then he put the torch away, took out his hand drill and drilled a single small hole at the panel's lower corner. The drill worked. It was slow, but it worked. The material accepted physical pressure at low speed. He made 4 holes in a rectangle, threaded a pry cable through each one, attached it to a manual crank on his belt, and pulled. The panel came loose. Not violently, not with a pop or a rush of air. It just came away clean, the way a lid comes off something that has been sealed for a very long time but was always meant to be opened eventually. Rael looked inside, dark, narrow corridor. He switched his helmet lamp on and went in. No atmosphere, no gravity, no light. He moved on magnetic boots and let the lamp find the walls for him. The architecture inside was unlike anything in the salvage databases. Corridors that curved upward, then sideways, then doubled back. as though the ship had been designed for someone who thought in 3 dimensions the way most beings think in 2. The material of the inner walls was slightly different from the hull, softer in appearance, with a faint texture that ran in long diagonal lines like the grain of old wood. He ran one gloved hand along it as he walked and noted it in his voice log in a flat, steady tone. He had been trained to log constantly on solo jobs. It was practical. If something happened to him, the log might explain what. He moved deeper. The mission file's drone footage had shown the main corridor leading to a large chamber the survey teams had designated as the probable bridge. Rail followed the same path the drones had taken, working by memory of the map. 8 minutes in, he came to the chamber. The drones had filmed a dead room, empty, dark, flat. That was what the footage showed. What Rail saw was not that. The walls of the chamber were alive with light. Not bright light, soft, slow, moving light like bioluminescence in deep water. Patterns that ran along the wall in long looping lines, gathered at certain points, spread again. No pattern repeated. Rail stood at the threshold and watched it for almost a full minute without stepping in. His scanner read 0 power output. Whatever was creating the light was not registering on any instrument he carried. He stepped in. The light shifted, slowly, without urgency. The patterns that had been moving away from the door were now moving toward him. He watched them gather in the wall to his left, then to his right, then at the floor near his boots. He looked down. A cluster of the light had collected around the sole of his left boot, the one he had placed forward when he entered. He crouched down and held his gloved hand near the floor. The light moved to it. He said into his log, "Wall patterns are tracking movement, possibly reactive to contact or pressure, not reading as a threat. Will continue to primary core chamber." He stood up and kept walking. The core chamber was deeper in the ship, past 2 more of the curved corridors, and through a low passage that required him to turn sideways. The drones had not made it this far. Every drone sent into the ship had been stopped before this point, collected gently and returned to the outside, pointing away from the hull like someone had carefully placed them there. The core chamber was round. At its center sat a sphere, 3 meters across, sitting in a slight depression in the floor as though it had been set down and never moved. It was made of the same material as the hull, that same dark blue-green, and it was covered entirely in the same light patterns as the walls, but here they moved faster, with more detail, and in clusters that seemed to respond to each other. Rail sat down on the floor in front of it. He had been inside the ship for 31 minutes. He was not in danger. Nothing had tried to stop him, hurt him, or send him back. He was simply here in a room that should have been dead, in front of a sphere that was clearly not. He reached into his suit's front pocket and pulled out a ration bar. He ate it slowly, watching the sphere, watching the light. He talked while he ate, describing what he saw in the same plain voice he used for everything: the texture of the walls, the behavior of the light, the temperature readings, the size of the sphere. He finished the bar and folded the wrapper and put it back in his pocket. He looked at the sphere. The sphere opened. The sphere did not open the way a door opens. It was more like watching a fist unclench, slow and deliberate, each section of the outer casing drawing back in a different direction until the inside was exposed. The interior was not dark. It was full of the same bioluminescent light as the walls, but here it moved in tighter, faster patterns, and at the center of it was something that had no good name in any language Rail knew. Not a screen, not a core. A space where information lived, visible the way heat above a road is visible, not a thing but the sign of one. He stayed where he was, sitting on the floor, and it reached him there. The first image came without warning, not through his visor, not through any external device. It arrived in the same place memories arrive, behind the eyes, behind thought already shaped. A galaxy. The same galaxy he lived in, but wrong. Stars in different positions. No familiar clusters, no recognizable arms. Old, very, very old. Then a world, green and brown and edged with blue, nothing unusual about it. The kind of world that appeared in databases under 100 similar descriptions. But it felt specific, felt like somewhere particular. The way a photograph of someone's home feels different from a photograph of an empty field. Then the builders. They were not what he expected, which was fair, because he had not let himself expect anything. They were tall, with 4 limbs used for movement and 2 shorter ones used for everything else. Their skin was a pale gray-white that shifted slightly with their mood, the way a sky shifts before rain. They built things carefully. He could see that in how the memories came, slow and considered, nothing rushed, each image placed beside the last like someone laying out tools before a long job. They had built this ship over the course of 3 generations. He understood that not because he was told, but because he felt the time in it, the way you feel the age of a tree by looking at it, not counting but knowing. And then they were gone. Not in a dramatic way, not in fire or war, just gone, the way a sound goes when the last person who knew to make it stops making it. The memory of it was quiet and very sad, and Rael sat with it for a while without trying to move past it. He recorded everything he could into his voice log. Star positions, physical descriptions, architectural details of the world he had seen. He cross-referenced the star positions against his suit's navigational database, using the map software meant for orientation in debris fields. It was not sophisticated enough for what he was trying to do, but it gave him one clear piece of information. The star configurations matched a stellar arrangement that would have existed roughly 40,000 years ago. He said that number into his log quietly, 40,000 years. The sphere had been waiting for 40,000 years. He was still sitting with that thought when the ship's energy signature spiked. He found out about this secondhand because he had no way to monitor his own ship's external readings from inside the core chamber. He found out when his comm unit crackled and a voice came through that he did not recognize. This is GSC Survey Team 2, broadcasting to the registered Solo unit at GSC Rec 7. We are reading an anomalous energy output from your site. Please confirm status. He pressed his comm. Solo unit is fine. The ship came back online. A pause. Say again. The ship, he said. It came back online. I am inside the core chamber. There is an active AI sphere here. It is communicating. Another pause, longer this time. We will be there in 90 minutes. The survey team was not the one Rael would have chosen to call had anyone asked him. But nobody had asked him because nobody expected him to be worth asking. The energy spike had been picked up automatically by a GSC relay in the drift and routed to the nearest team. The nearest team contained Engineer Dasa. She was Voakai, which meant she was tall and four-fingered, and had the faint blue tint at the edges of her skin that Voakai had instead of eyebrows when they were thinking hard. She was also, Rael discovered in the first 4 minutes of knowing her, a scientist in the actual sense of the word. Not someone who had science credentials. Someone who wanted to understand things more than she wanted to be right about them. She stood at the outer hatch he had cut open and looked at the dark corridor inside with an expression that was very close to desperate eagerness. You went in alone, she said. That was the assignment. And nothing happened to you. Nothing bad, he said. She started toward the entrance. The ship responded the moment her boot touched the threshold. The corridor rotated 90 degrees, not fast, not violently, but firmly. Where there had been a walkable path, there was now a wall. She stepped back, startled. The corridor rotated back. It's not letting me in, she said. It did the same to every other crew, Rael said. He thought for a moment. He reached out his hand. Hold on. She looked at his hand, then she took it. They stepped in together. The corridor stayed still. She made a sound that was the Voakai equivalent of a sharp inhale. He led her slowly down the curved passages, her hand in his, her 4 fingers tight around his wrist. Every time he stopped to check something or describe it into his log, she stopped too, waiting, watching. The light in the walls followed them both this time, but more closely around Rael than around her, the way a crowd parts for someone familiar. They reached the core chamber. The sphere was still open, still active. Dasa let go of his hand and pulled out a scanner, then a second one, then a third. She stood in front of the open sphere and ran every instrument she had across it and read the outputs with an expression that kept shifting between fascination and something close to distress. "Nothing," she said finally. "Every reading is impossible. The energy output does not match any known source. The material does not match any known compound." She looked at Rael. "It responded to you." "Yes." "Why?" He thought about it honestly before he answered. "I don't know. I came in, sat down, ate, and talked to myself, same as I do on every job." She stared at him. Then she looked back at the sphere, then back at him. Then she put her scanners away and sat down on the floor beside him, which was, for a Volkai senior engineer who had never in her professional life sat on a floor, a significant act. "Tell me everything," she said. He told her. They sat together in the glow of the sphere for almost 2 hours. The light moved around them. The ancient ship breathed its slow electrical breath, and somewhere in the distance outside the hull, a new signal was moving through the drift. Not a survey team, not a relay station. A military channel. Rael's comm caught the edge of it and flagged it as low priority. He did not check it yet. He was still talking. He would check it later. Later would be soon enough, he thought. He was wrong about that, but not by much. The ship that dropped out of warp at the edge of the Ashvin Drift was named the VSV Halkarn, and it was the kind of vessel that made smaller ships feel the difference in their hulls. A Volkai military cruiser, gray and angular, with 3 escort frigates spread behind it in a triangle formation. The kind of arrival that was meant to make a point before anyone had said a word. Rael was outside on the hull when they came in, running his hands along a section of plating near the open hatch and describing what he felt into his log. He looked up when the light changed, the way light changes when something big moves between you and the nearest star, and he saw the Halkarn settle into position 3 kilometers off. He climbed back inside. Commander Braille made contact within 4 minutes of arrival. He was Volkai older, with the darker skin tone of a high-latitude birth world and the kind of voice that had been told it was authoritative so many times it had started to believe it completely. "Solo Technician Davin, this is Commander Braille of the Volkai Hegemony Defense Directorate. You are operating in proximity to a potential hegemony asset. Stand down your work. Prepare for personnel transfer. Your assessment will be completed by our team." Rael held the comm for a moment. "With respect, Commander, the site is a GSC contract. I have a valid work order." GSC contracts are subordinate to hegemony resource directives. The energy reading from this vessel triggered a priority flag. This is no longer a salvage matter. Dasa, standing beside him, looked at the comm unit and then at Rael with an expression that meant she had known this would happen and had not found a way to prevent it. Rael said, "Understood. I want to note that prior crews could not gain access to this vessel. I would recommend your team review the mission file before attempting entry." "We have reviewed the file," Braille said. "We have better equipment than prior teams." Rael did not say what he was thinking. He thanked the commander and closed the channel. The boarding party arrived 40 minutes later. 6 soldiers in hegemony environmental suits, built for hostile environments and equipped with the best breaching tools the Defense Directorate issued. They reached the outer hull using a proper military docking collar, which the ship allowed to attach the same way it had allowed Rael's mechanical arm, without resistance. Then they started on the hull. Rael watched from inside through a camera unit he had set up at the open hatch. The soldiers tried 4 different tools, high-frequency cutters, thermal lances, a kinetic punch drill, a molecular separator that cost more than Rail's annual contract credit. The hull showed no response to any of them. No cut, no mark, no heat signature, no structural change of any kind. One of the soldiers crouched and looked at the material up close. Rail could see him shake his head. They found the hatch Rail had cut open. 3 of them started toward it. The hatch sealed. Not with a door, not with a mechanism. The opening was simply not there anymore. The hull had closed it the way skin closes over a small wound, slowly and completely. The only thing that remained open was Rail's personal entry point, the original panel he had pried loose with the cable and manual crank, and it would not open for anyone who approached it except him. He knew this because he had already tested it quietly while Dasa ran her scanners. He had walked away from the panel and let her approach it. It had sealed. He had walked back and placed his hand on it. It had opened. The soldiers reported back to the Halcarn. Braille came back on the comm within minutes, and this time his voice had lost some of its practiced authority and gained something rougher in its place. Technician Davin, open the ship. I don't control the ship, Commander. You clearly have some form of access that our personnel do not. That makes you responsible for providing it. The ship decides who enters, Rail said. I am not the ship. That is either an evasion or an admission of sabotage. Either way, I want you out of that vessel and aboard the Halcarn for questioning. Rail looked at Dasa. She was looking at the floor because she was a scientist with institutional connections and she knew how badly this could go, and she was trying to decide what she believed in more, the right answer or the safe one. Rail turned back to the comm. I am in the middle of an assessment. If you want to remove me by force, you are welcome to attempt it, but I think the ship will have something to say about that. There was a long silence. Then Braille said something that Rail had been hoping he would not say. Halcarn Actual load a kinetic round. Single low-yield strike on the primary hull section. Grid reference 7, non-penetrating. Rail said very calmly, Commander, I would advise against that. Your advice is noted. I want it on record that I strongly recommend against it. It is on record. Rail took a breath. He looked at the sphere in the core chamber, which was still open, still moving, its light slow and patient. He had spent 3 days with it by then. He knew its rhythms the way you learn the breathing of something that sleeps near you. He could feel what it was about to do the same way you feel a storm before it arrives. He said quietly into the air of the chamber, not into the comm, just to the ship itself. I'm sorry, I tried. The kinetic round hit the hull. The sound of it, transmitted through the hull material and into the floor he was standing on, was not a bang. It was a low, deep vibration, like the lowest note of an instrument so large it had never been given a name. It traveled through the floor, through his boots, up through his legs and into his chest. And then the ship woke up. Not the partial, careful waking it had done for Rail, the slow opening of one sphere in one chamber. All of it. Every corridor at once. Every wall panel, every surface, every curve and angle of the 4 kilometers of hull and passage and chamber that made up the ancient vessel. Every piece of it lit up simultaneously, the bioluminescent light going from soft and slow to full and present in the space of 2 seconds, and the color of it was something between gold and white, and the precise shade of a sun coming over water. Rail grabbed a wall because the floor had started to hum. Outside, the Ashvin drift lit up. 3 centuries of dark had ended in 2 seconds, and the ship that had swallowed a kinetic round without a scratch was now generating a power output that every scanner in every ship within 2,000 kilometers had just registered simultaneously. Braille's comm channel opened again. His voice was different now. He said, "What is that?" Rail said, "That is the ship deciding it has been patient long enough." The hum in the floor deepened. The sphere in the core chamber began to spin. Not fast, not dramatic, Just the slow, certain rotation of something that had been still for a very long time and had decided to be still no longer. Rael stood in the center of it, one hand on the wall, the gold-white light running across his suit and his helmet and his face behind the visor, and he thought, "Nobody is going to believe my expense report." Then the sphere spoke, and everything changed again. It did not speak in words. It had never used words. Words were too small, too specific to one species, too dependent on the accident of which throat had evolved which shape. What the ship broadcast was something older and more direct than language. It was memory compressed into signal, 40,000 years of it, packed into a form that passed through every hull and every receiver in range and arrived inside every mind in the Ashvin Drift at the same moment, not as sound, not as vision, but as sudden knowing. Every crew member on the Halkarn felt it. Every soldier in their environmental suits felt it. The two Mechari pilots in the survey shuttle parked 300 meters off felt it. Dassa, standing inside the ship beside Rael, felt it so strongly she sat down hard on the floor and put her face in her hands and stayed there. Rael felt it most of all. The difference between what he had experienced in the 3 days before and what happened now was the difference between looking at a river through a small window and standing in the current. Everything the sphere had shown him in fragments came together at once. The builders, their world, their science, their way of thinking about things, which was careful and patient, and assumed that almost nothing was fully understood yet. Their medicine, which had solved problems the hegemony's best researchers were still publishing theoretical papers about. Their energy systems, which used no fuel that could be exhausted and produced no waste that needed to go anywhere. Their governance, which was a written framework for how multiple species could share the same space without one slowly wearing the others down over generations of small decisions. All of it sent outward in one broadcast that no hull could block and no comm filter could catch. And then, at the end of all of it, the thing the ship had been built to carry. The warning. The builders had not simply ended. They had encountered something, and the honest word for it was not creature or weapon or force, because it was not quite any of those things. They called it, in the closest approximation that could be pressed into Rael's understanding, the long quiet. It was not aggressive. It did not attack. It moved through the outer arms of galaxies slowly, over centuries, and what it left behind it was not destruction but absence. Stars that burned slightly colder. Populations that became slightly less inventive over generations. Communication between species that became slightly less frequent, then infrequent, then stopped. Not because anything killed them, because a kind of stillness had settled in, the way a cold settles into a house that has not been heated in a long time, until one day the pipes freeze and no one is surprised. The builders had seen it coming for 400 years before it reached them. They had built this ship to carry the record of what they knew and what they had seen, and they had sent it into the dark to wait until it found someone who could receive what it carried and do something with it. The long quiet had been in the outer rim for 3 centuries. The hegemony had a name for it in their deep space observatory records. They had classified it as Unexplained Stellar Drift Anomaly 704, filed it in a database that junior researchers used for training exercises, and moved on to things that were more immediately interesting. Rael sat on the floor of the core chamber and let all of it settle into him. The history, the science, the warning, the weight of being the person who had been in the right place at the right time, not because he was the most qualified or the most powerful, but because he had been the one willing to sit down on a strange floor and eat a ration bar and talk to something that nobody else had given the patience to hear. After a while, he opened his comm. Braille was still on the channel. He had not closed it. Rael could hear, in the quality of the silence, that the commander had received the broadcast too, and was sitting somewhere on the bridge of the Halkarn not quite knowing what to do with what he now knew. Rael said, "Commander." Braille said, "Yes." The ship is not a weapon. It is an archive. It has been in the drift for 40,000 years, waiting to deliver what it carries to someone who could use it. A pause. I received the broadcast. Then you know about the long quiet. Another pause longer. The stellar drift anomaly. Yes, that one. The silence stretched out between them, and in the silence was the slow, difficult sound of a person who has spent a career knowing what things are, and what they mean, having to accept that he did not know something very important, and that a human salvage technician did. Dasa looked up from the floor. Her eyes were wet. She had not cried in 30 years of professional life, and she did not look embarrassed about it. She looked like someone who had just been told that everything she had spent her career studying was a chapter in a much longer book. "What does it want?" Braille said finally. Rael looked at the sphere. He had learned over 3 days to ask it things not in words but in attention, in the direction of thought. He focused on the question. The sphere answered in images. A crew, not a large one, moving through these corridors. Different shapes, different sizes, not all Voakai, not all one species, moving with purpose, comfortable in the space. A heading outward, toward the outer rim, toward the long quiet. Rael said, "It wants to do what it was built for, carry information, find the thing the builders found, understand it." "And you?" "I think it wants me to go with it." Another long silence. Then Braille said something Rael had not expected, something that cost the commander more than anything else said in the entire conversation. "What do you need?" Rael blinked once. He had prepared for arguments, for threats, for more kinetic rounds. He had not prepared for that. He looked at the sphere again. The images came clearly. He said, "Hegemony clearance to move through restricted space. Access to the hegemony's deep space observatory data on the stellar anomaly. No weapons pointed at this hull, and the ship picks its own crew." Braille said, "The Hegemony Council will need to approve the clearances." The broadcast already reached every receiver within 2,000 kilometers, Rael said. "It will reach council members before you can call them. They will already be asking questions." He could almost hear Braille considering this. "The crew selection," Braille said. "What does that mean exactly, the ship picks?" "It means the ship picks," Rael said. "I do not know who. I know it will not pick by rank or species. If you want to know what it picks by, I would tell you, but I think you already felt it in the broadcast. You know the answer." The comm was quiet. Then Braille said, "I will contact council." Outside the hull, the Halcarn's running lights stayed steady. No more weapons charged. No more boarding attempts. 3 frigates held their positions and did nothing, which was, in the circumstances, exactly the right thing. Inside the core chamber, the sphere spun slow and gold and certain. Dasa stood up from the floor, wiped her face with one hand, and picked up her scanner. Her hands were not quite steady. She ran the scan anyway. "Still impossible readings," she said. "Yes," said Rael. "Still nothing that matches any known compound or energy source." "Yes." She lowered the scanner and looked at him directly. "Are you afraid?" He thought about it, genuinely thought about it, in the way he thought about which tool to use on a difficult join, checking every angle before he committed. "No," he said, "I've been on worse jobs." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she put the scanner away and sat back down, this time close enough that her shoulder was almost touching his. "Then I will stay," she said, "if the ship will have me." The light in the walls shifted. Around Dasa slowly. For the first time since she had boarded, the patterns gathered and moved toward her, the way they had moved toward Rael on his first day. She looked at the wall beside her, at the light pressing gently against her suit's shoulder, and she sat very still and let it happen. That was, Rael thought, the right response. 3 weeks after the broadcast, the Hegemony Council passed 4 emergency resolutions in a single session. The first reclassified humans from Tier 3 labor associates to Tier 2 recognized civilization partners. The motion passed with 11 votes in favor and 1 abstention. The one abstention being the representative of a species that had not yet received the full archive data, because their receiving technology was 30 years behind everyone else, which was exactly the kind of thing the archive's governance frameworks were designed to fix. The second resolution opened the Hegemony's Deep Space Observatory database to joint review with GSC and independent scientists. The stellar drift anomaly files that had been sitting in a training database were pulled out and given to 11 research teams simultaneously. The third resolution allocated a defensive intelligence budget to studying the Long Quiet, which was now called by its proper name in official documentation, no longer given a filing number. The fourth resolution was the complicated one. It acknowledged that the ancient vessel designated GSC Rex 7 had operational autonomy and could not be claimed as hegemony property under existing law. Because existing law had no category for a 40,000-year-old ship with a conscious archive AI that chose its own crew, the Council did what legislative bodies do when reality outpaces their frameworks. They created a new category, wrote Rael Davin's name into it as operational liaison, and moved on to the next item on the agenda. Rael did not attend any of the sessions. He was inside the ship, learning its corridors. He had stopped using his helmet lamp after the first week. The ship provided its own light, tuned to human visible spectrum once the sphere had had enough time with him to understand what he could and could not see. He moved through the curved passages in the soft gold glow of the ship's own patterns, mapping sections by hand because the ship's internal layout did not translate neatly to any standard survey format. He was in the lower aft section, nodding where the corridor widths changed, when he heard someone at the outer hatch. The ship let her through before he got there. She was young, Volkai, with the narrow build of someone who had spent years in low-gravity stations. She was carrying a medical kit and a single bag, and she looked slightly dazed in the way everyone looked when the ship first let them in, and the light moved to meet them. Her name was Paya, and she had spent the last 2 years running a medical outpost in a human labor settlement on a mid-rim platform, the kind of posting nobody senior ever took. She had applied for it specifically. She said she did not know why she had come to the drift. She had just felt she should. Rael showed her where to put her bag. The next arrival came the following morning. An elderly Mechari engineer named Sorvo, who had worked on deep space infrastructure projects for 40 years and was supposed to be retired. He had, he said, been on his way to his retirement platform when his shuttle had taken a wrong turn in the drift routing system, which was technically impossible. He had a tool belt that looked older than some of the stations Rael had worked on, and when the ship's light gathered around his hands, he looked at it for a long moment and then got out a calibration tool and began checking the walls. Rael let him work. The third was a human, a pilot named Wen from the merchant fleet, known for taking cargo routes through unstable drift corridors that no one else would quote insurance for. He arrived without any story about being pulled there. He had simply heard about the ship on the fleet network, packed his navigation kit, and flown to the drift on his own fuel. He stood at the outer hatch and knocked. The ship opened for him before Rael got to the door. Dasa had been there through all of it, sleeping in shifts, eating from her survey team's supply cache, running her instruments every morning even though they still gave impossible readings. She had filed 3 preliminary papers with the Hegemony Science Directorate in 3 weeks. The first one, the 12-page document she had titled On What We Failed to Hear, had been downloaded 400,000 times in the first 48 hours. She had not checked the number since. She was too busy. The ship had been making small changes while the crew assembled. Passages that had been too narrow for Mechari proportions had widened. A section near the aft corridor had developed what appeared to be a food preparation chamber, complete with a heating unit that worked on no power source any of their instruments could identify. The light in the corridors had developed distinct zones, warmer near the areas people spent more time in, cooler in the passages that led to areas not yet explored. It was, Rael thought, the ship settling in, getting used to having people again. He was in the core chamber when he thought of the name. It came to him the way the right tool comes to mind for a difficult job, not through a process of elimination, but simply as the correct answer to a question he had been holding without realizing it. He sat in front of the sphere, the light turning slow and patient around him, and said the word aloud to see how it fit. Orin. In an old dialect of a language his mother had spoken, the word meant to keep, to hold something safely until it was needed. He had half remembered it from the few dozen words she had taught him before she died, and he had not thought of it in years, and it arrived now with the small weight of things recovered rather than found new. The sphere's light shifted. He could not have said exactly how, but it felt like agreement. He calmed Sela that evening, sitting on the floor with his back against the sphere's base and the gold-white light running across the wall beside him. She answered from her processing plant, in her work clothes, with something on her sleeve that was probably machinery lubricant. He told her about the last 3 weeks. He told her about the broadcast, about the long quiet, about Braille and the hegemony and the new Tier 2 classification that had gone through the council. He told her about Peia and Sorvo and Wen. He told her the ship had a name now. Sela listened to all of it with the focused silence she used when she was taking something seriously. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "They gave you the worst job they had, and it turned into something they cannot understand." He said, "It usually does." She told him to come home after. He said he would try. She said she knew he would not for a long time, but that she wanted him to say it anyway. He said it anyway. After he closed the comm, he sat in the quiet of the core chamber and let the light do what it did, move and gather and spread and return, the same patterns that had been running in these walls for 40,000 years, patient enough to wait for the right person to sit still long enough to notice them. Director Savan never sent a message. Rael noticed the absence once and then stopped thinking about it. Commander Braille sent a single official transmission the morning of departure. It was a formal communication, precise and correct in every procedural detail. Underneath the official language, if a person read it carefully, was the particular tone of a man who had fired a kinetic round at something he did not understand and had been thinking about that decision ever since. There was no apology in it. There was something that was the bureaucratic equivalent of one. Rael acknowledged it and filed it in the mission log. On the day of departure, the Halcarn held its position 3 kilometers off and did nothing. This was the right thing to do, and Rael noted it without comment. The crew moved to their stations the way people do when they know what the job is but have not quite learned yet that they can do it. Peia set up the medical bay. Sorvo put his calibration tool away and sat at the engineering station, which the ship had grown around him over the previous week to fit his proportions exactly. Wen took the navigation seat and ran his hands over the controls, which were unlike any he had trained on, and which he seemed to understand anyway, in the way experienced pilots understand that moving things is the same in every vehicle if you have been doing it long enough. Dasa stood at the science station and pulled up her instruments and got readings that were still impossible and looked satisfied for the first time in 3 weeks. Rael stood at the sphere. He was still in his work suit. He had not changed it for a dress uniform because he did not own a dress uniform and would not have worn one if he did. His tool kit was on his belt. Everything was in its place. He focused on the sphere the way he had learned to. Not words, not requests, just attention directed and steady, the same quality he brought to every job. The sphere responded with an image, the outer rim, the dark between the arms of the galaxy where the long quiet moved through the cold and the stars, a heading. He looked at it for a moment. Then he said, "Let's go." The Orin undocked from the Ashvin drift without ceremony, without sound, without any of the drama that the moment might have been given if someone had been writing it for an audience. It simply moved, the way things move when they have decided. The light on its hull caught the distant star, and for a moment it was visible in the dark of the drift, 4 kilometers of something old and alive and purposeful, moving outward. Then it was not visible anymore. The Halcyon stayed where it was for a while after. Braille stood at the bridge window and watched the place where the ship had been, the ordinary dark it had left behind, and he did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that the moment had not already said better. Somewhere in the outer rim, in the slow cold between stars, something ancient and quiet was moving, and something older and more patient was already on its way to find it.
The duffel bag hit the floor before she even walked through the door. I heard it first, a heavy, dense sound, like something packed with iron had been dropped from a height, and then she followed it in, stepping over the threshold without looking up, dragging her boot across the floor to clear a smear of mud she had tracked in from somewhere outside. The classroom was already full. Every seat had been taken for 20 minutes. The Galactic Combat Academy did not tolerate late arrivals, and Commander Vreth 9 had a reputation for making examples. She did not seem to know this, or perhaps she simply did not care. She found the last open seat at the back of the room, sat down slowly, and looked around at all of us with the calm, flat expression of someone who had just walked into a room full of furniture. Not threats, not peers, furniture. Something to be noted, filed away, and largely ignored unless it became necessary. My name is Kael Veth Soren. I am Theron, which means I come from a mid-gravity, mid-temperature world with a stable atmosphere, moderate predator pressure, and about 12,000 years of recorded civilization. We are not considered a warrior species. We are considered a scholarly species, which is a polite way of saying we survived by being clever rather than strong. I enrolled at the academy as an exchange student with a focus on tactical theory, not because I wanted to fight, but because I believed that understanding combat on a deeper level would make me a better strategist. I mention all of this because it explains why I was sitting near the front, carefully reviewing my notes when she walked in, and why I turned around to look at her at all. My threat assessment gland, a small organ just below my second jaw, had started producing a low, steady warmth the moment she entered the room. It was not alarm. It was something quieter than alarm. It was the body's way of saying, pay attention to this. So I paid attention. She was human. That much was immediately clear. The build was unmistakable. Bilaterally symmetrical, forward-facing eyes, a single pair of arms and legs, a ratio of muscle to frame that seemed, at first glance, unremarkable. Humans were not the largest species at the academy. They were not the fastest, not the most armored, not the most visually imposing. The Vorkai cadet sitting 2 rows ahead of me was taller by nearly a full meter and outweighed her by a significant margin. The Ghoulian pair near the window had 4 arms each. The Felian at the end of my row moved with a loose, fluid quality that suggested she could cross the room before anyone registered she had started moving. Compared to all of them, the human seemed almost ordinary. Almost. I had read the academy briefings on human physiology before enrollment, the way any careful student reads background material. The documents were thorough, detailed, and written with the slightly apologetic tone that xenobiological reports often used when the data was difficult to contextualize. Humans came from a world called Earth. Earth, by almost every ecological measure, was extreme. Not in the way that made a planet uninhabitable. It was well within the range for carbon-based life, but in the way that made survival there a daily, active, full-body problem. High atmospheric oxygen, aggressive microbial environment, gravity on the higher end of comfortable, and the fauna. The briefing had dedicated 4 full pages to Earth fauna alone, which was unusual. Most planetary profiles gave fauna a paragraph. Earth had insects that could dissolve tissue. It had mammals that could track a living target for 3 days without stopping. It had marine life that had been largely unchanged since before complex land creatures existed, because nothing had managed to improve on their original design. It had weather systems that could flatten structures. It had plate tectonics that regularly reshaped coastlines. And it had humans, who had started as prey and ended as the planet's apex species through a combination of endurance, adaptability, and what one researcher described, in a footnote, as a willingness to persist in situations where the logical outcome is cessation. The briefing had used the word Death World 3 times in the opening paragraph. I had thought the language was dramatic at the time. I thought about that word now, watching her pull a small dark object from the front pocket of her jacket and begin working on it with her thumbnail. She was sharpening something. In the middle of orientation, while Commander Vreth 9 walked to the front of the room. The commander was Ghoulian, which meant he was large, blue-gray, broad across the shoulders, and possessed of 4 arms that he used with the kind of unconscious coordination that came from a lifetime of instinctive use. He had served in 3 separate military campaigns before retiring to teach. His record was available in the Academy library and ran to 41 pages. He had the calm, unhurried manner of someone who had long ago stopped needing to prove anything to anyone. He set his materials on the lectern and looked out at the room. His gaze moved across us in a slow, deliberate sweep, cataloging each face. When it reached the back, it stopped for just a moment, barely perceptible, and then continued. He did not mention the late arrival. He did not mention the duffel bag still sitting in the middle of the aisle where she had dropped it. He simply began. "You are here," he said, "because your species, your governments, or your academies believed you had potential. I am not going to tell you whether that belief is correct. That is not my function. My function is to give you the clearest possible understanding of what combat is, what it requires, and what it will cost you. Everything else, courage, will, instinct, you either have or you do not. I cannot give it to you. What I can give you is knowledge." He paused. "Let that settle. This semester covers advanced melee doctrine. We will study close quarters engagement across 12 different combat frameworks, spanning 19 species-specific methodologies. We will train physically, but more importantly, we will train conceptually. A soldier who can swing a blade but does not understand why they are swinging it is less useful than a soldier who understands the geometry of a fight and has never held a weapon in their life." Around me, cadets were writing notes. I was writing notes. Seuss, the Felian who had taken the seat to my left, was writing notes so fast his stylus was almost humming. Even Grook, the Vorkai cadet ahead of me who I had already identified as the kind of person who preferred doing to thinking, was at least holding his stylus. I glanced back. Mara Voss. I had seen her name on the roster when I checked in, listed simply as Voss, M, Earth, Origin Classification, Death World, was not writing notes. She had set the small dark object on the desk in front of her. From my angle I could not quite see what it was, but it caught the room's light in a way that suggested an edge. She had folded her arms across the desk and was watching the commander with an expression I found difficult to read. It was not inattentive. She was paying close attention. But she was not writing anything down. She noticed me looking. Her eyes moved to mine with the speed of someone who never fully stopped scanning their environment, and she held my gaze for exactly 2 seconds before looking back at the commander. It was not aggressive. It was not unfriendly. It was simply observational, the way you might glance at a tree to confirm it is still there. My threat assessment gland pulsed once, warm and clear. I looked back at the commander. "Before we begin the structured curriculum," Vreth 9 said, "I want to address something. Many of you are coming from species that have developed unique combat traditions. Some of you come from cultures where certain techniques or styles are considered legendary, even sacred. I respect that. I want you to know that I will always respect the origin of a technique." He clasped 2 of his 4 hands behind his back. "What I will not respect is the assumption that your tradition is complete. Every species develops its doctrine in response to its own environment, its own threats, its own physical limits. What works on your homeworld may work here. What works on your homeworld may also be irrelevant here. My job is to help you tell the difference." It was a good speech. It was the kind of speech that felt fair and even-handed. Looking back, I think it was also the speech that planted the first small seed of a very large disagreement. After the commander finished, we were given time to introduce ourselves by row. Most cadets kept it brief. Name, species, homeworld, reason for enrollment. The Vorkai gave his name as Dashek and added, without being asked, that he had placed first in his home system's combat trials. Nobody responded to this except Seuss, who made a small sound beside me that I later came to recognize as his version of a skeptical note. When we reached the back row, Mara Voss stood up. She was not as tall as I had expected from the build described in the briefing files. Medium height, a little broader in the shoulders than average for her species. She wore plain training clothes, no insignia, no marks of rank or accomplishment. Her hair was pulled back in a simple, functional way. Her voice, when she spoke, was level and unhurried. "Mara Voss," she said, "Earth. I'm here because I want to understand how people who didn't grow up on my world think about fighting. I already know how people from my world think about it. She sat back down. There was a brief silence. Commander Vreth 9 looked at her with an expression that was, for the first time since he had entered the room, genuinely interested rather than professionally attentive. Then he moved on to the next cadet. After the session ended and the room began to empty, I lingered to organize my notes. Seuss waited for me. We had already fallen into an easy companionship, the natural alliance of two people who are more comfortable observing than acting. Gruk, somehow, had also ended up at our side, largely because he had seen us talking and apparently decided that we were his group now. Gruk was enthusiastic and not very subtle, but he was not unkind, and I had learned quickly that his instincts, while blunt, were usually correct. "The human," he said quietly, jerking his chin toward the back of the room where Mara was slowly repacking her jacket. She said she already knows how people from her world think about fighting. "Yes," I said. "That means she came here to learn something she doesn't already have," Seuss said. "Yes," I said again. Gruk thought about this for a moment. "So she already has everything else." We all looked at each other. Mara picked up her duffel bag, lifting it the way you lift something that weighs nothing, and walked out without looking back. The bag had hit the floor like a bag of iron. She carried it like it was empty. My threat assessment gland was warm for the rest of the afternoon. I wrote in my personal log that night, first day at the academy, met several interesting cadets. The Vorkai named Dashek believes very strongly in himself. The Felian, Seuss, is sharp and worth knowing. The human named Mara Voss arrived late, said almost nothing, sharpened something in class and left carrying a bag that sounded like it was full of metal. I do not know yet whether she is very brave or very foolish. I suspect, though I cannot say why, that those two things may not be as different as I have always assumed. The thing about Commander Vreth 9 was that he never wasted words. In 4 days of class, I had come to understand this about him. He spoke precisely. He moved precisely. He taught with the focused economy of someone who had long ago stripped away everything unnecessary and kept only what worked. So when he announced on the 4th morning that we were going to spend the entire session on what he called the doctrine of biological maximums, I paid close attention. Not because the topic sounded interesting, though it did, but because the way he said it suggested that this was the session he considered most important, the foundation under everything else. The room filled faster than usual. Word had spread, the way it always spreads in tight communities of people who are all quietly competing with each other, that today's lecture was the one that mattered. Even Dashek arrived early, which was unusual enough that Seuss noticed and mentioned it to me under his breath. I had my notes ready. Seuss had 2 styluses, prepared for speed. Gruk had his single stylus and the expression of someone who had decided he was going to understand this, even if it took him longer than everyone else. At the back of the room, Mara Voss had a single blank sheet of paper and a pen. An actual pen, not a stylus. I had not seen a physical ink pen used for writing in 3 years of academic study. She set it beside her paper and waited. The commander began. "Every species in this room," he said, "has a body. That body was built by millions of years of evolution on a specific world with specific pressures. Your muscles, your reflexes, your bone density, your nervous system, all of it was designed, not by choice, but by survival. And that design has a ceiling. Every one of you, without exception, operates within a set of biological parameters that you did not choose and cannot exceed." He pulled up the first holographic display. It showed a Vorkai skeleton, labeled in detail. Bone composition, density figures, joint flexibility ranges. "Vorkai," he said, "have the highest natural bone density of any bipedal species in the known survey. This makes them extremely difficult to injure in close combat. It also means their skeletons carry significant weight, which limits acceleration and changes the geometry of how they fight. A Vorkai does not dodge, a Vorkai redirects. These are not the same thing. Trying to fight like a Felian if you are Vorkai is not inefficient. It is structurally impossible." He moved to the next display. Felian. Lighter frame, longer limbs relative to body. Joint structure that allowed ranges of motion most species could not achieve. Felian, he said, are built for speed and range. Their reflexive response time is among the fastest measured. Their skeletal structure allows striking angles that most opponents cannot anticipate, because most opponents cannot physically replicate those angles and therefore do not train to defend against them. However, their mass is low. Impact force is a function of mass and acceleration. What a Felian lacks in mass, they compensate for through speed, but there is a ceiling on what that compensation can achieve against a target with significantly higher density. Display after display, species after species. each one with its own graph, its own range of capability, its own specific wall. It was, I had to admit, compelling. Not because any of it was surprising, I had studied xenophysiology in my preparation for the academy, but because of the way Vreth 9 connected the data to practical combat application. He was not just listing biological facts, he was explaining why those facts meant certain fighting styles belonged to certain bodies, and why trying to cross those lines was not ambition but confusion. Then he reached the section on dual wielding. "This," he said, setting down his stylus and looking at us directly, "is the topic I want you to carry with you for the rest of your training here, because it is the one that generates the most persistent misunderstanding." He put up a new display. It showed data from combat trials across 37 species, all attempting to use two weapons simultaneously. Dual wielding, he said, is a concept that appears in the pre-contact history of almost every species that developed edged weapons. It appears in folklore, in legend, in entertainment media. It is romantic, it looks impressive, and across 37 species tested under controlled combat conditions, the average performance improvement over single weapon use was -4%. He let that number sit. Not zero, negative. The fighters who attempted dual wielding performed worse than they did with a single weapon, even when controlling for practice time. And when we examine why, the answer is not surprising once you understand the biology. He pointed to a diagram of a neural pathway map. Dual wielding requires three things simultaneously. First, independent hemispheric motor control, meaning the ability to give each hand a genuinely separate movement instruction at the same time, not sequentially, not with one hand leading and one following, but simultaneously and independently. Second, a skeletal structure with enough natural dampening to absorb and redirect the competing forces generated by two weapons moving in different vectors. Third, the cognitive ability to track and process two independent threat relationships at the same time, not alternating between them, but holding both in active tactical awareness simultaneously. He crossed two of his forearms. No species in the known survey achieves all three. Some achieve one, a few achieve two, partially. None achieve all three at the level required for dual wielding to become a net positive in combat. I was writing fast. This was exactly the kind of foundational theory I had come to the academy to find. Not just the how of combat, but the why. The biology underneath the technique. The reason why certain things were true, regardless of how much you wanted them not to be. I finished a sentence and looked up. Mara Voss had raised her hand. The room noticed this before Vreth 9 did. There was a slight shift in posture from several cadets, the way a room moves when something unexpected happens. Vreth 9 looked up from his display and found her. "Cadet Voss," he said. "Earth isn't on the list," she said. Her voice was the same as it always was, level, unhurried, entirely without challenge or aggression. She was not arguing. She was, as far as I could tell, simply pointing out a fact. Vreth 9 looked at his display. 37 species. He looked back at her. "Correct," he said. "Earth was not included in this particular study set. The data available at the time of the study's compilation did not include a sufficient sample of human combat trials to meet the statistical threshold for inclusion." "Okay," Mara said. She picked up her pen and wrote something on her paper. One line. I could not see what it said from my angle. Vreth 9 continued. He finished the lecture on dual wielding with his conclusion that the doctrine was to be treated as a historical curiosity, a technique that had emerged independently across cultures for reasons related to aesthetics and symbolism, rather than practical effectiveness, and that cadets should focus their training energy on mastering a single weapon to the highest level their biology allowed. It was a clean, logical conclusion. Every piece of evidence pointed to it. I agreed with it completely. Under my agreement, though, somewhere quiet, I was thinking about that one line Mara had written on her paper. The first physical training session happened that afternoon. We were divided into pairs for sparring. The format was simple: single weapon, light contact, 5 minutes, rotate. The goal was not to defeat your partner but to observe them, to begin building the instinctive read of how different bodies moved, how different species used their specific physical advantages, how a fight shifted when you were facing someone built differently from yourself. Commander Vreth 9 circulated, watching, occasionally stopping to correct a stance or point out an opening that had been missed. I was paired first with a Felian cadet named Veth, who moved exactly as the lecture had described, fast, angular, unpredictable in the direction of strikes. I did not land a single clean touch in 5 minutes. What I learned was that I was good at reading movement I had seen before, and completely unprepared for movement I had not. After the rotation, I ended up beside Seuss and we watched the other pairs together. Grook was paired with Mara. This had happened, I suspected, because the rotation was alphabetical, and Voss and Grook's species name, I could never quite spell it correctly, happened to fall near each other. It was not arranged as a test or a demonstration. It was simply the order of things. Grook outweighed her by roughly double. He was broader, taller, and moved with the confident solidity of someone who had spent a lifetime being the largest thing in most rooms. He rolled his neck once, settled into his stance, and brought his training blade up in the standard Vorkai guard position, weapon forward, body angled, weight low. Mara looked at him. She was holding her training blade loosely at her side, not raised, not in any guard position I recognized. She was just standing there, holding it down, watching him. Grook moved first. It was a good move, a lateral step combined with a forward press, designed to close distance and use his size advantage before she could create space. The technique was sound. Against most opponents it would have worked. Mara moved. I almost missed it. She went to her left, not backward as most opponents would go, but sideways and slightly forward, inside his swing, close enough that his blade arm had to fold rather than extend. Her training blade came up not in a strike but in a redirect. She caught the inside of his wrist with the flat of the blade and turned his arm with his own momentum. Then she stepped back. It had taken less than 2 seconds. Grook was still standing, still holding his weapon, but his stance had been completely broken. He looked down at his wrist, then at her. He tried again. Same result, different direction. This time she went right. This time the redirect was against his elbow. Again, 2 seconds. Again his stance was gone. The third time she let him complete the move and simply was not where he expected her to be. She had moved backward and to the right in a direction that required him to completely reorient, and when he reoriented, she tapped his weapon arm with the flat of her blade. Touch. Point. Reset. Grook stood very still for a moment. "You're not fighting me," he said. His voice was not angry. He sounded genuinely puzzled. "No," Mara agreed. "You're fighting where I'm going to be." "Yes?" He thought about this. "How do you know where I'm going to be?" She tilted her head slightly. "You telegraph. Your left shoulder drops before you go right. Your right knee bends before you push forward. I've seen it 3 times now, so I know what to wait for." Grook looked at his left shoulder, then at his right knee, then back at her. "Can you not do that?" he asked. "Stop telling me what you're going to do before you do it," she said. "Yes, it'll take you a while. Most people don't notice they're doing it until someone points it out." Grook nodded slowly, as if he had just received information that was going to require a significant amount of processing time. "And then you'll fight me differently." "Then I'll have to actually work," she said, and she sounded like she meant it as a compliment. The rotation bell rang. They separated. Seuss was very quiet for a moment beside me. Then he said, "She wasn't using her full speed." I looked at him. "How do you know?" "Because I watched her feet," he said. "When she moved at about 60% of her available acceleration. She was holding back." I thought about this. Why would she hold back? "Because she didn't want to injure Grook," Seuss said. "And because she was reading him, not fighting him. She was learning, not performing." I looked across the training floor to where Mara had already moved on to her next partner, who happened to be one of the Ghoulian cadets. 4 arms, significant size, a completely different set of challenges. She watched him for about 10 seconds before she was ready. She had the expression of someone doing a puzzle they found mildly interesting. That evening, in our shared common area, Grook sat with his training notes and added a new section at the bottom. I could see the heading from across the table. Things I do not know yet. The list was long. He had clearly spent some time on it. Seuss was reviewing his own session notes. After a while he looked up and said, "Kale, you remember the lecture this morning? The part about dual wielding being impossible?" "Yes," I said. "Do you think she heard it?" "She was in the room," I said. "Yes," Seuss said. "But she wrote something down when Vreth 9 said Earth wasn't in the study." He paused. "She only wrote one thing the entire lecture. One line. Everything else, she just listened." I thought about that. About what a person writes down when they only write one thing. Not information they need to remember. Not facts. Something else. A question, maybe. Or a plan. Outside the common area window, the Academy's training lights were still on in the main hall. The hour was late. Most cadets had finished their practice for the day. Through the glass, at the far end of the hall, I could see a figure moving in the low light. Alone. Running forms. The precise, repetitive movement patterns that built the physical memory of technique until it became instinct. One figure, one training blade, moving through positions slowly, cleanly, deliberately. And then, on about the 12th form, a second blade appeared in the other hand. She moved through the form once with both blades. Then she stopped. She looked at her hands. She said something to herself that I could not hear through the glass. Then she started again. I watched for 4 minutes before I made myself look away. When I described it to Seuss the next morning, he was quiet for a long time. "She's not trying to prove Vreth 9 wrong," he said finally. "No," I agreed. "She's trying to find out if he's right." That was, I thought, precisely the difference between someone who fought doctrine and someone who tested it. One was rebellion. The other was science. My threat assessment gland was warm again. But this time, mixed with the warning signal, there was something else. Something adjacent to it that I did not have a word for in my own language. I had to look it up in an interspecies emotion index later that evening. The closest translation in Standard was admiration, though the Theron original carried a secondary meaning that Standard did not quite capture. The specific feeling of watching something exceed what you believed was possible, and being glad that you were wrong. The bet started, as most problems do, with someone who was very confident and not quite as informed as they believed. Dashek had been, for the first 2 weeks of training, a reliable fixture of the Academy's social landscape in the specific way that a large rock in the middle of a path is a fixture. You noticed it, you worked around it, and you occasionally wondered how it had come to occupy so much space. He was skilled. That was not in question. His combat trial results from his home system were genuine. His technique was solid, and he had a natural aggression that translated well into controlled sparring. When he entered a room, he entered it the way certain species do when they have always been the most capable thing present, with a quiet, unconscious assumption of centrality. The problem was not his ability. The problem was what he said about Mara Voss at dinner on the 14th day of the semester. I was at the far end of the long mess table with Seuss and Grook when I heard his voice carry over the general noise of the room. I did not catch the beginning of what he was saying, only the shape of it. He was holding court at the center of the table, surrounded by several cadets who were either genuinely interested or did not yet feel confident enough to disagree with him. "All muscle memory," he was saying. "She's fast, I'll give her that. But speed without intelligence is just instinct. Put her under real pressure, multiple vectors, real threat geometry, and the reflex stops working. She'll collapse." I looked at Seuss. He had heard it too. "He hasn't sparred her yet," Seuss said quietly. "No," I said. "He should, before he forms opinions." "He has formed opinions," I said. "He is not interested in adjusting them." Grook, who had been eating steadily through this exchange, put down his fork. "She made me look like a new student," he said. He did not sound bitter about it. He sounded like someone who had correctly processed an experience and filed it under things to learn from. "If Dashek has not worked with her, he does not know what he is talking about." "We know that," I said. "Yes," Grook said. "But the point is whether she knows he said it." "She did. Of course she did. I have since come to understand that this is a consistent quality of people who grow up in environments where missing information gets you removed from the living. They are always, always paying attention. Not in an anxious way, in the way of something that has evolved to notice everything as a basic operating condition. Mara Voss was always in the room, and she always knew what the room was saying, even the parts the room thought were quiet. We found out she had heard it the next morning. She walked into the common meal hall and set her tray down at the table next to Dashek's, not across from him, next to him, close enough that she could have reached out and touched his arm. He looked up. She met his eyes. "I heard what you said," she told him, simple and direct. No anger in it, just a statement of fact, the way you might tell someone you had received their message. Dashek did not look particularly uncomfortable. He was the kind of person who doubled down when confronted, not because he was sure he was right, but because backing down felt like losing. "And," he said. "And I'm not offended," she said. "You're probably working from limited data. That's not your fault." She picked up her cup. "But if you want to find out whether you're right, I'll give you a chance to find out. Real pressure, multiple vectors, whatever you want." The table had gone quiet, not just Dashek's section. Most of the immediate area had registered the exchange and was now listening without looking like it was listening. Dashek smiled. It was the smile of someone who had already decided how this was going to go. "When?" he said. "Training floor, open session, Saturday." She looked at him steadily. "I'll make it easier to watch." "You want an audience," he said. "You want an audience," she corrected mildly. "I just want conditions where everyone can see clearly." She picked up her tray. "One more thing. I'll do it with 2 blades." The silence that followed was the specific silence of a room that has just processed information it does not quite know what to do with. Then Dashik laughed, not unkindly, but dismissively, the laugh of someone who has just been told something they find improbable. "Commander Vreth 9 said no species can." "I know what he said," Mara agreed. "Saturday." She walked away. The meal hall had a very particular energy for the rest of breakfast. Conversations were quiet and slightly sideways, the way conversations get when everyone is talking about the same thing without wanting to be the one who brings it up directly. Seuss leaned toward me. "The commander's lecture," he said. "She's going to test it." "Yes," I said. "In front of the whole training program, apparently." He was quiet for a moment. "What if she can't?" he said, not cruelly, genuinely. It was the question I was already turning over in my head, the one that made the whole situation feel heavier than a straightforward sparring match. What if Vreth 9 is right and she tries it in front of everyone and it fails? I thought about the figure I had watched through the common room window, moving alone in the training hall late at night with 2 blades, starting and starting again, not performing, testing, adjusting. "I don't think she would have made the offer," I said, "if she didn't already have an answer." Seuss did not look entirely convinced. "People who grow up on high-pressure worlds sometimes have a higher threshold for risk than the situation actually warrants," he said. It was a careful way of saying something I had also considered, that Death World origin species were sometimes confident past the point where confidence was earned, simply because they had survived so many things that confidence had become a default setting. But the more I thought about it, the less that framing fit. What I had seen in the training hall was not the confidence of someone who believed they could do something. It was the work of someone who was finding out whether they could, systematically, alone, without an audience, before the moment when it mattered. That was not the behavior of someone gambling on nerve. By Thursday, word had spread beyond our immediate cohort. The Advanced Melee program had about 60 cadets across 3 years of enrollment. By Thursday afternoon, all 60 of them knew about Saturday. By Friday morning, cadets from the Tactical Theory program, my primary cohort, were asking me about it. By Friday evening, there were people from the engineering track and the fleet operations program asking whether they were allowed to come to open floor sessions on weekends. Commander Vreth 9 said nothing about it during Friday's class. He taught the session on footwork and positioning geometry with the same focused, unhurried precision he always brought. He moved through the room, correcting, demonstrating, asking questions that forced cadets to think rather than just repeat. He gave no indication that he was aware of anything planned for the following morning. At the end of class, as we were gathering our materials, he stopped near the front of the room and said, without looking at anyone in particular, "I understand there is a voluntary demonstration scheduled for tomorrow's open training period. All cadets are welcome to attend. Learning is not confined to formal instruction." That was all. He walked out. Seuss looked at me. I looked at Seuss. Gruk was already writing something in his notebook, and when I glanced over, I saw that he had written, "The commander knows everything," as if this were a new and important discovery. I did not sleep particularly well on Friday night. I lay on my bunk and stared at the ceiling and thought, in the somewhat circular way that sleeplessness encourages, about what I actually believed was going to happen. Part of me trusted what I had observed, the late-night practice, the systematic approach, the fact that she had clearly been working on this since at least the day of Vreth 9's lecture. Another part of me kept returning to the data, to the 37 species and the -4%, and the 3 separate biological requirements that no known species fully satisfied. Earth was not in that study, I reminded myself, missing from the dataset. But missing from the dataset was different from impossible. The study had tested 37 species and found them all wanting. It had not tested 38. Absence of evidence, as one of my old professors used to say, is not the same as evidence of absence, but the burden of proof still fell on the side making the positive claim. I finally fell asleep somewhere in the 3rd hour of the night and dreamed, vaguely, about footwork diagrams and the sound of a duffel bag hitting a floor. Saturday's training floor was packed before the session officially opened. I arrived early and still had to find a position along the wall rather than on the floor itself. Seuss was already there, near the left edge, with a clear view of the center. Gruk was beside him, standing very straight in the way he did when he had decided something was important. Around us, Thays, cadets I recognized and cadets I had never met were filling every available space. pressed along the walls, some sitting on the equipment benches at the far side, a few standing in the doorway because the room had reached capacity. Dashek arrived with 2 cadets from his year who I recognized as training partners of his. He walked to the center of the floor with the ease of someone who was comfortable being watched. He was carrying a standard weight training weapon, the same type we all used for contact sparring. He rolled his shoulders, planted his feet, and waited. Then Mara walked in. She was carrying her training bag over one shoulder. She set it down by the wall without looking at the crowd and crouched to open it. The room was already quiet, but when she reached into the bag and drew out a training blade, the quiet deepened. When she reached in a second time and drew out another one, setting both of them side by side on the top of her bag, parallel, identical, each one a standard academy training weapon, the quiet became something close to total. 2 blades. She picked them up, one in each hand, and straightened. She rolled her wrists once, loosely, and the blades made a small arc in the air. Not a performance, not a display, just settling them into her hands the way you might flex your fingers to check that your grip is comfortable. Then she walked to the center of the floor and stopped 4 paces from Dashek. He looked at the 2 blades. I watched his face. He was still confident. I could see it in his posture, but there was something else there now, something slightly more careful, a reassessment happening behind his eyes. "Ready?" she asked. He raised his weapon. "Ready." What happened next? I have tried many times to describe, and I have never quite managed to do it correctly. The problem is that my reference points for combat were built from watching species fight in ways that made sense to me, ways that followed the logic of bodies and physics, and the geometry of reach and weight. What Mara did was built on the same physics, but the logic of it was different in a way that kept catching me off guard even as I was watching. Dashek moved first. He pressed forward with his right side leading, weapon extended, trying to establish range and control the center line. It was a good opening move, aggressive without being reckless, designed to test how she would respond to pressure. She responded by giving him the center. She stepped back and to the right, not retreating exactly, but yielding, and the distinction mattered. And as she did, the blade in her left hand came up not to block but to redirect, catching the side of his weapon and turning it slightly off-center, just enough to change his angle of approach. While that was happening, her right hand did something completely different. It moved forward, under the plane of the engagement, in a line that would have been a touch to his side if this had been a scoring match. She pulled it back before contact. This was practice, but she let him see where the blade had been. He reset, tried a different angle, a lateral cut, designed to force her to choose between the block and the step. Again, she did both, but the way she did both made no sense to me for a full second. Her left blade engaged his weapon, while her right hand did something I had no reference for. A short, tight arc that addressed the secondary threat he had not yet created, but was positioned to create next. She was not fighting what he was doing. She was fighting what he was going to do. Seuss made a low sound beside me, not quite a word. It went on for 40 seconds. In 40 seconds, Dashek attempted 6 separate engagement patterns, and in all 6, something happened that should not have been possible, according to the logic of the lecture from 4 days earlier. The 2 blades did not move together. They did not mirror each other. They did not take turns. They operated as 2 separate instruments, each with its own purpose, each addressing a different element of the fight, in real time, simultaneously. One managed the threat that existed, the other managed the threat that was about to exist. Independent. Simultaneous. On the 42nd second, Dashek's weapon was no longer in his hand. It had not been knocked away in any dramatic fashion. It had simply arrived at the floor by a sequence of events that had each seemed minor and manageable in isolation, until they were not. He stood with empty hands and looked at her. She lowered both blades to her sides and waited. The silence in the room had a weight to it, not the silence of a crowd holding its breath. That implies tension, the possibility of either outcome still alive. This was the silence that follows the resolution of something, when the outcome has become clear and everyone present is processing what they have just witnessed and trying to find the correct place to put it in their understanding of how things work. Grook, to my left, exhaled slowly. Seuss did not move. The cadets along the walls were very still. From the back of the room, Commander Vreth 9 walked forward. I had not noticed him come in. I do not know when he had arrived. He moved through the parting crowd slowly, unhurried, his forearms relaxed at his sides, and stopped at the edge of the marked floor. He looked at the 2 training blades in her hands. He looked at Dashek, standing empty-handed. He looked at Mara. His expression, for the second time since I had known him, was the expression of someone encountering something genuinely new. He did not speak for a long time. The room waited. When he finally did speak, his voice had the quality of a man thinking out loud rather than addressing a crowd. "The study," he said, "tested 37 species." "Yes," Mara said. "Earth was not in the data set." "No," she said. He was quiet again. He looked at her hands, at the 2 blades, then he looked up at her face, and whatever he was looking for there, he seemed to find. "How long?" he asked. "Not how long have you been practicing dual wielding. Something more specific than that. How long has your species been doing this? How deep does this go?" She seemed to understand the question. "We've been living on Earth for about 300,000 years, she said. "We've been trying not to get eaten for most of that." Vreth 9 nodded once, very slowly. "Cadet Voss," he said. "Yes, Commander?" "Be in my office Monday morning at the first bell." He turned and walked back through the crowd, which moved aside for him without anyone quite deciding to move. And then he was gone, and the room exhaled all at once, and every voice that had been quiet for the last minute started talking at the same time, and the noise was immediate and large. Through it, Mara was already walking back to her bag. She set both blades inside it, zipped it closed, and straightened up. Seuss pushed through the crowd to reach her before she left, which was not easy, and I followed him, and Grook followed me because that was simply what Grook did. "That was," Seuss started. "I know," she said. She did not say it dismissively. She said it the way you acknowledge a thing you have already thought about extensively. "How did you do the part where your right hand?" "Practice," she said. "A lot of it, more than I thought I would need." She paused. My right brain and my left brain had to stop arguing with each other about which one was in charge. That took the longest. I looked at her. "What does it feel like when it's working?" She thought about this for a moment, and I appreciated that she actually thought about it, rather than giving the first answer that came to mind. "Like 2 different conversations happening at once," she said finally. "Except you're having both of them at the same time, and you know which one each part of you is listening to." She picked up her bag. "Tell Grook his shoulder telegraph is getting better," she said. "I noticed this week." She nodded once at us, pulled the bag up, and walked toward the door. The crowd let her through without her having to ask. Outside the training hall window, the morning was clear and bright. I stood in the middle of the settling crowd and thought about 37 species and 1 missing data point, and I thought about what it meant to look at a conclusion and say, "Your evidence is real, but your sample is incomplete." I thought about a pen writing 1 line on a blank paper. I thought about 2 conversations happening at the same time, and knowing which part of you was listening to each one. My threat assessment gland was quiet for the first time in 2 weeks. What had replaced it was something steadier, something that felt less like warning and more like recognition. The feeling of watching a question get answered, and of understanding, finally, why it had been worth asking. Monday arrived with the particular weight that Mondays carry when you know something is going to change. The first bell rang at 7, and I was already awake, sitting at the small desk in my room with a cup of cold tea I had made an hour earlier and forgotten to drink. Seuss had knocked at my door at 6:45, which was how I knew he was also already awake, and we had sat together in a comfortable kind of shared alertness, not talking much. Both of us aware that in about 30 minutes Mara was going to walk into Vreth 9's office, and something was going to happen that would determine the shape of the next several months. I did not know what I expected. I think I was preparing for the possibility that Vreth 9 would walk back his reaction from Saturday, that in the intervening 2 days, with his lecture and his published doctrine and his 43 years of experience, he would have found a framework to contain what he had seen, to classify it as a special case, an outlier, a curiosity that did not require him to change anything foundational. I had seen it happen before with experienced academics. The mind builds strong structures for good reasons, and sometimes the structures become more important than the things they were built to contain. Mara did not look particularly anxious when I passed her in the corridor on my way to my own first session of the day. She had her bag on her shoulder and her hands in her pockets, and she was walking with the same unhurried pace she always used, as if the floor were exactly as interesting as anywhere else. "Good luck," I said, because I could not think of anything more useful to say. She glanced at me. "I'm not going to need it," she said, not arrogantly, factually. Then she turned the corner and was gone. I went to my first class, which was on tactical positioning theory, and spent most of it thinking about something else. We found out what had happened in Vreth 9's office gradually, in pieces, the way information moves through a small community. First from Seuss, who had a contact in the administrative track who had been in the corridor outside the office. Then from Grook, who had apparently simply asked Mara directly and received an answer, and finally from Mara herself, over dinner that evening, when enough of us had gathered the separate fragments that it made more sense to just hear the whole story from the source. She told it without drama. Vreth 9 had sat across from her with his notes from Saturday spread on his desk. He had apparently taken extensive notes during the demonstration, which had been happening out of sight of the floor, and which none of us had known about. He had asked her to walk him through the mechanics of what she had done, not a challenge, not a test, a request for information, delivered with the focused interest of a scholar who had encountered a gap in his knowledge and wanted to fill it. She had explained, as best she could, the experience of training each side of her brain to operate a weapon independently, the timelines, the specific failures along the way, the point at which the competing impulses stopped creating interference and started creating coordination. She had explained the difference between two hands doing the same thing in sequence and two hands doing different things at the same time, and why the first was instinct and the second was something built over a long period of deliberate, difficult practice. Vreth 9 had listened without interrupting. He had asked 3 questions, all specific, all technical. When she finished, he sat back and was quiet for a while. Then he had done the thing that none of us had quite expected him to do, though in retrospect I think we should have. He said, "The study was incomplete." The conclusion was overstated. I presented a finding derived from an insufficient data set, as though it were a universal rule, and that was an error in my scholarship. I want to correct it. Mara had looked at him. "Okay," she had said. "Not just in my notes," he had said. "In front of the program, publicly. The error was made publicly. The correction should be public." She told us this part of the story and then stopped. "What did you say to that?" Seuss asked. "Nothing. For a bit," she said. "It took me a second. I wasn't expecting it." "What were you expecting?" I asked. She was quiet for a moment, turning her fork in her hand. "I don't know, exactly. Something defensive, maybe. Or a smaller version of it. Like, privately revising the note in his records but not making a thing of it." She set the fork down. He didn't do that. He was bothered that he had told 60 cadets something was impossible when he didn't actually have the evidence to say that. Gruck had been listening to all of this carefully. "That is what a good teacher does," he said. "Yes," Mara agreed. "It is." I thought about that for a long time after dinner, while I was writing up my notes for the day and not quite concentrating on them. The part that stayed with me was not the content of what Vreth 9 had said, but the speed of it. 2 days. He had seen something that contradicted a foundational piece of his doctrine, and in 2 days, without anyone pushing him, without anyone demanding anything from him, he had processed it and arrived at the only conclusion his intellectual honesty allowed. Some people spend their entire lives not doing that once. The formal session happened on Wednesday. Vreth 9 called the full program together. All 3 years, all 60 cadets, plus several instructors from adjacent programs who had apparently been informed and invited. The room was close to the size of the main lecture theater, larger than our usual training space, and it was fuller than I had ever seen it for a class session. He stood at the front with his notes and his 4 arms crossed behind his back in the pose he used when he was about to say something he had thought carefully about. 2 weeks ago, he said, I delivered a lecture on what I called the doctrine of biological maximums. Within that lecture, I presented data from a 37-species study on dual weapon combat, and I drew a conclusion from that data. I said that no species achieves the combination of biological requirements needed to make dual wielding effective in real combat. I presented this as a settled finding. He paused. That conclusion was incorrect. Not because the data was bad. The data was accurate for the species it studied. The error was in the framing. I presented the results of a study that excluded the most physiologically extreme biological case in the known survey, as though those results were complete. The sample was insufficient, and the conclusion went beyond what the evidence actually supported. The room was very still. Cadet Voss, he said, looking at Mara directly, demonstrated on Saturday that a human practitioner, through training methods that address the specific biological requirements I cited as barriers, can achieve genuine dual weapon effectiveness in live combat conditions. Not as a novelty, not as a marginal improvement, as a distinct tactical mode with its own strategic logic. He uncrossed his arms and looked out at the room. I am revising my lecture notes. The revision will be available in the program library by end of week. The updated doctrine will acknowledge that the biological maximums framework is a useful starting point for understanding species-specific combat limitations, but it must be applied with awareness of its sample constraints. It is not a universal ceiling. It is a description of what has been tested. Another pause. We have not tested everything. He let that sit. Then his expression shifted. Not dramatically, but there was a shift. Something that looked like the professional face becoming, briefly, more personal. "I have been teaching combat doctrine for 19 years, he said. "In that time I have found it necessary to revise a foundational position 4 times. Each time was uncomfortable. Each time was also the most important thing I did that year." He looked at Mara again. "Thank you, Cadet Voss, for providing the evidence that made revision necessary." Mara nodded once. She did not say anything. She seemed to understand that the moment was not one that required a verbal response, which showed a kind of social intelligence that I had come to recognize in her as consistent and underestimated. Vreth 9 straightened. "We will resume the normal curriculum on Thursday. Additionally, beginning next week, Cadet Voss will lead a voluntary supplemental session every alternating Thursday, covering the specific training methodology she developed. Attendance is not required. I expect it will be full." He gathered his materials. "One more thing. I want to be clear about what we are not doing. We are not adding dual wielding to the general curriculum as a technique all cadets should attempt. The biological requirements are still real. Most species in this room will not benefit from pursuing it. What we are adding is an honest acknowledgement that our model of what is biologically possible was built on an incomplete set of cases, and that the habit of checking our assumptions against the widest possible range of evidence is not optional. It is what distinguishes doctrine from dogma." He walked out. The room was quiet for another full breath after he left, and then it came alive, not with argument, but with the particular energy of a community that has just had something important happen to it, and is starting to process what it means. I heard conversations starting around me about the doctrine, about the revision, about what else might be in the curriculum that was based on similarly incomplete assumptions. Good conversations, the kind that meant something had shifted. Seuss was looking at the door Vreth 9 had walked out of. "He has been teaching for 19 years, he said slowly. "Yes," I said. "And he has revised a foundational position 4 times in 19 years. 4 times, he calculated quietly. That is once every 4 or 5 years, on average." "Which seems infrequent," I said, "or very frequent, depending on your reference point." "Which is exactly the point," Seuss said. "It depends on what you're comparing it to." I thought about that for the rest of the day. I also thought about Dashek, who had been in the room during the session. He had sat near the front, near his usual group, and I had watched his face during Vreth 9's statement. There was a moment, brief, quickly managed, where something had moved across his expression that was not comfortable. But it did not become defensiveness. It became instead a kind of stillness, and after the stillness, an expression I had not expected to see on him, something that looked like consideration. When the room was emptying, I saw him move toward Mara against the flow of the crowd. They spoke for about 30 seconds. I was too far away to hear anything. When they separated, he nodded at her once and she nodded back, and then they went in different directions. I asked Grook later, because Grook had been closer. What did Dashek say to her? Grook thought about this. He said he was wrong about the reflex thing, about her collapsing under pressure. He paused. He also said she should have bet money on it. What did she say to that? She said she didn't need money from him. She needed him to see it clearly. I walked back to my room through the academy's late afternoon corridors, past the training halls and the study rooms and the bulletin boards with their program announcements, past the room where I had first heard Vreth 9's lecture and found it completely, persuasively correct. And I thought about what it felt like to have the frame of a thing shift without the facts changing. The facts had not changed. 37 species had been tested. They had all performed worse with 2 weapons. That was still true. What had changed was the invisible wall around the data, the assumption that 37 was enough, that the sample was representative, that the conclusion was as complete as the evidence. One cadet from one planet no one had thought to include had walked through the wall that was not actually there. That was, I thought, what Vreth 9 had really been teaching on Wednesday. Not that the doctrine had been wrong. That the doctrine had been sure of itself in a way that the evidence did not quite support, and that being sure of something and being right about it were related but not identical, and that the gap between them was where the most important learning usually happened. I sat down at my desk and opened a new document on my terminal. At the top I wrote, "Things I am currently sure of." Then I sat and looked at the blank space below it for a while. Then I started, slowly, to write. Not conclusions, starting points. Things I believed to be true, with the understanding that the belief was proportional to the evidence, and the evidence might not be complete, and the most important question to keep asking was not am I right but what am I not seeing yet? It was a longer list than I expected. Through the wall, from somewhere down the corridor, I could hear the faint sound of the training hall, the rhythm of movement, the soft impacts of practice. Someone was working late. I had stopped needing to check who. I wrote until the hall sound stopped for the night, and then I wrote a little longer. And then I looked at what I had and thought, this is a beginning. Beginnings, I was learning, were the most important things to get right. They determined the shape of everything that followed. The Thursday sessions filled on the first day and never got smaller. Mara's supplemental class began the third week of the revised curriculum, and I arrived 20 minutes early because Seuss had warned me the previous evening that cadets from outside our program had been asking how to register. When I got there, the training floor was already half occupied by people who had, apparently, arrived even earlier. By the time Mara walked in at the exact moment the session was scheduled to begin, not late, not dramatically early, exactly on time, there were cadets sitting along the walls and standing 3 rows deep in the back. People from programs I barely knew existed. A pair from the engineering track who I recognized by their insignia but had never spoken to. 2 cadets from the year above ours who had been present during the Saturday demonstration and had not, based on their expressions at the time, forgotten a single second of it. Mara set down her bag, looked at the room and said, "Okay, I want to start by being clear about something. Most of you are not going to dual wield." A few people shifted. Someone at the back said very quietly, "Oh, that's not an insult," she said. "It's biology, and biology is not a judgment. The physical requirements for this technique are specific, and whether your body meets them isn't about effort or will or how good you are. It's about your nervous system, your joint structure, and whether your brain can be trained to manage 2 independent motor control loops simultaneously. For some species, that training path doesn't exist. For others, it exists, but the return on investment isn't worth the time. For a very small number of you, it might actually be something to pursue." She paused. "But that's not why I asked for these sessions." She looked around the room. "What I actually want to teach is the underlying logic. Because even if you can't do this yourself, understanding why it works will make you better at reading an opponent who can. And understanding the principles behind it. Threat splitting, vector management, the difference between reactive defense and predictive positioning. Those principles apply to single weapon fighting too. They apply to unarmed work. They apply to anything where you are managing more than one variable at the same time. Which is to say, they apply to every real fight that has ever happened." The room had been quiet before. It got quieter in a different way now, the quiet of people paying close attention, rather than the quiet of people holding their breath. I recognized the shift because I had sat in Vreth 9's best lectures and felt it there too. It was what happened when a room of people realized that what they were about to hear was actually useful. She taught for 2 hours without stopping except to demonstrate, and the demonstrations were unlike anything I had seen in formal instruction before. She did not just show the technique and then step back. She slowed it down to the point where the individual decisions were visible. She talked out loud while she moved, naming what each hand was doing and why, separating the 2 tracks of attention into something a listener could actually follow. Then she sped it back up and asked people to call out what they had seen. They almost always got it partly right. She corrected the parts they had missed without making the correction feel like failure. She had a way of saying, "No, that's not quite it. Here's the part you didn't see," that made the missing piece feel like a discovery rather than an error. Seuss was taking notes faster than I had ever seen him take notes, and he was one of the fastest note-takers I knew. He filled 3 pages in the first 30 minutes, and when he ran out of space, he started drawing diagrams in the margins. Grook, beside me, was not writing at all. He was watching with a concentration that I recognized as his highest mode of attention, the way he looked when something was going in deep enough that it didn't need to be written down, because it was going directly into the part of the mind where physical understanding lived. After about 40 minutes, he stood up quietly from his seat against the wall and asked if he could try something. Mara looked at him. "Which part?" "The part where the defensive blade doesn't block. It steers." He was searching for the right word. Like turning a ship. Not stopping the movement, just changing its direction. "Yes," she said. "Come try it." He came to the center of the floor and picked up a single training blade. He tried the motion she had described, a lateral sweep that redirected rather than blocked, using the opponent's force rather than canceling it. He got it wrong 3 times. On the 4th try, he got it right, and the change in his face was immediate and precise, the expression of someone who has just felt a thing work correctly for the first time. "Yes," Mara said again. Not praise, confirmation. He went back to his seat and started writing very fast. After the session, I stayed behind with Seuss while the room slowly emptied. Mara was talking with a pair of cadets near the front, a Felian and a Ghoulian who had been asking questions throughout the session with the specific tenacity of people who had come with prepared questions and intended to get answers. When they finally left, Seuss and I were the only ones remaining. She looked at us. "Something you want to ask?" "Yes," I said. "Something I've been thinking about since the first session." "Go ahead." "You told us when you arrived that you were here to learn how other species think about fighting," I said. "Not to teach. And then you ended up teaching." "Yes," she said. "That's a significant shift in your original plan." "It is," she agreed. "Does it bother you?" She considered this, not in the way of someone working out how to answer carefully, in the way of someone who genuinely did not know yet, and was finding out in real time by thinking it through. "I came here to learn how people who didn't grow up in my environment build their understanding of combat," she said. "I thought the way I would do that was by observing and listening, by being a student." She was quiet for a moment. "What I found out is that the most efficient way to understand how someone thinks is to try to explain your own thinking to them and see where it doesn't translate. Teaching tells you more about the gaps between systems than studying does. I turned this over in my mind. Because the gaps show up when someone doesn't understand something you assumed was obvious?" "Exactly," she said. "When I'm sparring and I make a decision that is completely natural to me and the other person can't read it at all, that's information. It means the decision lives in a framework they don't have access to. And that tells me something about the shape of the framework." She picked up her bag. Vreth 9's lecture told me things no one on Earth had written down in quite that way. The biological specifics, the comparison data across species. I learned from it even though his conclusion was wrong. Maybe especially because his conclusion was wrong. It told me where the gaps were and what the rest of the galaxy understood about humans. Seuss, who had been listening with his stylus paused over his notebook, said quietly, "We have a lot of gaps." "Everyone does," she said, without unkindness. "That's not a criticism. It's just what happens when you're working from a limited sample. The sample is always limited. The question is whether you know it." She lifted her bag. At the door, she paused. "Tell me something," she said. "Yes," I said. "That Theron thing you do when something registers as important, the gland. I've seen you do it." I was caught slightly off guard. I had not realized it was visible. "You noticed that?" "I notice a lot of things," she said simply. "Does it hurt?" "No," I said. "It is warm. It is not unpleasant. It is the body's way of marking something as worth paying attention to." She said. She looked thoughtful. "Humans have something that might be similar. We call it a gut feeling. The older parts of the brain registering something before the conscious mind catches up." She tilted her head. "I wonder if the mechanism is the same." "I wonder the same thing," I said. She nodded once, then she walked out. Seuss watched her go. When she was out of earshot, he said, "She notices everything." "Yes," I said. "And she is always thinking about what it means." "Yes," I said again. He closed his notebook. "I think she is going to be difficult to surprise." That proved, over the following weeks, to be correct. But what also proved correct was something I had not quite articulated to myself until the fourth Thursday session, when I was watching her respond to a question from a Vorkai cadet, who asked whether the technique could ever be adapted for species with higher bone density and lower joint flexibility, which is to say, whether Vorkai could benefit from it at all, even partially. Most instructors, when faced with a question like this, would give a careful answer that covered the theoretical ground and avoided making a specific commitment. Mara looked at the cadet and said, "I don't know. I haven't worked with your specific physiology enough to have a real answer. But let's find out." And then she spent the next 20 minutes working with the cadet directly, adjusting the technique to accommodate the different range of motion, finding what translated and what did not, noting the specific points where the Vorkai skeleton created a different mechanical outcome. By the end of those 20 minutes, there was something. Not the same thing she did, something adjacent to it, smaller in scope, derived from the same principle, but adapted to a completely different body. The cadet had something they could actually use, and Mara had a new data point about how the underlying logic of her technique could be reshaped for bodies it was not originally built for. She was not just teaching, she was researching. Using the Thursday sessions the way a scientist uses a controlled environment, to test variables, gather data, find out what was true under conditions she had not previously tested. I understood, watching this, why she had been the one to break Vreth 9's doctrine. It was not just that she had the physical ability to do something his study had not encountered. It was that she approached every situation with the question, what do I not yet know here, and how do I find out? That orientation, that specific, persistent curiosity about the edges of her own understanding, was what had put her in a training hall alone at night with 2 blades, not performing, but testing. Asking a question with her body instead of with words. The weeks of the semester moved forward, and the Thursday sessions became, as Vreth 9 had predicted, the most attended voluntary training of the program. The content evolved. Mara added a unit on reading multi-vector threats, which was relevant to every species regardless of physical capacity. She added a unit on the difference between pattern recognition and genuine adaptability, on how to train yourself to notice when a fight was following a pattern and when it had stopped following one. She added, in the 6th week, a session on how Earth-specific ecological pressure had shaped human combat intuition, and this session was so densely attended that cadets sat in the corridor outside with the door open and listened to the audio. I took notes in every session and filled 3 notebooks by the end of the semester. Gruck filled 1 notebook very slowly, with very large handwriting, and told me it was the most he had ever written voluntarily. Seuss produced a document of such density and organizational sophistication that I asked him if I could have a copy, and he gave it to me, and I still have it. Dashek came to the 5th Thursday session. He walked in quietly, found a space along the wall, and listened. He asked 1 question, a good one, about how to distinguish between an opponent reading your tells and an opponent setting up a trap using your response to a false tell. Mara answered it carefully and in detail. He nodded, wrote something, and left when the session ended without making a production of his attendance in either direction. After that, he came every week. The changes in him were gradual and not dramatic, the kind of changes that only show up clearly in retrospect. His sparring became less reliant on his size advantage and more reliant on timing. He started reading opponents before engaging rather than pressing immediately. He stopped losing to opponents who were faster than him by simply adjusting the angle at which he fought rather than trying to match their speed. He became, without anyone announcing it, one of the better cadets in the program. Not the best. He would probably not have accepted that assessment anyway, and accuracy mattered more than flattery, but genuinely, markedly better than he had been in the first week of the semester, and in ways that were clearly connected to the Thursday sessions. Near the end of the semester, he and Mara sparred again, not as a formal challenge, not for an audience, just the 2 of them in the open training floor during a free period, working through a pattern she was apparently using to test something she was thinking about. I was there because I trained during that free period most days, and I watched from the far side without interrupting. It was a long session. It went in both directions. He got touches she did not entirely see coming. She moved in ways he had clearly been working to anticipate and still mostly could not. They stopped and talked several times about specific exchanges, went back and ran them again differently, stopped and talked again. It looked less like sparring and more like 2 people collaborating on a problem. When they finished and separated, Dashek picked up his water and walked past me. He noticed I had been watching and stopped. She told me, the first week, that my left shoulder was telegraphing, he said. I know, I said. Gruck told me. He nodded. I worked on it. Spent 3 weeks not letting my shoulder move at all before I shifted direction. He paused. Today she told me I have a new telegraph. My eyes dropped to my opponent's center mass about a half second before I change angle. He sounded genuinely pleased about this, which I found interesting. I didn't know I was doing it. Does it bother you? I asked, having a new one. He thought about this. No, he said slowly. It would have bothered me at the start of the semester. Now I think, I always had it. I just didn't know about it. Now I know, and I can fix it. He picked up his bag. It's better to have information you don't like than to not have information. He walked out. I stood in the training hall alone for a while, in the space where the 2 of them had been moving 10 minutes ago, thinking about what the semester had added up to. Not just the technique. Not just the revised doctrine in the program library. Not just the Thursday sessions and the full notebooks and the data Mara had collected about how her methodology translated across species. Something larger than any single piece. The room was quiet. The equipment was still. Outside the narrow high windows, the day had moved into early evening, and the light was the particular amber of late sun through glass. I thought about the first day of the semester, and a duffel bag hitting the floor, and a room full of cadets deciding in the first 30 seconds what they were looking at. We had all been working from incomplete data, all of us. The difference was that most of us had not known it. Knowing, I had come to understand, was the thing that made the difference. Not just about the specific gap, but about the habit, the orientation of looking for the gap. of treating your own certainty as a starting point and not an end point, of being willing to say, my conclusion is based on my evidence, and my evidence might not be complete, and that is not a weakness. It is just the honest shape of knowledge, which is always partial, always provisional, always one piece of new information away from needing to be revised. My threat assessment gland had been quiet for weeks now, not absent. It still registered things, still marked important inputs, but it was no longer producing that steady low warmth that I associated with the first days of the semester, with the discomfort of proximity to something I did not have a framework for. I had a framework now. It was larger than the one I had arrived with. It had room for more things in it, including things I had not encountered yet. That, I thought, was probably the most important thing I had learned all semester. Not from a lecture, not from a demonstration. From watching someone treat every interaction as a question to be answered, rather than a conclusion to be confirmed. I picked up my own training blade and ran the defensive redirect form Mara had taught in the third Thursday session. I got it wrong. I ran it again. I got it slightly less wrong. I ran it a third time and felt, for a moment, the specific physical sensation of a thing clicking into the right position. The way a joint settles when it has been held wrong for a long time and finally finds its correct alignment. I ran it again, to confirm it was real and not accidental. It was real. I kept going until the room lights shifted to evening mode, and then I stayed a little longer, in the near dark, getting something right that I had not known how to do before. The end of semester review happened in the main lecture theater on the last Thursday of the term. All programs attended. It was a tradition at the academy, a formal closing session where the lead instructors presented their reflections on the semester's findings, updates to curriculum, and any notable additions to doctrine or methodology. Most years it was, by all accounts I had heard, a fairly routine event. Summaries of progress, acknowledgement of strong performers, a look ahead to next semester. This year, Commander Vreth 9 stood at the front of the theater, with a look on his face that I had come to associate with him doing something he considered important and was going to do correctly regardless of how it felt. He put up a single slide. It read, Update to Advanced Melee Doctrine, Biological Maximum Framework, Revised. And below that, a single line that replaced the previous summary statement, the one that had ended 37 species studied. Conclusion, dual weapon viability not achieved. The new line read, Assume the dataset is incomplete until proven otherwise. He spoke for 20 minutes. He did not summarize the semester's events in the way of someone reporting facts. He framed them as a methodological case study, an example of what happens when a doctrine is built on good evidence that is correctly understood but incorrectly assumed to be representative. He was precise and fair about his own role in it. He had made an error of assumption, not an error of analysis. The analysis had been sound. The assumption that the analysis was complete had been the problem. He talked about what a revised approach to the framework looked like in practice, not abandoning the data on biological limits, but holding it with an explicit acknowledgement that the dataset was always partial, and that the most important habit a practitioner could develop was the habit of asking what the dataset did not include. Near the end, he said something I wrote down immediately and have kept since. Every doctrine we teach here is built from what has been observed and tested. That is its strength and its limitation. We can only test what we have access to. We can only observe what we encounter. The correct response to this is not to distrust our knowledge, but to carry it with honesty. To know what the evidence actually says, separate from what we wish or assume it says, and to stay genuinely open to the encounter that changes our understanding. Not merely open in principle, open in practice. Able to say, when the evidence arrives, I was working from an incomplete picture, and now I am working from a more complete one, and that is not a failure. That is the work. He paused. I want to thank Cadet Voss, not for being right when I was wrong. That framing is too simple and also misses the point. But for treating this program as a place where questions were worth asking out loud, and for asking one that needed to be asked. Mara was sitting several rows ahead of me. I could not see her face, but I saw her shoulders move slightly when he said her name. Not surprise, exactly. Something quieter. Vreth 9 cleared his throat and returned to the formal summary, and the review session continued with the other programs and their updates, and the theater filled with the standard language of institutional review. Achievements noted, areas of focus for the coming semester, logistical announcements. I listened to most of it without fully registering it, still turning the last part of Vreth 9's address over in my mind. Not merely open in principle, open in practice. That difference had seemed abstract to me before this semester. It seemed very concrete now. After the session ended, the theater took 20 minutes to empty. I made my way through the crowd toward the corridor and found Seuss and Grook at the usual meeting point outside the main doors. Grook had brought food from the mess, which he did sometimes when he anticipated a long debrief. He had a practical quality that I had come to rely on without quite noticing when it had started. We stood in the corridor and ate and talked. Grook said that he thought the revised doctrine would be the most cited section of the program's published methodology within 5 years. Seuss said that was probably correct, and that the more interesting development was how the Thursday sessions had changed the way cadets in the program framed their own training questions. He had noticed, in the last few weeks, that the questions being asked in regular sessions had a different quality to them. More specific, more directed at the edges of what was known rather than the center. She changed how people ask questions, he said, not just what they know. Yes, I said, that is much harder to do. We found Mara near the end of the corridor, which turned out to be Grook's actual plan. He had spotted her leaving the theater and simply navigated us in her direction without announcing that was what he was doing. She was leaning against the wall with her bag at her feet, doing something on a small personal device. She looked up when we arrived. Grook brought food, I said. She accepted this as sufficient explanation and took what he offered. We stood in the corridor together, the four of us, in a comfortable quiet that had developed over the semester without anyone deciding it should exist. After a while, Seuss said, "What are you doing next semester?" She looked at her device. "Enrolling in the strategic theory track, not combat." "I've been doing combat my whole life," she said. "I can always learn more of it. But I want to understand how people think about conflict at a distance. The scale above individual fighting." She put the device in her pocket. "What actually determines outcomes when you can't solve it with your hands?" "Theron are good at that," I said. "Theory, strategy. We have a long tradition of it." She looked at me. "I know. I read about it before I enrolled." She paused. "I was hoping you might be willing to help me with some of the theoretical framework, the parts that require understanding how Theron modeling systems work." I had not expected this. I took a moment to be sure I was understanding her correctly. "You want my help? You're good at it," she said simply. "I saw your notes from the tactical theory track. You think carefully and you explain things without adding words that aren't necessary." She shrugged. "I learn faster when someone explains things to me than when I read them alone, especially things that are built on cultural frameworks I didn't grow up inside." "Yes," I said. "I will help." She nodded, as if this had been arranged rather than offered and accepted, and finished the food Grook had given her. Grook, beside me, was grinning in the way he grinned when something had worked out in a way he found satisfying. It occurred to me, not for the first time, that Grook was more deliberate than his straightforward manner suggested. We stood in the corridor until the building began to quiet, until the crowd of cadets had dispersed and the institutional sounds of the academy, the distant rhythm of training, the low hum of environmental systems, settled into the particular texture of an evening in a building that housed people whose work never fully stopped. Eventually Seuss said goodnight and left. Grook left shortly after, taking the food containers with him. Mara picked up her bag and looked at me. "One question," I said. She waited. "When you arrived," I said, "you told the class that you already knew how people from your world thought about fighting, that you came here to understand how people from other worlds thought about it." "Yes. Did you find it? What you were looking for?" She was quiet for long enough that I thought the question might have been too broad to answer directly. Then she said, "Partly. I found out that most species build their combat doctrine around the ceiling of what they can do, what their body allows, what their training permits, and they teach within that ceiling very well. They optimize for it, they study it, they develop it into sophisticated systems." "Yes," I said, "that is accurate. On Earth," she said, "we build doctrine around the floor." She looked at the corridor wall for a moment, as if the explanation were written somewhere there and she was finding the right words for it. "We start from, what is trying to remove me from the living, and what do I need to do to ensure that doesn't happen? The question is not what can I optimally do, the question is what do I need to be able to do that I cannot currently do, and how do I close that gap before the gap closes me?" She looked back at me. "You optimize from the top down, we build from the bottom up. Neither of those is wrong, but they produce very different instincts." I thought about this, and understanding both is better than understanding only one. "Everything is better when you're working from a larger picture," she said. She picked up her bag. "That's the whole point, isn't it?" She walked toward the exit, and I watched her go, and somewhere in my chest my threat assessment gland was entirely quiet for the second time that I could remember. But the absence of warning was different this time. Before, the quiet had meant that I had stopped perceiving her as something uncertain and unclassifiable. Now the quiet meant something more settled. Recognition. The calm of a thing understood, not completely, not finally, but well enough to stand on. The door closed behind her. I stood in the empty corridor and thought about 300,000 years and 8.7 million species, and a planet that had built its dominant life form from the ground up in a world that provided no guarantees. I thought about what kind of thinking that produced in the long run. Not just the physical adaptations, but the mental ones. The orientation toward questions rather than conclusions. The willingness to close a gap you had not known existed because existing beside it felt intolerable. I thought about a duffel bag hitting the floor. I walked back to my room and sat at my desk and opened my personal log. The last entry was from the first week of the semester, and reading it now felt like reading a document written by someone who had not yet understood what they were going to encounter, which was accurate. I wrote a new entry. It was long. I have it still. Near the end I wrote, "She came here to understand how other people thought about fighting." I think what she actually found was that the gap between how we think and how she thinks is not a problem to be solved but a resource to be used. That the difference in frameworks is itself information. That the most important thing two people with different models of the world can do is not agree on one model, but understand both well enough to move between them. I am not sure she would put it exactly that way. She would probably put it in fewer words and with more precision. But I think that is what she was doing. In every Thursday session and every after-hours sparring exchange and every quiet question in a corridor, building a picture wide enough to hold two kinds of thinking at once. I closed the log and went to sleep. The next semester began. By the end of it, I had helped Mara work through the Theron Strategic Modeling Framework, which was dense and required a kind of abstract spatial thinking that she had not previously developed and took to with a focus that I found both impressive and occasionally alarming. She absorbed it the way she seemed to absorb most things, completely, thoroughly, and then immediately began testing its edges, finding the cases where it did not quite fit reality, and asking what that meant about the model's underlying assumptions. Vreth 9's revised doctrine was cited in 2 xeno-military journals within the year. The Thursday sessions were eventually incorporated into the formal curriculum, which meant that cadets from every year and track could receive program credit for attending. Mara negotiated, at this point, for a larger training allocation and 2 additional floor hours per week. Vreth 9 agreed to 1 additional floor hour. She accepted this with the composure of someone who had asked for 2 specifically, so that 1 would feel like a reasonable compromise. Grook returned to his homeworld at the end of his enrollment and started, eventually, a training program that became regionally well regarded. He sent occasional messages. They were always brief, occasionally incoherent, and full of the specific warmth of someone who had not changed who he was, but had changed significantly what he was able to do. He wrote once, near the end of his first year home, that he had stopped telegraphing with his left shoulder entirely, and had developed a new telegraph involving his right ear, which he was now also working to eliminate, and that he suspected this was a process with no terminal point, which he had decided to find encouraging rather than discouraging. Seuss stayed at the academy for a second year of advanced study and became, eventually, a junior instructor. He was very good at it. He had the rare quality of being able to meet a student exactly where they were without making them feel they were being met, which is to say, he could find the right level without the student noticing there had been any adjustment. He and I kept in regular contact for years after we both left the academy, and he was one of the first people I told when I eventually published my own paper on cross-species strategic doctrine, which drew heavily on the framework Mara and I had developed together in the second semester. Deshek left the academy and joined a mid-tier security outfit, which he eventually rose to lead. By all accounts I ever received, he was a fair and effective commander. Not a brilliant one, but the reliable, competent kind that organizations need more than they need brilliance. He credited, in an interview I read some years later, the period at the academy as the one that had changed his understanding of what preparation actually meant. He did not mention anyone by name, he did not need to. And Mara. Mara finished her enrollment, shook Vreth 9's hand, thanked him in the specific and genuine way she thanked people for things that had actually mattered to her, and left. She went back to Earth for a time, to see her family, she had said once when I asked, and to run through the mountains, because running through mountains was, apparently, something humans did for reasons that were partly physical, and partly something else that she found harder to explain. After that, she took a contract with a border security organization operating in the Outer Verge, a region